Single Elim, back up against the wall. Poppy Paw is looking for the clean sweep. He dives in, he ignores the nest of bees, but that might work against him. Grey Wall Gatehouse does clip, but the Camelot is now on the way.
That was a good amount of range, yeah. Lots of units went down, a lot of crossbows went down, but it just doesn't feel like it's enough.
This is it. This is all he needs to break him. Happy Cat has nothing in reserve, and the Palace Guard count not high enough to stand their ground yet. Crossbows to the backside. Lancers split up looking for the kill. Happy Cat now down by 30 eco and looking like he's going to be down 3-0 to end this series. Dive comes in. These hand cannon slits are so damn effective against this.
Pringles are there.
He's diving in so soon, though. The Nest of Bees, they are going to get counted out, but not before they get some vengeance on their death. Golem count way too low here. Elyona just doesn't have the breakthrough, and the House of Wisdom is in trouble now, but I believe that's going to put him in the range of the keep, right? So you'll start losing everything here. Desert Raiders go for the dive even deeper. Numbers are shrinking a little bit, but Corvinus now with the 4 Siege Workshop to keep those numbers up. He moves back towards the castle and forces Elyona into the dive here. That's going to cost him so much of his eco.
No. The villagers all going down. Elyona realized that this is not the way for him.
Elyona, surely he cannot win this fight. Spearman rallied to the other side of the engagement, will block out the sofa at the last moment there. And will end up getting a good trade as a result. Corvinus losing a lot of the cav, will eventually push this away, but it's definitely cost him. Like, look, I didn't even need them to win this fight. Ugh. You think you have to run? And they're gone, but Corvinus, I think there's just too many spearmen here for him to brute force this. Rams are starting to hit up onto the ranches. Also body blockers. Can the sofas do this? 8 left over.
I'm considering Roblox death sounds at this point in time. Spearman actually.
He needs to undermesh. He needs to undermesh too, right? Like that's the thing. The archers are still hurting a little bit.
Yeah.
They do not have the poison arrows. Spearman count is low already. Sofas could just dominate this fight. He needs to get rid of the counter archers on the other side fast. I think this feels like a
coming
hold.
in though.
Corvinus almost broke through the front line. Second wave of spearmen do arrive. That is going to force a reset here. So Elyona keeps the pressure up. Line spread out. Sofas are starting to leak over on the flanks here. Spearman count isn't going to be able to hold on for very long against this type of pressure. And it looks like Elyona is going to lose the forward army. He's going to get access to the map, which means that Corvinus can look to flood out with the Zerg.
Oh, Elyona, he sees this.
He's not reacting to it right now. Villagers will have to shift away. Can't reach the wooden fortress. His army's going to be forced to engage, but this doesn't look like a fight you can win. Sofas spread out again.
Units.
You're just getting countered, right? Remember, Sofas, they're tanky, but they also get bonus damage against the men-at-arms. The Musafadi get bonus damage against the men-at-arms. Pretty much everything gets some form of bonus damage against your one hope, and you only have men-at-arms.
It's because it looked so over, right? Like if Sass just pushed it in, I feel like this would have just been over.
But now,
instead,
STBs is here to play, and no quick access coming in from Sassy. He's going to lose this fight. I don't see how you break through this quick enough.
Yeah, and this is the issue that we had the last time this matchup came, right? It was just a Chinese player not making units. Now the Chinese player is making units.
And crossbows
instead of just going fast in. Yeah.
Ghazi count is low. Archers are in retreat.
Enough.
I think this works. Like, look at the Horsemen again. Every time these A-clicks are hurting Sassy.
Yeah. And CISO, just with the Archer mass, able to take some great fights there. What are the villagers doing?
They're vibing right now. They're like, yeah, we won this game. Let's go, boys. It's that guy that gets out of his seat and starts cheering before he's won the game. Archer's going to mop up the loss of the Ghazi. Sassy basically has nothing left. I cannot believe this. SLAs, they just weren't as quick.
A little bit of an early move out, though, from CISO. He's going to lose a lot of his archers.
Not enough,
the
though,
upgrades aren't quite in yet. Yeah, it's definitely not enough, but definitely not ideal for him either. But now when the upgrades are coming in...
5 seconds away. And
now
it's
going to be upgrade 1 and
hello
2.
To my little friend.
Suddenly the Ghazi Raiders don't look as tanky as they used to.
No, the Guild's going to make it even look worse. And the Camelot has arrived. Now there's also that debuff to worry about. There's also the risk of exposed eco. And I don't think Sassy even has a full wall, right? The front of his base is still open. Villagers are running back. He needs to gather. This ain't going to work. I think this might be it. Vodka's PC wants to give up. It's just too many villagers dying. It's making him a little bit deflated. Villagers back at the tree line. He doesn't realize that the Chuganu are still there. And this is not the win on water he needed. Sassy is losing it all.
The Shugadu just having free fire contests right now with the villagers.
Making them
And
squeal like
water for
piggies.
Sassy.
I don't
It's
think he
all going
realizes
down.
that. He just saw it. He just pulled back the villagers. He's about to lose the rest of the fleet. Ghost needs to be careful not to overextend here. Garnath
Yeah, he
continues to
definitely
poke.
definitely can't overextend. But he does so anyways.
This could backfire quick. Limitane start to move in. Varangian as well. First crossbows have arrived. Lash.
Garnath doesn't have +2 pierce damage.
He's also attacking the front line with the mango. This is big. This is the breakthrough. Lash. This looks like a complete wipe. I think he missed micro that across onto the goal. There's no way he should be able to get this for free.
Again. What?
What is going on right now? Crossbow's arriving. Mango goes for the smash, but the Lombo's getting the trade out here. Meta is going to go down. There's no front line. Once again, no protection for the Mango. And Garnath now on the ropes.
And numbers from Lash, they aren't really going down at all.
He wants to dive. In the meantime, the knight has now arrived in that corner. Say hello, honey. And I believe, is that no textiles?
Doesn't look like it.
That's going to be a problem. Doesn't realize it yet either.
That's 2.
The longer this goes, the less likely he is to notice. Remember, those pings do eventually
3.
stop.
Oh my god.
4.
He noticed at the 4th villager and probably gonna lose a 5th maybe. Nope, Knight. Okay, no, Knight.
Shifts away.
He's gotten tired.
Nice, like all the berries, dude. When they come back an hour later, he's just going to be very fat and covered in red, but it's not the villager's blood. And only works if you've got a front line to hold there. Lancers get a freebie. That's the one answer he may have had.
Gold kiting has stopped.
Yes, he's like, finally, you are in range of my guns. Swords beat guns?
Huh? No way. Able to kill the men-at-arms now, though. +2 pierce armor isn't in yet.
Garnath's on the eco. He needs to get these kills. This is what will win him the game. He is picking up the relics behind this, so first wave is survive, but this truly is the German zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, and he's idled more than half the economy from Lash in the meantime.
There's the beast, turns around for the flurry.
The
A knight
man.
is the MVP on the gold, but the knights over here have already done the damage. And there's just not enough military left. Call it what it is. Go game 5. I already have archers. Keshiks are going to go for the dive in. Okay, movement speed arrow use. Camel Archer is going to tug down the spears here. This...
Or not.
Is this a good trade?
It's getting targeted down by the spears.
Oh my god, dude, Lash didn't finish off the injured ones. What? Over there, Lash has got the Spearman Archer together. A big mistake they did away from Garnath. I don't know what that commitment was. The brace hurt him badly, though. Can he clear it
Yeah,
up?
it's a lot of Keshiks going down, but I mean, the spearmen are going down quickly as well. But it's in the reinforcements, right?
Yeah, there's only a
The
handful of
archers are
Keshiks left
falling as
over.
well. That's surprising how well that worked for Lash.
Committed here. Might be to an asylum, though. Dive comes in onto the villagers. No reaction yet. Lash just commits to the fight. But it's going to cost him. Spears now move across. Now force the
Villagers
Keshiks
going
back.
to the outpost.
And
That's a lot
Garnath.
of villagers that went down, though.
I think Garnath may have overextended a little here, though. He doesn't have the Keshiks anymore. The Archer count, not looking great. It's a delayed use of the arrow. Lash is now going to retreat it slightly. Spearman mostly trading out. There's not many heavy cavalry units left here for Garnath. And with a double outpost, Lash will hold. Archer's trading out now. The Keshiks and Spears are like, you guys got this. Go team.
We're not your meat shields anymore.
Also, Kurultai not in range either. It's finally getting on
There we
back.
go.
Attack speed guys get activated. Spearmen reveal themselves now. Mangoes with the
Mango.
wall up in. And the Archers, they're
Oh,
actually
no.
targeting on the Keshiks.
The Keshiks once again running into the spearmen. And the Magana's getting great hits in.
Lash has the defender's advantage here. That attack speed means he's buffering up against the attack damage of the Mongols. The Abbasid Archers should be able to win this. The Spearmen and Keshiks have traded each other out, and there is no way Garnath can remain here much longer.
But even more archers are going down now.
Oh,
The capacity
just kill
for
him.
Mass siege on Lash side. Double
Mango.
mangonel shots now.
Big wallop, Keshiks commit to the front line. Springwalls were built for nothing. Garnath says, what is Siege? A reminder of what it does. Mangoes get another hit in. Archer count is not looking good, and once again, these poor ponies have been sent to their death into the line of spears. He is at a military disadvantage now. He's going to lose
man.
control of the Kurultai. He's even going to lose control of the relics. Good luck with that one, buddy. Maybe if you clear your throat before Wololo and louder, but that is going to be Lash standing up proud. No way back, surely, for Garnath.
bit of a funnel point over here. Tower also being reinforced here. Palace guards aren't really standing their ground up until this point. But the Springboards are doing such a good job pushing away those Nest of Bees, and Louis is forced to flee.
3 Nest of Bees, though. Imagine how much damage they could do if they just turn and circle on this mass. Louis has his Springald arrive. Turns around with the Nest of Bees. Killjardi just ends up pulling back right there with the first fire. But the Springald trade with one another. And there's still one alive for Killjardi, but has to fall back with that huge mass and cannot fight on top of that reinforced tower now. Palace guards trying to stall just a little bit of time. Louis knows he can't take this fight. Nest of Bees gets a good fire down. Crossbows supporting. Louis just needs enough time to get this keep up. Wants enough time to get the keep up. Springalds are trading. It's going to be all about this siege. Nest of Bees, though, getting another fire.
Yeah, Nest of Bees, they haven't been focused down quickly enough, and they did a lot of damage here. Palace guards focusing down the Springboards as well, and the keep goes up. It looks like Louis is holding.
Killjardi moving forward with his galleys, trying to get the demos down on the other side. Demos starting to move up, but immediately sniped out. Louis, great job defending all of those. None of the demos get even close to connecting. Every single one falls. Perfect timing for Killjardi when he pushes, but like I said, there's not a big standing mass from Killjardi, and Louis has so much here to defend this. It's going to be a clean wipe. Villagers looked like they were about to get pulled, but they can't. Archers are trying to help, but there's like 3 archers here. There it is. Villagers pull out their torches. It's too late, though. There's still a huge mass.
They will get
The
butchered.
king's still here. Oh, good games.
Villagers being pulled from the left as well.
Oh, no. Louis knows this has to be it. He has to get on those mangonels. It's over, and he does. He gets on one of them. There's also a flank from the northern side with villagers. Villagers from the middle, too. It's just all villagers. And he does it. He takes down the mangonels with the villagers.
But at what price?
Molly has 2. Molly can counter every unit that comes out in castle. Any other civ, they could just lose here. But the Ubits, they can't. Louis wins this here.
Out of villagers getting caught in the crossfire. So many go down here for Killjardi. He needs to stand and fight, but he doesn't have the troops to do so with.
I feel like that was a 3DB move with the villager pull, and he just knew that if his military mass is big enough, he can close the game here, and that's exactly what he's doing. Killjardi's down to 13 military, and you can't forget, he's got the war junk. He's got the galley as well, so there's basically nothing out on the field. Yep, he's diving yet again. He knows where the eco is. He found the eco with some of his military ships. Villagers running off of the gold. Villagers running off of the berries. That's not a transport ship. They're going to reheal that Springled ship, and that is a lot of villagers now going to heal up that Springled ship and javelins. They're fine with this fight. They're happy with this fight. This is a 3-0 from Louis, and I have no idea how he's going to pull this one out.
He's having an easier time reinforcing this battle. His barracks is right next to this position, but the micro is so good by Beastie. He's pulling back.
That's the noise that lets us know the weekend has begun. One and all, welcome back to Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. We are 1 week done. 2 more to go before we find out who is going to be going on to a date with Marine Lord later this year in Spain. And already we've seen some known names drop. We've seen Lash, Cat, Corvinus all knocked out, the kid Voldemar, and many others before that, but we've still got to cull the herd further. That's right, we have got a total of 12 players sitting, but by the end of the day, we will be down to, I believe it's going to be 8. So still plenty of people to cull, and by the end of the weekend, God knows how many we've left. Actually, I think it's 10 then 8. So we've got plenty of action coming over the next 2 days. But to get into that action, decide who's going to make it through to get beyond just a 20k prize pool and be with a shot at the lion's share of that 30k prize pool. I thought it was only appropriate that we bring in the man who will be trying to get his hands on the lion's share and the champion's belt again. It's my pleasure to welcome Marine Lord and Lidicor, who will be opening us up on this Saturday. All right.
Well, hello there.
Hello.
So, interesting kind of a situation here. Marine Lord kind of has to kind of keep an unbiased approach. He's got to kind of keep strategies to himself. He's also got to find a way to distance it, because we're going to be doing that later today. Marine Lord, how do you do all these things while also providing high-level analytical information to us?
No, it's okay. I can say everything because there will be a big patch soon, so... I just
So you're going to drop all the bombs.
yeah, I will.
That makes sense. That's why you want to join us in this one. And, you know, it's interesting, actually, Lida. Like, we're anticipating there's going to be a patch after this current round, after we've decided who's going to be going to that Castle Marine Lord. Feels like the most recent patch wasn't that dramatic of a change, right?
Yeah, it was basically a very minor patch when you look at how usually the patches look like. So it's gonna be interesting to see how that evolves for next weekend.
Was there anything big you noticed, Marine Lord? Anything that you think that maybe people haven't latched onto yet from that recent patch?
Maybe Delhi. Delhi on water, maybe? I'm not sure. Malians was yeah, Malians maybe too. That's a little bit weird. But I'm really not sure, so we'll have to see.
Do you think it's kind of tough with this map pool? Because I feel like looking at what we've got here when we look at El Reinado, there's maybe not too many maps we can fully exploit that, right? Like Holy Island is maybe the main one that comes to mind, but then these other ones are more situational, like Golden Heights and Kawasan.
Yeah, it's very weird. So like, it's not like the last tournament where obviously you will see a lot of difference. Here, you only have Holy Island, and you have so many good teams on this map already. So
well, let's have a look at our brackets actually to see the story that's got out here so far, right? Like we've had a few no names drop already, but we've still got plenty to go. You know, looking back at the first weekend of action, Marine Lord, was there anything that stood out there? Any big surprises, big upsets from the matchups?
I mean, CS obviously.
Yeah.
I was expecting him to do good, but not that good. He beat Vortex. I think Vortex played pretty bad. I think Wham and Cat, it was pretty bad too, but Wham won in the end. And other than that, everyone played decent, I think.
Okay, to that point, let's kind of hone in on that. Do you think like the Wham and Cat series was maybe a playstyle-esque thing? Because I know Wham is, I'd say, more of a defensive player, right? He plays for that mid-game. Whereas Cat, I think the word you'd use is he's a little bit ape, right? He likes to send it very aggressively.
I'm not sure about Wham. Sometimes he has some good early games, and sometimes he's just not playing it right. So it really depends on day-to-day base stuff, but yeah, I didn't feel like he was playing very well.
We'll get to find out if he plays well today as he'll be out opening series. But obviously, there's something I know that Marine Lord is rubbing his hands together about in that lower bracket with Dumu, definitely on our radar a little bit later on. But I'd like to go across to Lida and talk about that Vortex CSO set. I think on the opening day, I kind of compared it. I think I said he's the Chinese Vortex, and kind of seems like he proved it in that series last weekend.
In many ways, yes. But I think I was about to say that he is Louis Empty number 2 to provide a different comparison. A player with a very similar background, playing in team games mostly for his first 2 years in AoE4, essentially. Hasn't really tested himself in 1v1 tournaments, but recently he started doing that, and we're seeing a very similar trajectory from him that we've seen from Louis Empty about half a year ago. He started competing in these 1v1 events, and now he's in a position where he is challenging some of the biggest names of the scene.
Yeah, it's been very surprising, right, Marine? I think a lot of people were focused on Louis. I think he got a lot comparing to BCQE. Whereas CSO, I don't know if you agree with this, like I viewed him as more of an aggressive version of that, where he seems to play for the early mid-game, whereas Louis is more of a mid-late game player.
Yeah, for sure. And usually CSO tends to draft Jeanne d'Arc. Here he doesn't have them, so I'm not sure, like his draft could be seen in a few different ways. I guess he can pick Zushi on Holy Island, so he can have Rus on land map, I guess. And then Japanese is picked, but he's not gonna play it on water, except if he wants to play it on Holy Island. But then he has Zushi for a land map, so I'm not sure what's the plan, but it might be a surprising plan.
Do you think maybe the Japanese was kind of like the bait element, so that you didn't know exactly what he was going to pick on Kawasan?
Maybe, could be, I'm not sure. It's hard to say, you know?
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting one, actually. We've noticed that HRE is just not making it through. The interesting stats have revealed themselves, Lidical. HRE, by far the best performing Civ here, 75% win rate, and by far the most bans, with now 75 bans so far in this tournament.
The economy of the HRE has always made them a very intriguing civilization to play. There's always that recovery potential that you have as well with the Pass of Schwabia. And when you look at the map pool, they're just such a good civilization for many of these maps. Talk about something like Holy Island, for instance. That eco boost at the beginning helps you a lot. Or talk about Frisian Marshes, one of my favorite maps for HRE. You have so many maps where you can leverage that eco power of the HRE. And I think a lot of players are approaching HRE saying, listen, you know, I might not have the strongest early game, let's say, but I do have a very powerful economy, and this gives me a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I've been kind of dissecting it. It feels like so far maybe the most desirable picks on this map rotation Marine Lord for Wololo is like what Rus, English, HRE.
Yeah,
Are there any others in your mind that maybe are creeping in there that people are waking up to?
I don't think any other deserves a ban, but maybe Byzantine is there too.
Hmm.
IUB is pretty good, but I don't think it deserves a ban. I just think you pick it pretty highly, and that's it.
Yeah,
When
I
it
think it
comes,
was
yeah,
played like 32 times so far. So
yeah, not
it's
surprising.
yeah the third most played.
Yeah, and then Japanese sushi, obviously you love them on Holy Island, but since you are like you even have China open, so you have a lot of open sieves for this kind of map. So I guess the meta is just to prioritize land map. So you just want your IUBs, your Byzantine, and then whatever you like, pretty much.
Yeah, and does the Malian pick seem a bit peculiar to you at all? Like, I feel like this is a S tier pick when Socotra's in there, but it
Yeah.
almost feels like a mid or just forget type pick past that, right?
Yeah, I mean you're scared of Delhi, right? When you play Malians. So usually it's a sieve you're a little bit scared to play. You're scared of Mongols too. So that's a weird one because like it's low, not low tier, but it's pretty low in the tier list. And you're scared of those sieves. And then you do kind of okay against the upper end sieves. So Malian is just a big gamble in my opinion.
Yeah, and it is quite interesting you mentioned the Mongols. Like, they've been underperforming a 40% win
Mm.
rate so far. They've been played 20 times in total. Kind of interesting considering they're usually that kind of gotcha pick. Do you think that's maybe just the earlier phase players, maybe the outside the top 16 not knowing how to use it?
No, I just think Mongol is a big gamble too. Like you want to snipe some particular sieves, and if you don't get the snipes, then you have a bad time. Like Mongol against English, I'm not sure, but I would say English. Mongols against what, like Rus, is super hard. Mongols against Delhi can be pretty hard. So like you have a lot of hard matchups, and then you have the easy one you want to snipe. But if you feel you snipe, you're just gonna lose. So it's a bit of a weird dynamic.
Okay. Well, it's time to let these dynamics clash, right? We've got the old
Yeah.
Civ versus the new. Now, interesting stat going into this. CSO versus Wham, they've only ever matched up in tournament play once, and that was in a War Chief Club event where CSO took it 1-0. This is their debut clash. Who's going to have it? East versus West. We hop into our first game of the day.
And here we go, folks. Welcome to game number 1 of Wham versus CSO. This is once again the Red Bull Wololo El Reinado online stage. With the color yellow, it's the Abbasid Dynasty for CSO. And down to the south, it's Wham in command of the Ayyubids with red. I'm, of course, Lidakor, joined by the one and only Marine Lord, awaiting his opponent already qualified for the LAN in Castle de Almodovar.
Yeah. So we are starting with a little of a weird mirror match, right? Because it's not mirror, but it's a variant sieve. Abbasid against Ayyubids. So from what we see already, we can tell what CSO is gonna do. He's gonna go for like the fast feudal approach with military wing and try to ram down the lake. So it's a good strategy against Ayyubids because you're scared of the fast culture wing. That's gonna happen obviously. And you want to take the control of the first lake. And that's not gonna be easy against Ayyubids, obviously. They come up to H2 so fast.
Indeed, it is. As we have again a bit of a stutter here at the beginning, but we should be back on track. Now, I wanted to ask your opinion about this because this, to me, was always one of the more significant factors when you look at a game on Kawasan. How different is the game when the two players are sharing a pond in Dark Age versus the players splitting the two ponds in between them?
It depends usually with your save matchup. In this case, it's a pretty rare matchup, so I'm not sure. But I think since Abbasid is not gonna commit to any lake before he knows where his opponent is, he's gonna be fine. So he's just gonna rush into Wham's lake, and they're gonna fight for it. So I'm not really sure how the dynamic is gonna work. Like, is he gonna dock and make units before going for the ram? Or is he gonna ram down the dock before going for a dock himself and making more units or like anything?
Well, CSO does have the resources for Feudal Age. No docks so far. He is going to be the first one to click up the Feudal. On the other side, Wham does have a dock already, and he's been leveraging that fishing eco. And CSO opening with the military wing to get those archers and spearmen out.
Yeah, I'm curious how many fish Wham is gonna make. Because you must be aware that this cheese is something pretty popular. So it's not the most popular strategy, But I think from Lu and from CSO, it's been a popular one to just keep water and try to rush down the fuel age. But against Ayubit, I don't know the dynamic. I think Ayubit should be fine. I mean, it should be quite easy to hold if you play it very well.
Indeed, as you see on the right side, that progress bar for Wham's age up, it's going to be aligned well with CSO's age up. The two players will be just a couple of seconds in terms of the difference into feudal age. So it pretty much seems like these two players will be reaching feudal age up exactly at the same time. How does CSO proceed from this position?
I mean, CSO, it's easy for him. You're just rushing down the dock. The more interesting one is gonna be Wham. Like, how do you defend that? Do you make any land units? Do you just make boats and hope to kill a ram eventually? I think you do a mix of both. I think you have to make a galley or a hulk first, and to defend the potential like units coming out from the dock, and then you have to make some units to defend the ram. So you have a few different ways. You can make archer, kill a few units, and then bring 1 or 2 villagers to burn down the ram. Or you have to make melee units, obviously, to kill a ram. So I'm not pretty sure what he's gonna do.
Well, CSO now dropping that dock out. Their second dock is out for Wham. Will be scouted immediately by CSO. Wham is yet to see that dock coming up from CSO, however, as CSO also now hits feudal age. Does have those 2 archers and spearmen out. Wham in response pulls the villager. And it looks like Wham is going to open with a galley over here.
Yeah, I'm curious if he's gonna add any production at home now with his 150 wood. Or is he gonna make another boat? For now, he's making a demo ship. That's very surprising to me. Very expensive for what it is for right now. I would expect more of a Hulk. But I mean, why not? You can just kill the Hulk if it comes out with this, so it's an idea.
This villager going on a little walk here all the way to the corner. What is he up to?
I'm really not sure. That's a little bit weird.
Could that be a
Maybe it's
market?
No, there is no way.
It could be a or it could be a market. That if you purposefully go for that corner, it feels like the only thing that you could do there is build a market.
I think he's just trying to hide from any potential scouts and go for a dock on the corner, which makes a little bit more sense, but that's a little bit wild.
Demo coming in here. Bugla a little damaged. Demo does connect. Bugla does stay alive, but basically no HP left. And the dock's repair is just insufficient. First ship goes down over here from CSO. As Wham is looking to sneak that villager around. Wham getting pushed on his gold mine, though. Has to evacuate this. He's got no land units to defend that gold mine with.
Pretty interesting. So one thing we can do with Japanese usually, you go on the gold with your shinobi instantly, and then you just spam Hulk, because your opponent cannot make any Hulk or demo ship because he has no gold. So he's just forced to make the archer, and then you can just win the leg by making a lot of Hulk. That's actually a strategy. So maybe that's his plan.
Docks being built on both sides, and oh, Wham's dock is not getting spotted here by CSO. That's going to come as a nasty surprise. He does have this new Bugla coming out here, 2v1 on this pond. But as you kind of highlighted, Wham cannot afford a demo right now, so this Bugla might be able to hold this position.
Yeah, it's still like 2 fighting ship, and you have a few fish to help you defend your lake. Obviously, repair is very valuable in this case, so it's gonna be very hard for CSO to retake this lake. I think he just wants to delay the amount of economy his opponent is making, while making economy on the other lake. But for now, he's fighting an uphill battle.
Bugla goes down here from CSO, though. Might have been a little overzealous with that demo now coming in. The other Bugla is full HP here, so it wouldn't be an instant sink. With that demo being around, CSO has to bail on this. Will end up losing this demo for absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. He's making a ram, so he wants to pressure the docks now. But I feel like it's a little bit late. I'm quite sure Wham, with already his Surfshark, is going to be able to defend and then can pull a few villagers if he wants. And since he has the control of the lake, he can totally defend the dock with his villagers, and that's fine.
Yeah, Archer's coming out here for Wham, but nothing to take that ram out with right now. He's actually pulling his scout to do so. 2 units garrisoned inside that ram, though, could pop any moment to try and jump the scout. Meanwhile, this dock from CSO is slowly going down, but he will be able to squeeze out 1 more Bugla here to try and maintain his presence on this pond. A At the same time, this Ram is taking out this Dock without any issues. Scout from Wham also being targeted down by the Spearman. You can see that at the bottom left. Wham isn't responding to that. The Scout is going to go down. Dock now on fire. CSO pursuing that one galley all the way back. Galley goes down, so does the Dock. CSO, however, does lose his Dock as well.
Yeah, that's pretty bad from Wham. I think losing the Scout is something you really want to avoid. It's always doing a little bit of extra damage to the Ram, so you can take it down faster, and then you don't have to remake any Docks. Sadly for him, he lost it, but he's still gonna win the lake, obviously. It's just like delaying the win, pretty much.
Ram is still alive, but the Spearmen inside were cleaned up. Bugla goes down as well, so Wham is the only one with ships on this pond. Docking attempt was stalled out though. CSO tried to redock, but he was stopped dead on his tracks. Dock still being bashed down by this Ram, but with that first Desert Raider out, Wham is able to repulse that. And with that, Wham is going to secure the pond to the south.
Yeah, and now you have to be careful for the pond on the east for CSO, because he lost the control of the ground. Potentially Wham could bring his army and make a Ram to kill the Dock. I'm not sure if that's gonna be the plan. I think he's just gonna attack on land to pressure the economy. I mean, I say that he's making a backlash, so maybe he really wants to take the lake. But he could just pressure the land and try to go for a fast castle with IU-beats. It's always pretty worse, obviously. You go for echoing and you have 7 more villagers now, since it got nerfed. But it's still a lot of villagers.
No galley there for Wham, so he loses that Bugla, but he does have some land presence now. A couple of archers and Desert Raider moving towards the berries of CSO here. CSO doesn't really have a fishing eco, so he had to go for those berries. Now we'll get repulsed.
Yeah. Ooh, I was gonna lose a villager.
Oh, Desert Raider gets traded though.
Yeah, it's pretty bad since horsemen are coming. We are aware of that. He's not, since he lost his scout earlier. But right now he's just doing a gamble, right? He's like, yeah, I'm gonna send across my archer. They're not gonna be very useful for any other things. So I'm just gonna send them to try to kill some villagers. Maybe delay the gold. Because he knows right now it's a race to fast castle. So right now you just want to make enough fishing ship on your lake. And you want to put all of the rest of your economy on food and gold. So you can just secure a fast castle.
CSO does get pushed away from the gold for a second here, but I guess the silver lining for him is that he secured the pond to the north. There is a little presence from Wham in the middle, though I'm actually wondering if he went for the berries in the middle. I wonder if the observers can check on that, because I'm curious what that little dot is. It's just a tower for the time being, though.
Yeah, you take a little bit of space. You have the berries for later on, and you can secure the relic this way, kind of. You have a lot of vision from the middle, so you know, like, you can see any run by coming if your opponent is trying to make cavalry. So it's just a little something, you know. It's really nothing big, but it will help.
Yeah, tower completes just in time to stop this one horseman. Camel also out there, so CSO is going to have to bail on this. And the first to accumulate the resources needed for Castle Age will be Wham. Let's take a look at how he's aging up. It's going to be growth.
Okay, another dock. That's a little bit weird. I'm not sure really what you want to try to achieve with this. He's gonna force another unit from Wham, I guess, but he's not gonna do anything positive because Wham is already clicked. Maybe he's not aware, right? But you should be aware of it that, like, you are delayed on the second leg, so you know your opponent is gonna have slightly more economy than you, so he should be able to click like 20 seconds before than you. So considering your freeze timing, you should be aware that Wham is already clicked and that this is delaying his age up, but not his opponent's age up, which is pretty big.
Yeah, advancement is available for CSO, though. He's about to click up in a second. I just want to highlight very quickly as this Bugla just gets annihilated by the demo. CSO managed to sneak a villager all the way to the south. So we could easily see some sneaky production buildings down in that southern corner.
Yeah, but he's gonna be delayed compared to Wham, so it doesn't make really any sense to me. Especially with Abbasid. If it was IU beats, I would understand why he wants to attack. But with Abbasid,
goes down.
Yeah, a little more of a villager. Plus he made a tower for it, so that's really worse for Wham. Really good start so far.
Yeah, Camel gets taken out in return, but CSO has been losing a couple of villagers, and it looks like it's going to be a proxy barracks. 2 villagers sent out there to build it. But he's going to be more than just a couple of seconds behind in Castle Age timing. He still has a minute to go, whereas Wham is almost up.
Yeah, we're gonna see like if Wham wants to attack instantly, if he wants to pressure the map, or if he wants to just play for the relics as soon as possible. If he does want to play for the relics, he should be able to get 4, I think. He's just too far ahead for now.
Camel still coming out here for Wham, repulsing that one horseman out there, but crucially, Wham has yet to scout those barracks out there, so that could be a nasty surprise. But Castle Age now hits a 4 Wham. He does have a range and a stable. I don't think he has a barracks, but well, he's playing the IO bit, so it's pretty obvious what he's going to play with at the beginning of Castle Age. Camel Lancers on the way.
Yeah, which are good against Golems, obviously. And I would expect too some crossbow. I think you just blind the fact that your opponent is gonna go for cavalry himself, heavy cavalry. So you just go for crossbow. But Wham is not doing that. He's just going for the good pair, like archer with heavy cavalry. It's always pretty good. But in this case, it's gonna be a weird one. And CSO is starting to make pikes. That's
Yeah,
gonna
he's
be a
making
very weird rush.
Spearman, no Gulam. Well,
Yeah.
he cannot make Gulam just yet. He just now reached Castle Age. Now he's mixing in some Gulam. How do you feel about making 4 or 5 barracks, though? That's a pretty big commitment from CSO.
I mean, that's CSO, right? He's just gonna all in from the corner of the map. That's very weird, but that's the kind of stuff he does. But like, normally, if Wham is on point, it should really not work. But since he's next to the gold, why not? In the other way, like, you have the gold from Wham here, but you have another one at the opposite side. So it's gonna be safe if he wants to go there. So I'm really not sure what's the plan. Wham is gonna see, like, for now he doesn't know it's full world. He doesn't have a scout on the map, as we said earlier. So he doesn't really know what's happening. But it should be, even if he doesn't know, like, at some point he should be able to defend normally.
Was complete. These Camel Lancers cannot find a way. And a couple of villagers caught on the outside, but they will go unnoticed by Wham. Wham, in the meantime, continuing to play with Camel Lancers, adding some dervishes as well, so he's heading out for the relics. CSO is yet to show his troops. In fact, I think he's hiding his infantry in that stealth forest nearby, so he's really trying to use that element of surprise. He's getting phalanx, he's getting the veterancy for the spearmen as well, but he's yet to show the... Oh! How do you feel about this? A single Gulam showing up. Is this kind of a clue for Wham that there's a proxy here?
I mean, since you have the control of the left, pretty much, he doesn't have a full control, but in pretty much have it. He should be aware that it's a proxy. But I'm really not sure, like, you are sending a lot of pikes with it, but pikes are obviously very easy to kill with TCs. So if you focus them down, it's gonna go down, obviously. And then the rest of the army is just gonna die to lancers and crossbow. So it's a very weird attack. But maybe, who knows?
Well, I mean, if Wham didn't know this was a proxy a couple of moments ago, now he for sure does. Spearmen don't have the... Actually, they do have the veterancy now. They still are missing a couple of upgrades here, but this is definitely a nasty surprise over here for Wham. He gets pushed away from the gold. Camel's also fighting Spearmen here, but the infantry do split up. Quite some idle time forced, but our archers and crossbows are out already in response. Camel Lancers haven't been pulled back though, so Wham, he feels confident about cleaning this up.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 2 spears left already. And he has to macro very well, but he should be safe. Like, he's fighting under TC, he's gonna have crossbow hiding. He should just protect his crossbow with, I mean, his pathing, I guess, and a few camels like he's doing. And he should be totally fine. At the same time, he's pressuring the other side of the map. The door is gonna go down, the gate, and then maybe he's gonna be able to pressure.
Yeah, most of the spearmen have been cleaned up here, so Camel Lancers will reign supreme. This is a cleanup by Wham. At the same time, Camel Riders were mixed in by CSO to fight the Camel Lancers. Looks like Wham might not have really been watching over there. He's just taking that fight as is. But CSO's proxy here essentially gets cleaned up here. He's reduced to next to no infantry. At the same time, Wham's aggression also does get dealt with. It's a trade between the camels on the north. But when dust settles, Marine Lord, we have a pretty significant population difference between these two players.
Yeah, I mean, IOB is always like that, right? You just age up and you have your bonus. Abbasid is the opposite. You have to work for your bonus, like you are gonna make a lot of infantry and your infantry bonus is gonna kick in. But if you just age up, it's not gonna do much. Or he's gonna lose 2 villagers on top of it. He's already 20 villagers behind. So it's not only villagers, it's already... it's for sure like some fish on the lake too, I guess. He probably made a lot of fish. But in the end, it's just more economy and map control. He's gonna have relics. He's gonna have pretty much everything and he should be able to win.
Need another small group of infantry moving in. Wham finally finds this proxy base over here. He doesn't have a ramp to take it out with, but it's not like anything is being produced at this point by CSO there. This last group of infantry gets cleaned up, and Wham does have a very formidable army now. As you kind of touched on, that Camel Lancers mixed with Archers, mixed with Crossbowmen. It's just a composition that's difficult for CSO to deal with.
Yeah. And now, obviously, Wham is gonna have control of the middle, which is pretty much infinite food. And you're gonna start making Springhold on the field to actually kill the other lake. So CSO is gonna have to take control of the middle, but I'm really not sure how he's gonna do that. It's gonna be a hard quest.
Yeah, now Wham is just walling in this side over here. Interesting wall placement out there. He just wants to make sure that nothing surprising comes out of those barracks here. A couple of Gulam once again show up here, harassing the villagers. Camels don't seem to care. Wham not really noticing this, costs him a couple of villagers here, but finally he realizes what's going on, so he's gonna pull the villagers away.
Yeah, so what is CSO's gonna do? Like, is he making a lot of stable? What's the plan here? I'm not really sure.
Well, you're asking me?
Yeah, I don't know.
I thought you were the pro player.
I know, but like, I feel like at this point I would be out of the game already. So he must have a plan to come back. I guess he's just making a lot of cavalry and he's gonna try to run by, try to kill the army at the same time, but that's not gonna be easy. I mean, that's a good start, right? If you kill the Mongol.
Yeah, Camel Riders are so expensive though, and CSO's economy is just not great. Oh my lord. That gold mine is more than exposed over here. There's no way he can defend that. He's got no mangonels or anything that deals with the archers. Has to pull away the villagers, 5 villagers trapped inside. And Wham senses blood in the water. There is this gold mine. The wood line could be exposed right after there. And CSO is making a run for it. He's going to lose a couple of villagers there. And I don't think he's got a gate on the left side. I think he just right-clicked these villagers in and they tried to pathfind their way through here. He's lucky not to get intercepted there.
Yeah, surely. He's gonna make one now, but I mean, Wham is covering pretty much every option. He made a lot of archer, he made a lot of crossbow, and he has a good front line. So since he knows his economy is better, he's covering pretty much every option that CSO can go for. And then he's just gonna try to A-move him. And if he plays it well and micros pretty decently, it should be good enough to close out the game.
It looks like Wham is just going to dive over here, targeting production buildings and farms having to be added on a map that has so many berries and so much fish. It's always a sad sight to see. CSO is very, very heavy on stone over here. Bit of a Wololo being attempted here to repulse these camel riders. Last-ditch counterattack potentially here by CSO, but it is just to no avail. Even the dervish is being conscripted to heal this up. Crossbows arrive as well. And CSO looks like he is going to get cleaned up here.
Yeah, it's even walled on the left, so Wham is just very safe. And it's gonna be GG, 1-0 for Wham. We did a very good game, I think. I think his draft is a bit better for this map. I think Ayubi is better than Abbasid. But you still have to play it right, and he played it right, so good job.
Well, there we go. That military value discrepancy that we have here, it just goes to show how big of an advantage Wham started to build once he reached Castle Age. What was the turning point in this game? What was the deciding moment that put Wham in the driver's seat?
I think once you win the first leg, you have a small edge. So you see, CSO won the second leg and it was almost okay. But I think at the best level in the world, if you just win the first leg, you have enough to snowball the game and win the game normally. So I think Wham just played good enough that he snowballed pretty well, and he just killed him from this position.
Well, that puts Wham01 in the driver's seat, and that's a much-needed victory because, just looking back to last week, for instance, Wham was very much in the danger of being knocked down to the lower bracket there. He had a very tight set played against Cat, ended up winning in the decider game 3-2, whereas CSO is coming out of a very good set against Vortex, winning 3-1. So, going into the set, CSO carried all that momentum from that previous set, whereas for Wham, he needed to look back at this set saying, okay, not everything went as I hoped it would. So yeah, Wham securing this #1 win, it's a big one for him, right?
It's a pretty big matchup, so yeah, it's a big one. And now we're gonna have another big matchup, right? Rus against Byzantine is pretty close, so winning this one is actually pretty big if you end up winning it. It's not like sometimes you end up having some uneven matchups, and you're really like, okay, I really cannot lose this kind of match. Here, it's pretty even, so it's pretty open. And I'm not sure actually, maybe I would prefer to play Rus in this case. I think it's a little bit harder to play, but if you play it perfectly, I think Rus is slightly better. But at this level, you know, like we all make small mistakes, so I don't think this small edge is really gonna matter.
Well, I mean, one of the key elements of Root's gameplay, though, is collecting bounties. So, I really want to hear your thoughts about that because obviously, as we have a Roos versus Byzantine matchup over here, we also have Roos available for Wham, by the way, so we might have a second Roos game on our hands. But, you know, I think this is a good time to just hear your thoughts about bounty. You know, how many scouts you have to make, how much bounty do you want to get, those kinds of things.
I mean, obviously from Rus you want at least 3 scouts, but I'm not sure, like, as Byzantine, like, do you really make 2? I guess most of the people would say yes, but I feel like Byzantine don't really care about the amount of sheep usually. So it's one of the civ where, like, every time I'm trying to play against Rus, I'm really not sure if I should go for 1 or 2. I think it's still a question up in the air, but I guess he will make 2. And I mean, on Arabia, I guess you aim for like 250 bounty. I think it's pretty decent. You just want enough to make wheelbarrow and still have enough to age up, obviously. That's the minimum. So usually that tends to be like 180, I think. 190 to have this kind of bounty. Anything else above is fine. And below it's kinda hard, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, it happens sometimes. I'm sure it happened to you as well when you didn't manage to get the appropriate amount of bounty.
Yeah. I mean, it was a different map, right? It was the pit. The pit has a little bit of hunt issues, but on Arabia usually you tend to get a good amount, so...
Well, we have still 90 seconds left to go before game number 2. So this is a good time to take a look at the brackets, though, because I think one of the things that we haven't had the time to touch on just yet is that if you win your set here in the winner's bracket, you're already qualified for next weekend. You're done playing for this weekend here.
Yeah, and on top of that, you have a free win next week. You're gonna play against most likely Beastie. So you're pretty much already in the decider final. That's amazing, no?
Yep, indeed. Indeed, as you see here on the brackets, Beastie versus Baltune, the winner of that set will face off the winner of this set. Elsewhere in the brackets, Puppy Paw is facing off against Louis Empty, an absolute banger of a set there as well. And Anathan does have the lead versus Lucifron as well. So Anathan looking very powerful after taking out Zertan 3-1, whereas Lucifron, now he is behind by 1 point.
Yeah, don't say that though. Anathan is way too cocky right now, so we have to say he's pretty bad.
Meanwhile, players in the lower bracket are awaiting their opponents. The players that do lose their sets here in the winner's bracket will be facing off against these folks down here. Dumu specifically is going to face off against Lucifron or Anathan, whereas we also have Vortex, Killjardi, and Zertan awaiting their opponents.
That's a pretty hard loser bracket already. Like, Dumu against Anathan or Lucifron, and then the winner takes on maybe Vortex. I'm not sure who he's gonna meet, so it's gonna be hard.
And there we go. One of the cool things that we have in many events, player cards out here. The players participating still in the event have rated each other. Is there any major takeaway that you want to highlight, you know, in terms of the skills and style of these players?
I'd say usually it's the creativity in CSO's drafts that makes a weird difference. But for now, he's being a very normal player in this series. Other than that, I think they are both pretty good players all around. They're not the best in anything, but they're just pretty solid overall, so... I don't know, I think Wham is more defensive. I think CSO is more the aggressive player. But they can do it both, you know, like, it really depends on the matchup and what they play. So, it's not really a real metric, you know.
And here we go. We have game number 2 on our hands here. CSO with the color yellow as the Rus, Wham with the Byzantines in red once again. This is Marine Lord joining me here in the winner's bracket of the Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. And of course, we touched on this in the pregame. It's imperative that you get that key bounty for the Rus out there. It looks like it's going to be a 3-scout opening for CSO. So really, nothing out of the ordinary so far.
Yeah, but Wham only made 1 scout. So he's deciding to potentially lose a lot of bounty since... I mean, let his opponent have a lot of bounty, right? Because he's not losing anything himself. It's more like he's gifting stuff to his opponents, that is sheep and bounty, obviously. But obviously a villager at the start, like, having 1 more villager is pretty valuable, so... I'm not sure, like, if the deal is worth it or not. But I guess Wham decided it's worth it.
So how does this matchup usually play out? Because this is one of the rarely seen competitive matchups. Ever since Byzantines were released, Rus were so frequently banned in tournaments that you just rarely see this Civilization matchup in tournaments.
Yeah, I think Rus is so good defensively that you have to open 2TC as a Byzantine. I think you just go longbow, because anything else is pretty hard. You can also go Keshix, because it tends to be a 2TC into fast castle matchup. And usually in this case, having some free knights is obviously very valuable for securing relics all around. But longbows are obviously very valuable on the long run. Plus land snakes and stealthy later on are very good. So I guess, I mean, it can depend. You can also check the market next to Wham's base, seeing if there is any good choice. Maybe he could go for knights or like Sipai if it's an option.
And that's a good touch indeed. He's got War Elephants and Chukenu to work with. What do you make out of that?
Nah, you don't really use that. It's too slow. Like you prefer longbow. It's as slow as Zugeno, but it's a bit better, and it fits with Limitanei a bit better, I think. So usually, I think this choice is pretty useless.
Still some wolves to be found over here, as CSO is aging up with 6 vills on the Kremlin. Other side, it's going to be the Grand Winery on those forward berries. Love the Kremlin placement. I don't know if you agree with me, because one thing I've just looked at here for CSO's map, he's got all of his gold, except for that one at the very, very western corner of the map. He's got most of his close gold on the front, and the same goes for the stone.
Yeah, it's a fine placement for sure. I wonder where the second TC is gonna go though. Do you go on like the deer, which is pretty far away from your main TC, so you can like have more food, but in the end it's not really safe on the right? Or do you go for safe TC maybe on gold or like wherever you want, and maybe on berries? I feel like his food is gonna be pretty hard to defend. Like both deer pack are ahead of his base, the boar is up top, and then the berries are obviously not what you want to harvest at the start because it's too low gathering rate. So I'm not sure how he's gonna play around that.
It's a good point that you're bringing up. Simply the fact that you have that deer pack on the other side of the forest makes it fairly difficult to defend. So remains a question where CSO is going to place his second TC. Now, Wham does have a decent amount of stone in the bank, but he's not mining anymore, so it looks like it's going to be just a standard 1 TC opening from him.
Yeah.
So far, it's just wheelbarrow, and I'm a little surprised about this. CSO still being able to find wolves. We're in Feudal Age for like a minute or so. He's done a really good job collecting bounty, whereas Wham wasn't really able to deny much from him.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really do a lot with one scout. You just kill the deer pack that you find, and then you try to go for a lot of sheep, because wolves, you're not going to be able to get any kills. So it's not really that surprising, you going pro scouts. That's a little bit wild.
Okay, pro scouts. Now that's an interesting opening. Not something that you very commonly see. It used to be a big meta thing back in the very OG days of AoE4, but ever since then it kind of lost its intrigue. But when you have your food so far away, it's an interesting choice, especially because Wham doesn't really have a lot of mobility, right? He's opening Limitani. As you kind of highlighted, he might go longbows. So CSO might be able to take multiple deer packs here without problems.
I mean, it's gonna be weird, right? Because Wham is gonna try to push. I mean, at least put some pressure on, and then he's gonna age up most likely. But I really wonder what can you really pressure here? Like, do you pressure gold, I guess? But it's pretty close to the Kremlin. So longbows should be able to do pretty well on the gold. At the same time, there is a gold on the back of his base, so if he wants to hold it off, he can totally do that. I'm really not sure it's gonna be a weird game.
Mercenary House on the way here for Wham. He's grabbing a couple of Limitani as well. Town Center will finish without any issues. CSO is still only just 3 scouts though, despite grabbing professional scouts over here. And it looks like he's yoinking the deer all the way to the north. He's taking the long way around.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, to be fair, like, if I see second TC, I will never, ever expect pro scouts. So it kind of makes sense to steal your opponent's food at first. I don't really get the second TC positioning though. Like, why don't you just cover the gold? It feels like it should be a bit better. He's gonna cover the wood more, but like I feel like the wood is already very well covered from the position of the wood itself plus the Kremlin. So I'm really not sure.
Yeah, it's a great point that you're raising. Indeed, that second town center feels kind of redundant with that Kremlin placement, and you can see Wham is looking for CSO to move out for the deer, but well, guess what? He doesn't see CSO moving out because CSO is doing something totally different. He is ferrying in deer carcasses from the other side. Wham only has one scout, so I don't think Wham has realized that his deer is being stolen.
For sure, he doesn't know. He's gonna be very soon, but for now, he doesn't know. He's making a few longbows. He only made 2 limit and 8 to defend potential knights. But since it's 2DC is hour, it's pretty useless now. But he had to make a few before he had the information. He's gonna make a few farms and he's just gonna go age up, try to secure relics, and potentially pressure his opponent from there.
The Miku upgrades being focused on by CSO. He does levy 2 of the militia out there. He's sending it out potentially to harass the gold mine, or just to push away these Limitani, because apparently Limitani found what CSO is all about. He started yoinking that deer, and now Wham is having none of that.
Yeah. Let's see what he wants to do with his longbow. Is he gonna be confident enough to cross the map? Or is he gonna just stay at home and wait for the age up? I'm really not sure. Because I'm not sure what they are doing with it. Like, it's not really useful, I think. Just feels like you're wasting 50 food.
Yeah, he bought 2 more militias out there. So he bought 2 militias, he got cleaned up immediately, pulled additional 2 militias. Now he's starting to mix in some archers, also started to make some knights, as Wham on the other side is already aging up the Castle Age with the Golden Horn Tower.
Yeah, I think you are spending too much money on your economy as CSO. You made a second TC, you are making all the eco upgrades. You cannot really go fast castle with it, or you're gonna die to Wham 3 units, aka longbows. And overall, like, he's just gonna be faster to the age up since you are spending a lot. I think he's just gonna have to stick to feudal a bit. He's gonna have to make knights and archer, and try to defend whatever is coming. So most likely, limit an eye, longbows, and man at arms. And obviously, if you micro very well, archer against limit an eye and against longbows, you should be fine. But man at arms are gonna be a problem, so you add some knights to your composition to deal with this. If you have enough, normally you can kind of work with that, but that might be hard in this case.
Well, longbows posturing in front of CSO's base already, supported by some Limitani, so that knight isn't able to intercept any troops. And look at this. As you kind of highlighted, CSO is going to wall off this corner for extra safety here, but he already evacuated that gold mine at the front, had to go for the one all the way back in this corner.
Yeah, and he's gonna wall off a 1 relic, which is better than nothing, I guess. You're scared of your opponent getting 5 relics, so having 1 walled off is better than nothing.
Now he's piling up resources for Castle Age himself. Indeed, walls will complete just in time. Wham is already up to Castle Age, though. I don't know if he's got a monk out already. It looks like not yet, so he's yet to start collecting relics himself.
Yeah, I think you go for... You spend your first gold on like the upgrade for longbows, and then you make a few prelate to start collecting relics. I guess you aim for 4 and then you go for sacred sites. And then I'm really not sure, like, do you go second TC eventually? Or do you just simply all in? You could potentially all in because the first TC, I mean the second TC is in a pretty bad spot. So that could be a target.
Longbows now crossing the map over here. Veterancy is yet to hit for them. Veterancy coming in for the Limitani now. It's quite a lot of Limitani when CS only has 1 knight, although, to be fair, CSO basically has no army out there. Just 1 knight, 2 archers, rushing up Castle Age now with 21 villagers on the High Trade House.
Yeah, to make archers and knights. So it's gonna be a weird dynamic where he's gonna keep making units that needs more upgrades and needs more time to actually fight, since like your opponent have just more than you. You cannot just go out with this kind of composition. Obviously, you still have knights, so you're gonna have some mobility to potentially kill, like, I mean, economy. You can kill some monks, but it's gonna be hard to defend your opponent's push if he really wants to commit to like anything. A ram push maybe.
How do you feel about this High Trade House placement, though? Because it's right across the wall, and your opponent has a bunch of longbows. You will have villagers on the deer nearby, near the High Trade House. Isn't this a dangerous placement here for CSO?
I mean, you're not... It's kind of annoying, right? But I don't think you care too much about the first few deals. You have too much economy under your TC anyway. Maybe you can even pro scout those tiers. Who knows? I don't know. Like this guy is crazy, so he could do that. But I don't think
That's
that's
true.
a big talking point for now. But eventually, when you run out of berries, I think it's gonna be a talking point if Wham is camping here.
And for now, he's just torching his way through the walls, also sending out some monks to pick up relics. He's yet to grab one. Does have 11 Limitani now, as well as 15 longbows. CSO trying to go heavy on the archer department, and now Wham himself is dropping that second TC. Will be scouted immediately by CSO scout.
Yeah, I think that's a bit early, but that's fine if you can secure all the relics. But if he starts being a little bit lazy, for example, the relic at the north is really not definite for now, but soon it will be. That could be a fighting point for his opponent. He could just send a few knights and few archer and try to sneak in the relic. That could be pretty annoying for Wham. Okay.
Breakthrough through the walls does happen over here. A lot of harassment potential. Longbows cannot fire over the forest because, guess what? Wham doesn't have line of sight out there. Knight moves in, tries to harass the gold miners here from Wham. He's unable to take any villagers out just yet. We didn't have a single villager kill in this game so far.
Yeah, I mean, CSO logged his base very well. Plus he has pro scouts, so it's not really surprising. And Wham obviously is defending pretty well, he has more, so it's pretty easy to defend normally. I wonder what he's gonna do with his big army.
He's yet to build any rams. He's just kind of posturing in front of the enemy base here. Walking out for the relics, has got 2 coming back home. He's capturing the sacred sites as well. Ooh, this could be a juicy target. There's so many lumberjacks here from CSO exposed.
Yeah, CSO is running around with a lot of his economy since a while. That can be a bit dangerous, right? Because you have 20 more villagers working, it's amazing. But since there are a lot of idle, and your opponent's economy is boosted by just Cistern and Byzantine bonus, it's not that good. You're not like that ahead in reality. Oh my god, this relic is actually pretty big.
Oh,
that's not
nope.
gonna work.
That is a big nope out there. I mean, I value how CSO tried to yoink a relic from the other side of the map, but that just didn't happen.
Yeah, he didn't play it very well though. He just went straight up like to his base with it, and he knew there was an army in between. So he just forgot about it, I guess. But he could have secured this relic for sure, I think, if he played it well.
Teardrop shields now coming in here. Big upgrade for Wham for those Limitani. And at the same time, CSO is making a pivot into men-at-arms. He's been slowly building up his archer numbers as well. And I think one of the big things to look out for here is that Wham hasn't really seen the size of CSO's army just yet. He saw the production buildings, but he doesn't really know how many units CSO has, right?
And he doesn't really have any information about what he's making, you know? Like, he's making men-at-arms and some archer, which is kind of surprising. You don't have any mobility with this army. You're just gonna be good at fighting. And it's not gonna be that good against longbows, right? It's just gonna be slightly good. So, a bit of a weird comp, I think, from CSO.
Well, now he finds out about this army over here. CSO still looking to contest that relic. 3 relics have been picked up by Wham, though. There's one behind the walls of CSO that's a no-go for him. But it looks like he is going to secure this 4th relic over here. He's got a massive army. And now he's also mixing in some Landsknechte. He's adding a bunch of Varangians. His army is just going to be so much bigger.
I mean, the army being bigger is fine if your economy is slightly bigger as Rus and you can defend. So it's really gonna depend on that. Maybe he's gonna start making some siege too to force the game to go into late game. And usually that's where the game tends to be pretty even. In mid-late game, I still like Byzantine because like their army is just very good and pretty cheap. But I think it's when you get to H4, you really have a fighting chance.
Now CSO is looking to mix in horsemen. He's grabbing the veterancy for them. 5 horsemen queued up as well. He's starting to deplete that gold mine at the back of his base, so he's going to have to start thinking about that. Once it's gone, he's got not a lot of safe gold to work with.
I'm not sure what's the game plan for Wham now. Is he gonna go just like try to take control Sacred Site and spend a lot of money in his army? Or is he gonna go to just fast Imperial, try to get the good upgrades going in? And obviously like, you can get the siege at the Imperial Edge. It's a very good siege from, I mean you have the French cannon, you have a nest of bees, which are the 2 very good options because the Wee power is not very used, obviously it's not the best for now. Maybe it's gonna get buffed someday. But those
I'm
2
sad
options
it's
are
not
actually very
being
good.
used.
Yeah, I tried once against like a Great Wallars and I was pretty disappointed. It was very like slow to take it down. So I was like, okay, let's not use this unit anymore. It's not gonna be very interesting to try to use it, sadly.
Wham himself going for a couple of wars over here, so game has stalled out a tiny bit. Neither of the players really committing their army, just doing that small build-up. Both of them now in the middle of a farm transition. CS up to 2,000 food per minute. On the other side, Wham is at a comfy and cozy 1,300 for the time being. Still making a bunch of longbows though, but now he's got support from a lot of Varangians. Has a couple of Landsknechte out there as well. Blacksmith upgrades also looking pretty much neck and neck. So what's next here? Are you just racing to Imperial at this point?
I think Wham, you can start controlling the gold of your opponent. You know his main gold is behind his base, so it's gonna be dead soon. And he's gonna have to work with the front gold up next. So that's a good fighting point, I think, for Wham. But he seems to go back right now, so I'm really not sure. Maybe he's just going imp.
Well, CSO is looking for a breach over here as Wham is just busy picking up those sacred sites. Needs to be careful with that overchop. But indeed, Wham is now piling up resources. He's going to be up to 2,000 food in a minute. He's a little slow accumulating the gold he needs for Imperial, though, so that's going to hinder his progress a little. Gold income in general is very low for both of these players.
Yeah, I mean, CSO, he knows, like, his gold is not safe anymore. He's gonna have to fight for it. So maybe... I mean, I was about to say, maybe he's gonna harvest some stone to actually go for a castle on it. But he doesn't seem to have any stone, so I guess his goal is just to make a big army to try to contest the middle, and then you can start taking the gold from the middle, so that's a plan too. It can work.
Yeah, his army is now bigger than Wham's. He's mixing in more and more horsemen. Wham stopped producing Limitani. He's only got 16 of them, and now CSO is going heavy on the cavalry. He's got Boyar's Fortitude coming in as an upgrade. And there is a lot of food in the wood code for CSO to back this up, so he can really mass produce these horsemen so quickly.
Yeah, he can, but I think horseman at this point in the game doesn't have the same value in terms of fighting. You just like them to run by. So it's kind of a weird one because it's in the army graph, obviously, but it's not real army in my opinion. It's just like stuff you want to attack your opponent's economy with. But army-wise, I still think Wham is a little bit ahead. I think just longbow, when you don't have any mangonels, is a bit too good. I think CSO, if he really wants to take any fights, he's gonna have to make a few mangonels, and he doesn't have any so far, so I think he's just gonna try to harass left to right.
Timing push coming up here. Wham wants to go into Imperial. CSO moving up with his army just in time. However, there are a couple of fortified outposts at the front of Wham's base. But there is also an overchop, so I guess all these walls, they account for absolutely nothing, as we do have a breach to the north as well. Wham's attention being stretched and his base is being flooded from multiple directions.
Yeah, it's already a problem for Wham. I think he can split his army a bit better, and he doesn't expect his opponent to have such a big army on both sides. So maybe he was like not expecting this kind of push. I don't think it's that scary on the paper because we know how big the army is really. But for Wham, that is a bit in the dark. He just sees units from everywhere, and he doesn't really know like if it's a bigger army or not.
Well, the Mangonel emplacement is definitely working towards reducing the size of that army. Some beautiful Mangonel shots from the tower. The army to the north, it's mostly being cleaned up, but it's also pulling away the forces of Wham. Wham doubling down on this Castle Age positioning. Decides not to go up to Imperial just yet. He needs to defend. CSO rallying his troops to the front, though. I think this is where Wham is realizing that this army is huge, because there's a second wave behind this.
Yeah, it's huge, but the quality of Wham's army with so many longbows should be able to do okay against it. Plus, he has a few towers, and we all know those towers are a little bit broken, the Mogonel one. So it's obviously extremely valuable in your defense. He's still gonna click. He's gonna click up, and once he gets longbows upgraded, it's gonna be a very different story, I think.
Fort Engineering Company on the way, being rushed by 28 villagers, fortified tower at the front, getting taken out, and this is a good cleanup as well. No crossbows, no men-at-arms in this army, just pure archers. Varangians doing a good job chasing them down. There is just battles all across the map, really. Small groups of units skirmishing from both sides. And it looks like CSO is getting repulsed for the time being. Wham is going to be able to reach Imperial in safety.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough gold yet to click any upgrades, but obviously you still have the first upgrade from longbow that comes for free, thanks to the H4 building. So now he has the attack speed bonus on them, which is obviously a little bit broken. It's one of the best upgrades in the game. I mean, he just has a decent size army, right? One, so he can kind of defend normally. And CSO is closing on Imperial, I think. He just wants to click as soon as possible.
A lead upgrade coming in for the Varangians over here, but Wham only has a handful of Varangians out there. His longbows aren't being upgraded just yet, and that's essentially his entire army.
Yeah.
80% of his army is just longbows. They've yet to be upgraded. Horsemen now break into his base as well. Wham doesn't really have a lot of mobility to chase this down with, and CSO is finding more and more breaches into the base of Wham to do eco damage with.
Yeah, and as you said, Wham just spent his monies on like a pretty... I mean, it's a good upgrade, right? But right now you don't have a lot of Varangian guards, and it's not the core of your main army. So I feel like you really want to upgrade longbow more than that. And then maybe you even want to get a university and spend the next gold on the archer upgrade on university. I'm not sure what's the name in English, my bad.
Spaskaya Tower now coming in here from CSO. The aggressive positioning, it's all the way in the middle of the map, only being built by 10 villagers, but if it goes up, it's going to secure this large gold for CSO. And, you know, we've been talking about the gold situation for CSO for a while. It's kind of the opposite now. It's a Wham whose gold is constantly being harassed and pushed.
Yeah, oh my god, the Spaskaya Tower. It's really next to Wham's army. I don't think he's aware. He sees it now, but he doesn't really see it, I think.
Yeah, he doesn't have a scout nearby. These units all have very, very small line of sight. Oh, he actually does have vision on this,
Yeah.
but I think he's gonna be too late.
No, yeah. He's gonna try to defend the one by at the top, and he's gonna send an army in his opponent's economy. So I mean, that's a good idea. If you can deal damage with it, that can actually do very well. And he's doing a whip, oh! That's pretty
Yeah,
funny.
you just said you don't like that unit, and I just looked at the top of the screen. Indeed, a Wei Pao is coming
Yeah.
out for Wham. And as much as that was an overchop from Wham, there is one from CSO as well. Wham can just easily march into the enemy base. Both players having a lot of harassment in their economy.
Yeah, it's not doing nothing, as we see like 12 villagers going down on each side. Oh my god, he's got so many gremlins. But in the end, it's still some damage, so it's always pretty useful to kill your opponent's economy, obviously.
Indeed, Militia will clean this up with the support of Horsemen. Overall population still looking a lot better over here for CSO. And he's yet to get the elite upgrade for these Horsemen. That is just now finishing.
Yeah, I guess you want to aim for the crossbow upgrade, because you already have 40. And then you want your horseman upgrades. That's the two priority. Because
Bit of a tower race over here.
Yeah.
But yeah, just look at that gold mine at the very edge of the map for Wham. That is behind 2 layers of walls and it's still being harassed. That is how chaotic this game is.
Yeah, it's his last very safe gold, and then he's gonna have to fight for it on the map.
Where is that Wei Pao? I'm just interested in looking at it.
Too. But I'm quite sure he's gonna be disappointed. I mean, it's kind of the same
but
case,
it looks
right?
so
Like,
good.
he's fighting a Spaskaya Tower, so it's a very big castle, and you really want to take it down. But I think you just make a few French cannon, and it's gonna be better than that. So yeah, it's I mean, we're gonna see, right? Maybe we are wrong, and it's gonna kill it pretty fast. Who knows?
Well, you need an army to defend it as well. Looks like walls are once again being reconstructed. Both players having banged up on their armies, down to just 50 military. First nest of bees out there. Looks like Longbows will report this army to the north. Mobility is still a big factor here, though, for CSO. It does have a new wave of horsemen coming out. Bombardment placement on this tower already here for Wham. He's got the Wei Pao firing from the backline as one. He's queuing up a second one.
No.
That probably wasn't a misclick then. It was intentional.
No, it was intentional for sure, but I'm not buying it, you know? Like, I don't think it's actually worth the price. We'll see, right? Because
Well,
I think you three-shot a wooden fortress, which is not too bad, but you still have to work for so long to kill a castle, and it's obviously not safe. You have to defend it like a normal trebuchet. So I'm not sure. Maybe he's gonna make it work, right? Because like if you actually make it fight for a while, it's gonna be worse in the long run. The problem is to defend it, obviously.
well, here comes the Wei Pao, supported by some nest of bees. Rangi is being mixed in still by Wham. He's still heavy on the longbows too. At the same time, CSO does have this nice little positioning, and there we go.
No.
I mean, we're going to get what you've kind of touched on a couple of moments ago. How well is that Wei Pao going to do against the Spaskaya Tower?
Nah. Do you feel like it's doing enough? I feel like it kills it too slow.
I guess the silver lining is that you can fire from behind those trees from a long
Yeah.
range, so it's a little more difficult for CSO maybe to snipe that siege weapon. But as I'm saying, that if the longbows don't pay attention to the horsemen, these Wei power will be too short-lived.
Yeah, focusing nest of beast first to make sure like stealthies are safe. Makes sense. I mean, he's defending it pretty easily right now with like the wood line and the little stone mine. It's useful to defend it.
Villagers have been levied to repair the castle for the time being, but look at this, CSO still looking to pressure that gold mine. A single Streltsy also helping out here. We're seeing more and more Streltsy appear on the field for CSO. He does have 2,000 gold to burn, so you really can afford this mix of horsemen and Streltsy very easily.
Yeah, a few bombards, he's gonna make a few mangonels. And eventually, like, if he plays it well, he should be able to pressure his opponents more. Like, he has 20 more villagers. Obviously, relic count is not perfect, it's 4-1, but I don't think Wham is really gonna have a real late game to play for if CSO keeps pressuring the map like that.
Wham has been losing eco left and right. 35 eco lost versus just 16 on the other side. Wham, though, getting elite infantry tactics for his infantry. Both of the big gold mines are under the control of CSO, though. So right now, Wham's only legitimate gold mine is the one that's still being harassed at the very east of the map.
Yeah, and even his food economy is not really safe. A lot of run-bys, left to right. It doesn't have any stone wall, obviously. It didn't have time to make any. Biology is coming for CSO. That's gonna be very helpful to make your cavalry way better on run-bys. That's gonna be a pretty hard hold for him. I think it's doable, but it's gonna be a pretty hard one, and he's gonna have to be very precise.
Oh my, I mean, that just tells you the whole story. Wham has to build a wall to keep the cavalry in his base so his villagers can flee to the outside. At the same time, those Huawei power now being focused down by 2 bombards and a bunch of cavalry. First one goes down, second one is being targeted, but nothing to protect those bombards. So CSO is just gonna pull back.
Yeah, Mangonel coming too. He's making another bombard. So this guy doesn't want to make any spring gold. It's useless. He's just gonna kill everything with bombards. So I guess it's working for so far, so why not, right? It's really working.
These horsemen, they're just a menace, really. Killing so many villas, Varangians struggling to catch up with them. No front line at the main battlefield, I guess, for CSO, though. Mangonel gets picked off. Streltsy, though, hiding behind the forest, just butchering all these Varangians coming in.
Yeah, CSO is playing pretty well now. Like, I don't know, he doesn't make any big blunder. He's just playing the map pretty well. He obviously gambled pretty high, like the Spasskaya Tower. It was a pretty big gamble to put it that far on the map. But it worked, and since then he's not doing any mistakes, so he's actually doing very, very good on the map.
CSO now in the driver's seat here. He's got a 70 population lead. Chemistry is on the way. He's got 30 Streltsy, 30 horsemen on the field as well. And he does have that sacred site countdown ticking too, so as much as he's down 4-1 in relics, he does have all 3 sacred sites.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough tide bound, I think, Wham, so in the end it's just literally an even gold count. Okay, it's making a castle to make sure he can secure the extra gold, which is very smart. But he's not gonna really retake anything else, right? He's just taking a little bit of space for a while, and then CSO is gonna push this point, I think, and he's gonna be able to break it because he has already 4 bombards. So he's gonna go down very fast, I think.
Streltsy now moving up at the front of Wham's base, and Wham is making almost exclusively Varangians at this point. He's down to just 12 crossbow, or 12 longbows, I should say. Varangians against 30 Streltsy, that feels like a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like Wham, it's just a very hard position to play from, so he's just trying his best, he's making a good army, and he's trying to secure spot by spot, but in the end he's still taking damage on the right. His food economy is still not safe. His wood economy is like nowhere safe, right? He has to run from right to left. And his gold, as we've seen, it's just up front, but a few bombards are gonna do the job. And CSO is gonna make it 1-1.
And there we go, CSO convincing game. Again, military value just tells you the whole story. Ever since minute 14, CSO always had the army value lead. He was the second player to reach Imperial Age. Wham actually beat him to it, but there was that one big strike just when Wham was about to age up, and you felt like from that point onwards, things just didn't go as planned for Wham.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really get his plan. As I said, like early in the game, I feel like in this matchup, usually I tend to go 2DC against 2TC, because if I don't, I feel like that's what's happening. Your opponent goes second TC, he gets like 20 extra villagers, then you get more relics, but just the few extra villagers are doing too much for the rest of the game. So yeah, you can make a second TC for yourself at some point, but it feels like you're just a little bit behind the whole game. And since it's against Rus, it's not against the bad late game Steve, right? Rus is pretty good, so if your opponent is snowballing very well, I feel like it's just hard to recover from.
Well, that means we get deep into the series. Welcome back to the panel, folks. Draft getting ready for game number 3. And, just to dissect that a little bit more, Marine Lord, we mentioned this going into this series that Wham leans a bit more defensive, CSO is a bit more aggressive. Do you think this is the type of game where, as the Byzantine player, when you see that type of opening, you need to be the attacker?
I mean, if you want to go for 1 TC, yeah, you have to attack for sure. I think one thing you could have done better, the second TC from CSO was exposed the whole game. And if you are like normally aware of how the game works exactly, you know as Byzantine, even if you go second TC, you're gonna have more armies than your opponent. So you can maybe like just go mass limit an A, click the TC, or just go 1 or 2 rams and click it. And then if your opponent have to remake a second TC later on, then you can have a pretty fair game because you're gonna have your second TC working and he is gonna be down. So in this case, maybe you can catch up, but if your opponent's second TC is never going down, I think you're just slightly behind the whole game and it's pretty hard to wheel.
One thing I want to pick your brain on actually is in that late game. I've seen a lot of players doing this in the late game. They stick to the Varangian, even though that comp felt perfect for a Limitane switch. In fact, that game was even weirder because usually you can't win in the siege battle, right? But potentially that's an option there. Do you think a lot of the time Byzantine players just hang on to Varangian for too long?
I mean, I think I would go Limitane for sure. So I think that would have been better in this case. But the problem is still you're fighting for gold spots all over the map. And you're gonna have less siege than your opponents. Your siege upgrade are gonna be very costful. And it's just gonna be a fight of siege if you do that, I think. Because you don't really have any power in your army. You have longbows that are secured with a front line that is Limitane. So you can easily defend, but you cannot really pressure the map. And then it's just very hard to retake position on the map. So I think you have to find a way to have an even economy against your opponent, which he didn't. And then you can work from that point where you can just have an even position, play siege battle, play castle war, and just fight.
Now, talking of equal situations here, both of them got Rus in the draft lead. I'm already noticing people asking what the hell happened here. We have an interesting rule set here for Wololo where that is actually feasible, right? You can actually get a mirror matchup even if you both open the same pick, but it's not going to be a mirror here. We get ready soon for game number 3. And quickly talk me through this, Lida. Look at these stats, right? Is there anything that maybe you think is more baity going into this? Like looking at Wham, looking at CSO, these stats actually add up so far?
I think so, they do. This is a very competitive set, and I expect a very competitive game number 3 here as well, KP, as we head into Holy Island. CSO this time around with the color blue instead of the color yellow. And on the other side, Wham is going to be once again in command of the Rus in red. Once again, joining me is going to be Marine Lord, who is definitely having a fun time so far observing potential opponents for the LAN in Spain.
Yeah, it's been... I mean, I didn't expect a very close series. I believed Wham will win pretty easily, but this second game was very competitive, and I think CSO played very well. So I actually expect this game, this best of 5, to go 3-2 now.
Doc's already up over here. This is a big game for both. CSO, as a reminder, is coming off of a win against the Vortex in a previous round, 3-1, whereas Wham, he lost to, or he actually won against Cat, but that was in a decider game, 3-2. So, so far we've seen a pretty closely matched set, right?
Yeah, it's very close, very, very close. Very competitive. Game 1, I think, was won by strategy from Wham. And second game, I think, was actually won by strategy too. But then he snowballed very well. So it was a mix of better strategy and good skills. So what do you think of this matchup, Lidakor? Rus against Zush?
I mean, you're the pro player, so you probably have better insights than I do. But again, I think the main thing I would touch on is that this is a somewhat unexplored matchup because Rus gets banned so often in tournaments. We've seen Jushi being a very beloved civilization in in hybrid maps like this, including Holy Island. And Ruse, I presume it would be a frequently picked civilization if it wasn't banned in so many tournaments.
Yeah, it's broken on this map for sure. I think if you play really perfectly, like as good as possibly you can, like when I'm in my top shape, that's what I would expect from myself. I think when I play Rus on this map, I'm gonna win all the time. I think it's just slightly better than everyone else, that if you play perfectly, you're just gonna win. But if you just do one tiny mistakes, or you don't use one of the Rus assets very well, it's gonna be an even game, because it's just like, Zushi is a very good sieve on this map, Rus is broken too, but if you play it on a pretty even level, and you make a few mistakes here and there, I think it's a pretty close matchup.
Well, the Jushi will love that resource spawn that you so commonly have on this map. Meditation Gardens can look amazing on this map, whereas on the other side, of course, you do have the Kremlin for the Rus, giving you a much-needed wood boost, which is always welcome when you have this naval combat element there. But the thing I wanted to ask you about is this map generation in particular. We have a map spawn where the players don't spawn with the forest at the front of their base. How different? Wait a minute, that's a transport ship. Okay, let's talk about this though, because I'm curious about your insights on this. Transport ship, obviously something that you can push up and then convert to a combat ship. How do you feel about the efficiency of that?
I mean, it's a pretty fast boat, so I guess, normally it's worse to do it as a second boat. I think it's fine. And since his build is really, really fast feudal, it makes sense, right? It's not like he's doing it like a slower way, where you can just try to aim for a better economy as Rus. He's just going for the very cheesy one, so that's a fine way to do it.
Well, here is the conversion coming up. CSO's just now starting to build his landmark, the Meditation Garden, so really this early Lodya galley out there is going to do a lot. And guess what? CSO has to rush his landmark with 10 villagers. That's not something that you very commonly see.
Yeah, 10, and in the bad spot. Okay, he's gonna lose a fishing ship already, that's pretty bad. Oh! Yeah.
There we go. Last second snipe out here from the galley. A lot of damage done here by Wham. Idling out all the fishing boats, taking out one as well. And this is only the first galley to look at. Though there is no second combat ship coming out from Wham just yet. He just now queued up his first demo.
Ooh, that's pretty big. I don't think that's a good idea. I think I would rather see him making a Hulk or not make any army units for now. I think you either go economy or you make a Hulk. I think Dumu is a big gamble. If your opponent goes for Archer, you have like an extra ship that doesn't really do anything. And he's making an Archer for now, as we can see. So now he's gonna have two fighting ships, but he's not gonna be doing anything. He could have an extra fishing ship right now and have a better economy than... Oh, okay.
Ooh.
I'm not saying anything. That's very good what he's doing.
It's because transport ships don't show up as part of the military at the very top, so we didn't see that transport ship being sent around to convert into a Hulk, essentially. So now he's got a galley, he's got a Hulk, and a demo ship as well, once again posturing in front of CSO's base. First War Junk is yet to come out.
Yeah, now that makes a lot of sense. You have all three kind of units, and you can really pressure the water from your opponents. Plus, you have to remember you have the potential gremlins that can come at any time on your gold as Zushi. That's pretty scary too.
Nice micro by CSO, keeping that one galley alive with the fishing boats. Demo now coming in. CSO looking to snipe it. First volley connects, second one does miss. Third one lowering the HP of that demo so much. At the same time though, Wham almost sniping this one galley out there. It's just a non-stop back and forth. Demo still looking for an angle though. Galley is around. Oh my lord, that demo finally does get sniped. So does the galley from Wham. Wham is getting repulsed here.
Yeah, decent ult from CSO. Sadly, he lost a fishing ship, which can sound not too big, but at this point in the game, any economy is actually pretty big. But yeah, he killed two fighting ship for nothing, so it's obviously very valuable. And it's a pretty decent start for CSO. And we have to note, he has a very good gold spawn. So gremlins are not gonna be very useful against that. Or not as useful as if it will be a front gold, right?
How do you feel about these meditation gardens, though? It feels like a very conservative spot. It's all the way at the back, and it doesn't really touch a lot of resources.
I think he just wanted to age up as fast as possible. And it's still not too bad, right? It's 25 gold, and how many wood? Can we click it? It must be like 40 wood, I think.
Yeah, militias now walking across the map, but as you kind of highlighted, the gold is all the way at the back, and these militias, by the time they arrive, they will pretty much be expired. Still, CSO harassing the fishing eco Wham over here. Militias now coming in as well. Looks like one of the militias is already banked up here. Town Center is going to do the work with them. Some idle time is being forced on CSO, but nothing significant really.
Yeah, it's still very annoying, but yeah, for now it's not doing that much. It's fine. CSO is pressuring the map on Wololo though. That's kind of surprising, I think. Against Rus, usually it's pretty hard to pressure because they just make so many units so fast. But since he killed 2 units, maybe he feels like he can do that.
And he's got 3 war junks out already versus the 2 Lodya warships of Wham. Wham does have a demo and a galley as well. Same for CSO. But right now the fleet is a little bigger here for CSO. The 3rd war junk is already on the way.
Yeah, making another one. So the meta on Archipelago recently, it was to make a few war junks like that, and then you would go into a lot of demos. I think on this map it's not as good to do that because it's pretty easy to defend. But it's still something we do, right? Eventually, at some point we're gonna make a lot of demos, maybe like 10, and it's gonna be a big fight. But so far I think demos have very little value. You just want one to pressure your opponent, force him to respect your position, but having more than one I think is pretty useless.
Yeah, here comes the demo. Speak of the devil. Same for CSO. Here CSO does have his demo sniped out immediately. And his war junks took a lot of damage in that close-up fight against those Springald ships from Wham. So CSO is going to have to fall back here. His fleet is very heavily banked up. He's got 2 demos, though. I think there's an archer ship in this group here for Wham, though, to snap that with.
Yeah, but it can be scary for CSO, I guess. Yeah, he's gonna lose 1 ship to a demo. That's pretty bad.
Nice little snipe there for Wham. Couple of other war junks pretty banked up here. Wham is going to call off his attack for the time being. Turns around. CSO saves that war junk in the very last minute.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering when they will go for wheelbarrow, because for now they are going pretty heavy on army, right? They don't make any economy. They only have the wood upgrade, which is something, but wheelbarrow is obviously very big. You can also go for the fishing upgrade at some point. That is pretty expensive and pretty worth. Okay, we need some good micro to not lose any ship.
Yeah, as you can see, bottom left of our screen, first knight is out for Wham. He's got a second one in queue. He's looking to put some more pressure on that gold mine. Pressure that really the militias weren't able to impose on CSO here.
Ooh.
CSO, almost connecting with a demo there. That was a very, very close call here for Wham. Wham, though, he does have his own demos as well. This one getting caught in the front a little, eating a lot of damage. Another demo coming in, gets sniped out immediately. CSO needs to be careful. One of those war junks is heavily damaged, but I mean, that knight, it has to be so significant now. Look at all the idle time and the scramble from CSO to build the barracks.
Yeah, it's a massive mistake from CSO to not have his scouts in his opponent's base to be aware of this kind of possibility. Normally you need to scout at all time against Rus, just because of this kind of stuff.
War junks, these do not have an archer ship accompanying them. The demo could pursue. Looks like Wham is playing this one cautiously, though, but his fleet is growing bigger and bigger. There are 8 war junks for CSO, but not a single arrow ship, not a single demo.
Oh, and he lost an extra villager. Yeah, I mean, his wood is all idle. He made a racks in the urgency. But yeah, I guess he is just having a big economy issue.
Demo now coming in here. This could be a big connection. First one gets sniped out. Second demo coming in from the north as well. Wham looking to connect. And it does get a good connection, a lovely connection. There goes half of the fleet from CSO. A lot of the war junks are heavily banked up as well. And no more ships are coming out. CSO is going to tap out of this one. Wham securing game number 3.
Rus, man, it's just a bit better. It's just very hard to play against it. Cannot make any mistakes, and they have the upper hand the whole game, so if you just play Rus very well, you're gonna end up winning, and that's what happened here.
Do you think that the pivot into the Knights was the tipping point in this game?
I mean, in this case, yeah, right? Like, he did a lot of damage on the gold, and then on the wood, so, I mean, for sure, on this game, he did so much.
Well, that puts Wham onto a match point over here. 2-1 lead now for the Canadian against CSO. As a reminder, this is a double elimination bracket, so no player is out if they lose in this series. CSO would fall down to the lower bracket to face elimination in an upcoming set. Whereas Wham would actually be very, very delighted to win here. He would actually have a ticket for tomorrow automatically. And he could secure that win on a regions coming up here. Malians is the pick on the side of Wham. On the other side, CSO picking English. How do you feel about this?
I think it's a pretty close matchup. I prefer English usually, but on this map, I mean, it's a weird map, right? Because you only have to save gold as Malians, and then you have to go in the middle of the map to get your gold. So he's gonna have to control the middle of the map if he wants to win the game, otherwise he won't have any gold, so... I'm not sure, I think Malian is never popular on this map. So I really wonder why he decided to pick it here. He still has Delhi and China in his draft. So Delhi is obviously not too good here, but China is fine. Maybe he just didn't want to have China against English, and that's a snipe. Some people like Mali against English, so that could make sense. But I feel like the map is not the best for it.
Well, we still have 4 minutes left to go here. If CSO ends up winning on this map, then Gorge will be our decider in this best of 5. But of course, this is not the only match going on, so let's take a quick look at the brackets here in the winners bracket part of the online stage. And off we go. Beastie versus Baltune standing at 1 apiece. Baltune was the player to pick up the first game, but Beastie now equaled the score out. Wham now leading 2-1 against CSO. Puppy Paw, fellow Canadian for Wham. He's also leaving against the fellow Chinese player of CSO. 2-1 lead for Puppy Paw against Louis MT. And last but not least, Anathan up 2-1 versus Lucifron. I wanted to ask you about these scores, though. Is this in line with what you expected, or is any of these scorelines surprising to you?
If I had to predict, I would have said like 3-0 for Beastie. I would have said maybe like 3-1 for Wham against CSO. I would have said 3-1 for Pipipo against Lou. And probably like the same Lucifron 3-1 against Anathan. I think Lucifron is better, but from what we've seen so far, like he's leading to the 2-1 for now. So I mean, I'm not even sure if that's an upset, right? Because last time he beat Vortex in the last tournament, Anathan, pretty convincingly, before losing to him in the rematch. So we know Anathan is he can do this kind of stuff, you know? Like, he can actually beat some top players. That's really not surprising.
And if Anathan were to win against Lucifron would be facing elimination against Dumu. That would be, I don't know how you feel about that, but it would be crazy to see, you know, Vortex and Lucifron both playing an elimination match here.
Yeah, it will be pretty sad, but, you know, if you lose, you lose, so it's a game, right? But yeah, it will be pretty sad to see them that early in the brackets, in the loser brackets.
Well, Killjardi and Zerton alongside Vortex and Dumu still waiting their opponents here in the elimination stage. Today we will be taking a look at the round of 8 from the losers bracket as well as the round of 4, so the subsequent round. We have a lot of Age Vampires coming up.
We do.
Well, just a couple of seconds left to go here for game number 2. I think this is a good time to talk through, you know, the stat lines on the player cards for the players. We haven't really had the time to talk about those yet, but, you know, this is one of the cool things to see when you ask pro players about their perception of each other. All the players that are still in the tournament were asked how they feel about the skills and styles of the players involved. So what do you make out of these stat lines?
I mean, from my experience, I would say CSO is more aggressive, but so far in the series, he's playing well-rounded, like he's doing just very good overall. So maybe I was wrong. And Wham, I think he's more defensive than that. He's always complaining about Beastie camping, but I think Wham is the biggest camper, and he always aims for late game. So I think in my rating, I put Wham in the pretty heavy defensive guy. I don't agree with this. He's not aggressive.
What surprises me is how balanced CSO stats are. It's not like, you know, one of these stats is super high, the other one's a little lower. Like, everything is just smack down in the middle.
Yeah, 7, 7, 7, 6. That's not surprising. Wham is a bit high on macro, attack and defense, a bit better than his micro apparently. I would say that's pretty accurate. I think I did the same. I rated him 1 point higher in macro attack defense compared to his micro. And then creativity, it's a pretty hard run, right? Because like, that's what I always say, right? Sometimes people say, yes, this guy is super creative, but he's not doing very good. So like, what do? You create some bad builds that doesn't work? Or like, do we just say people that are doing good builds and that looks meta are creative? So for example, for Beastie, I think I put him as the most creative to me because I think in the end, when he's doing good, that's the guy I copy the most, right? Because he has good ideas of what matchup to play and how to play it. So that's creative to me, right? He is leading the meta sometimes, and other people sometimes they do some crazy shit, and it's amazing to be creative, but there are some creative losers, so it's not really useful, right?
Indeed, let's if either of these players will be a creative winner or a creative loser as we head into a decider game between Wham and CSO. It's match point for Wham. If he wins here, he does have a ticket for tomorrow, whereas for CSO, he's going to have to go through the elimination bracket here. CSO with the color yellow as the English, and on the other side, Wham with the Malians in red.
So that's a pretty bad map. You can complain about this one. He has front goal, and then the second goal is very upfront too. So, I mean, from how I would play it, any day with English, I got 2DC fast castle against Malians. I think that's the safe way, and if you play it very well, you will end up winning against Malian if you play it this way. But you have to play it very well, and some people just likes to attack with English. Obviously, it's good to attack with this sieve. So, considering the goal is up front, maybe he's just gonna go for an aggressive playstyle.
It's always a question with English, right? We've seen various English builds throughout the history of AoE 4, going all the way back to the times where people tried playing Dark Age Men-at-Arms and then the classic Longbow Rush. Recently, the use of the King emerged. We've seen 2TC Feudal English builds. So really, you have a lot of options with the English. There are quite a lot of builds that have been established for this civilization.
I mean, you have a lot of options on paper, but King is so broken that in the end, the only option is King, so... Yeah, I agree with you, but at the same time, I disagree now that like King is just too broken to not be used. I think the only matchup where I don't go King is against Abbasid, when you want to just kill them as fast as possible. Because English can do that, it's always been a matchup win. So you don't need the King to help with that. But any other matchup, I prefer the King.
For the time being, Wham just scouting the front of his base here. Abbey is going to be the landmark of choice here for CSO. He's only building that with 2 villagers, though. Other side is standard Munsa Quarry out there for Wham. Indeed, as you highlighted, that front cold is definitely not generous for Wham. And the same can be said of the alternatives. Like, he doesn't really have a second good pit mine placement. In fact, that secondary gold mine is horrendous.
Yeah, it's terrible. I think that's gonna be the main issue, right? Having the first front goal is not too bad, but having the second one that far up is terrible, I think. So I really wonder how he's gonna play it out. But for now, CSO is showing a very defensive approach. Only 2 to age up, so he's gonna go for like the second TC as fast as possible. That's a very good build. And on top of that, we have to remember people, King got nerfed recently. It takes way more time to build now, so it gives so much more space to your opponent to brace a bit, you know, like at the start, you used to have the King in your face instantly. Now you have 15, 20 more seconds, which is always helpful, even though King is still broken.
Well, you know what else is useful? Scouting intel. Wham spotting that stone mining operation immediately. So no CSO's playing 2 TCs here. At the same time, he's also going to scout the Abbey over here. The effect was being pushed towards the gold mine, kind of tells you where CSO wants to build that extra TC. Wham is just looking to interfere and prevent that.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense to build it here. It's always very good on the gold. And then we can maybe picture a white tower, pretty much in this spot too, to have a lot of farms around it, and start doing what English do. Make a lot of farms and a lot of units, and just have a very good sieve, right?
Yeah, that's usually a good way to win games.
Yeah, very, very well.
Well, here comes the King in just a second. Abbey completes for CSO. On the other side, secondary pit mine has just been dropped by Wham, but of course this is just not a good pit mine to operate with. Top right of your screen, you're going to have a tracker as well for the amount of cattle to work with for Wham, because as much as you're going to have the king out there, CSO is playing 2 DCs, so we might see Wham focusing a lot on his eco as well.
Yeah. So for now, he's going wheelbarrow. He's going wood upgrade. I think he's gonna go food upgrade at some point. He's gonna go mining upgrade. Normally at some point too. But we have to remember he has to do something right now to defend the king. So he's either gonna go spears or he's gonna go scouts, I guess. But spears is the most likely approach.
Bit of a harassment coming in here from CSO. It doesn't seem like it's much, but you know, you have a king coming in, right? So even that small damage done to the villager could be the difference between killing it or the villager slipping away.
Yeah, he can even just start killing houses. And the king is just gonna come with infinite value. He's gonna come, try to kill spears even. And then he's just gonna go back, heal up, and try to do it again. So it's gonna be a weird thing to do with Malians. You're gonna have to make a few units just to protect yourself from the king. And then you're gonna have to do a bit more because he's gonna heal up and be more dangerous. So have to really respect it.
Well, off we go. Here comes the king. Bit of harassment being done. Final house was not completed over here by Wham. He is mixing in a couple of Donzos to repulse this for the time being. At the same time, second TC is complete for CSO, and he's actually mixing in longbows. He made a range, so it's not just a full 2 TC turtle build. He is going to get some longbows out there.
Yeah. Very interesting. I think normally you can make a push work, especially when the gold is that forward. But maybe it's even a fake push, I'm not sure. We really have to see because for now he has a lot on gold, so if he keeps people on gold, it means he's not gonna really pressure, right?
Yeah, it looks like Wham is going to go heavy on the cattle department. He already has 4 cattle out there. Also mixing in a couple of javelin throwers, so he is anticipating, apparently, the addition of longbows here. Donzo's already coming out. He's trying to save these houses, and I think he's going to be able to. So, house lit ablaze, but it wasn't taken out, so no house is lost here for Wham.
So far. I think it's still gonna go down, but...
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point. First longbowman arrives, repulses the Donzos, so indeed one house gets taken out.
Yeah, Wham is gonna be forced to make a lot of units, which is very annoying, obviously. Your opponent is on second TC, so you just want to make a lot of economy. But obviously, you have to respect the king and what's coming up with it, so... I mean, so far he's respecting it. CSO is making a lot of people on gold, but he's not making any upgrades so far, so I'm not really sure what's the plan with it.
And javelin throwers now being mixed in here. Donzo's coming to party 2. Looks like CSO is just going to bail on this for the time being. He brings up the longbows, does a lot of damage to these first frontline Donzos, but he's just going to fall back for the time being. At the same time, Wham is building up his cattle count nice and steady. Horseman also... Wait a minute. A horseman coming out of CSO. Now, I did not expect that. I don't know about you, but this is not something that you see every day with the English.
I mean, if you really want to attack, you kind of need something to kill the houses and to kill the pit. So I don't think you go man at arms because they're not just that good in that matchup. And you don't go spears because it's just... I mean, you could go spears actually. It could be an idea. But your opponent is close to archer, so it's kind of a weird dynamic if you go for spears. So Horseman is the most likely choice. But still, like as I said, he has a lot of gold, so he's pressuring but not really pressuring at the same time. He doesn't put all his eggs in the same basket, so it's a bit weird.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. He does have a lot of gold. Upgrades are slowly coming in, double broad axe on the way, but no blacksmith upgrades, no wheelbarrow, no nothing. So he's got a lot of villagers on gold, but that gold isn't really being spent right now. At the same time, Wham is just doing the casual old combination of Donzos and javelins for the Malians. Also going very heavy on the cattle. He's already got 12 of them out.
I mean, to be fair, he has a big army, so I would feel safe too with 9 javelin throwers and 7 spears. Considering what I've seen so far, he has a bigger army, that's what needed, so he's fine. Balon. Trying to kill the scouts.
Yeah, that horseman is annoying because of that. It outruns the scouts, so you can just push scouts away or even kill them if there's nothing supporting them. Looks like the Wham's army is much bigger now. So as much as CSO was investing a lot into making that push happen with the Horsemen and the Longbows, it's actually Wham who's on the attack right now, especially because the Horsemen aren't at home. They're looking to do some damage over here, but Wham does have a couple of Donsos back at home too. So really, I think all eyes are now set on this army from Wham. What can they do? What can they accomplish?
Yeah, I like Wham's position. I feel like if you pressure like that as English against Malians, you're just setting up yourself behind more for like the castle timing. So you don't really create anything. And since he didn't kill anything as we've seen, like I mean, he killed a house, which is 25 wood. He didn't really do any real damage. I think Wham's position is pretty good. He's gonna get to castle at the same timing or maybe even before than his opponent, which is obviously what Malians wants, because you want to get at least 4 relics in this matchup. So I think Malian is pretty happy about this position.
Horseman does get sniped out over here, so CSO cannot send it back to heal up at the Abbey. And indeed, with 15 cattle working for him, Wham is up to 1,000 food per minute, 600 gold as well. He's going to be clicking up to Castle Age in just about a minute or so. At the same time, CSO does have the nominal equal lead on worker count, but of course that does not factor in the passive resource income that Wham is having.
Yeah, and I really wonder how he's gonna hold fast castle. Like, Wham is gonna go castle way faster than him. He's even making +1/+1 right now on his archer, so he's spending all his gold on that. So it means he really wants to play for feudal, but I think the timing is gonna be very small, if non-existent. I think Wham is doing very well. So I really wonder, like, what's the real plan behind all of this from CSO?
It's looking grim. It feels like he wanted to get more out of this aggression. He just wasn't able to. He might be able to get the scout, but even that is not going to happen. Grand Flonicaral on the way here for Wham. And I just want to touch on this a little. I think this is a good time to talk about this. That little wall segment from Wham, it just helps so much against those rotating cavalry. I don't know how you feel about that, but I think this is a good time to have this discussion. How do you, as a pro player, feel about these early walls?
I mean, it's only like 15 wood, right? Or like 20. So that's nothing. It's always very worth to do this kind of stuff. So the discussion is more about bigger walls sometimes, you know, like the one CSO is doing right now. It makes sense as this timing, right? He wants to secure the bottom part of the map where there is a gold, there is a relic, and there is a lot of farm. But this little wall, I think, is worse, and you just do it at the start of the game. I mean, not the start, right? But eventually in H2, you just do it. It's very worse.
Yeah, so why is it that many pro players often don't do this? Like, we've seen so many games where even little holes are not plugged in, and then players do get attacked from behind.
You really want to tell me that they suck, right? Like, you want me to say that, right? I mean, if there is no reason to not make it, and in this case you really have to make it, then if you don't do it, you just make a mistake, and that's not good because it's a very easy mistake to avoid, right? It's not like you are doing some crazy smart stuff. You're just making a simple wall that blocks a potential pathway for your opponent.
Yeah, I'm glad we agree on the fact that if it's a cheap wall, why not go for it? But CSO is looking to do some damage here, sees that Wham is up in Castle Age, tries to fight before the upgrades come in, but his army is just not enough for this. He's got 20 longbows against 16 javelin throwers. That feels like a no-no. And now Wham is mixing in sofas.
Yeah, no, the map issue is not really an issue because Wham is gonna have map control. So the big pit mine in the center, I mean, it's always in the center, which is very annoying for later on, but it's gonna be able to secure this part of the map, I think. Needs some more walls to not die to any cavalry, but other than that, Wham is verified, I think. He is pretty far ahead.
White Tower now coming in here for CSO. He's fully walled back at home. That helps a little. He's going to reach Castle Age, getting the White Tower going. But at the same time, I love these trenches. Oh my lord. Looks like Wham for a moment lost track of those horsemen. Does get punished. First villager casualty of the game. But I love these walls. Just makes sure that he doesn't get surprised by these horsemen again.
Yeah, he's gonna control the right side of the map with walls. He's gonna take the middle with anything, right? Because he's just gonna make a pit mine there anyway. So maybe a tower with it. And then the left side is gonna be easy to control with his cavalry, or like anything that he makes, right? He's gonna make a lot of sofas, apparently, from what we've seen.
Indeed, sofa it's a heavy switch here from Wham. He's not even producing anything else, just full sofas. He's getting imported armor for them. He's also getting some monks out to start picking up the relics, and this is going to be a big change up here from how this game went so far. Wham had a slow army so far, whereas now he's shifting into cavalry, and at the same time, you look at CSO, he's going for a slow-moving composition, spearmen, crossbows, longbows.
Yeah. I'm not sure if he can add some packs to it. I think he will need it. So far, it's obviously very good. He's gonna make archer with it, poison archer. And then he's gonna try to play the Castle Age from just this army. I think, actually, Malian is pretty weird because they have such a good economy. But I feel like in Castle against English, their army is not that good. So you just play archer and Sofa until you get to Imperial and you can get some gunpowder units. But, I mean, Sophias are very good, right? I'm just saying against English, longbows are a bit better. Plus you have attack speed defending. So you kind of have some good tools to defend the Sofas run by. Plus the White Tower, obviously.
Javelin thrower still a factor here, though, picking off these spears. CSO now going very heavy on the spearman department. Sofas once again launching an assault. This is only the fraction of Wham's army, though, but it's already posturing in front of the enemy base here. I mean, in the meanwhile, we do have Wham also moving out towards those relics. Not very aggressively, though. It's only one shaman to work with, and he's yet to pick up a relic.
Yeah. I mean, he's gonna have to take at least 4 relics, I think. And then I would go for stone walls on sacred sites to start pressuring the map really well. I mean, to be fair, on this map, usually you don't really have to do that because you just have the middle to control. And if you control the middle, since it's all the gold, you're fine. But English is kind of stupid with farms economy. So you don't really want to... I mean, you just want to give you all the option against English. So I think you wall sacred site, you start going to h4, and then you really try to all in into your opponent and pressure non-stop.
Looks like Wham is flirting with the idea of breaking in, but you gotta be cautious. You have these English town centers out there, the White Tower, network of castles buff as well. That's still a lot of longbows and crossbows to fight against, so Wham thinks twice about that. He's just gonna fall back. At the same time, though, he's dropping a pit mines on the large gold in the middle, and this is where things get spicy on regions. This is the big difference between this map and Dry Arabia. You have all that gold in the middle, and you just don't find gold anywhere else on the map. So that's something that CSO will need to consider.
Yeah, we have to say something though. The White Tower is in the middle of the left part of the base, right? So it's not securing anything here. Like racks, markets, and farms can die pretty easily if it takes a good fight. So CSO really have to be careful about this part of the map. Otherwise, he's just gonna lose the game.
He's fighting without the network of castles buff over here. Sofa
Yeah.
willing to take the fight against the spearmen. Javelins focusing them down from behind, but he needs to fight here because this is his whole farming eco, I should say. So many villagers had to flee this position. He just doesn't have the troops needed to stop this. And there's a second wave behind us. You can only see like 5 Sofas on the screen. You have 13 in total for Wham, so there's a second wave behind this coming up. And Wham is also making a very heavy pivot into poison arrow archers. He's got 27 archers that he's yet to show to his opponent.
Yeah, it's a very good combination. He still has some javelin throwers, very useful against archers. But yeah, as I said, like this position is really not secure. I think Wham could just reinforce from this point and just pressure the farms as much as he can. I don't think CSO will ever recover if he loses this setup, so it's a very good fighting point.
Relics are still coming in here for Wham. He's out on 3 shamans in a second. He's going to have 3 relics very soon. And oh my, so many farms have to be a rebuild. This doesn't feel like he's just adding more villagers to food. This feels more about migrating the workers from this position all the way to the left.
Which is really bad. You need your wood right now to make more longbows, more productions. He doesn't have any safe production on the left. So everything is falling apart for CSO. Good micro from Wham, no? He uses javelin throwers very well against crossbow, which is obviously the ideal target, since you want your Sofa to do as good as possible.
And once again, dive in here by Wham. His army is just so much bigger. 3 times the army count here for Wham, and that doesn't even factor in the fact that these are high-quality troops for Wham. Sofas, expensive units, and 31 poison arrow archers. Just a menace, really. And now farms are being taken out of here for CSO. This is looking so grim for him, and this is match point for Wham. CSO, the player who won in the previous round against Vortex 3-1, is very close to being knocked down to the lower bracket here.
Yeah, Wham is playing very well. And on top of that, like controlling this farm you also control the gold at the bottom part of the map, which is the last gold of your opponent. So you know your opponent is out of gold. So just staying here and keep macroing up, you are just gonna win in the long run. That's what he's doing. Just have to stay here and he's gonna win.
He's trying to play food denial here. He's walling off the whole left side, saying, listen, if I'm denying the farms, he might try to go and hunt. I'm just going to wall off the hunt on the left side even. Really, Wham is just playing such a marvelous resource denial game here. So many of these valuable farms being destroyed too. So even if CSO is pushing his opponent away from here, he's not going to have these farms back.
I think you're being too nice to Wham. I think he's just trying to secure the secret site on the left, and instead of making a smart small stone wall, he's just going like, yeah, let's make a line of food walls so I can make sure this site is safe. It's 100% of that, for sure. He's just being lazy, but it's better than nothing, and he's controlling space, so why not? It's better than nothing, right? Like, you really want to control the left side, so in the end, it's a good move for sure.
And he wants to go up to Imperial. He does so with the Fortress of the Huntress. Very reminiscent to that Spaskaya Tower we've seen in the Dry Arabia game. This one is also placed... Is that placed in the middle? No, it's actually a keep, and I think it got placed back at home in the end. No, never mind. It's right there. It just didn't show on the minimap just yet.
Yeah, I mean, he just wants to age up, make one more keep in the middle to make sure the gold is safe. It's pretty smart, like you just want to upgrade your Sofa and your Archer, and then you're gonna win the game. That's when you feel your victory condition, so right now you just step back, you do those upgrades, and then you go back onto the goal, I think, where CSO used to be. And right now you could even pressure this wood line, for example, or anything on the left. So I think Wham is doing it pretty well. And I think he could just go heavier on the age up and make sure like your opponent doesn't go on gold at all by just pressuring it as fast as possible.
This really feels like just a game where Wham, he might be able to defeat his opponent just by diving with his army, but he doesn't want to risk it, right? He just has a leading position, all the map control, relic advantage, Imperial Age advantage. He's also denying a lot of resources from his opponent. It's more of a matter of simply not risking it, right?
Yeah, no, he's just playing it clean. He's making sure that he's covering sacred sites too. Okay, that's a big stone wall. Why not? He's just gonna take space. And on top of that, the little wood wall on the left is just gonna make sure you know your opponent is not onto this wood, which is obviously very big too. So yeah, just go age up, make all your good upgrades, go back to pressuring your opponents.
And just as a side note, both sacred sites are in the corners, one in the east, one in the west, and those corners are being walled off by Wham. So he's about to start the sacred site timer as the king is just like randomly roaming the map. He indeed is starting the sacred site countdown,
yeah.
And he's going to have the sacred sites walled in.
Not anymore. Yeah, I was seeing this kind of little horseman run by on the right, but he never dealt with it. Unlucky. I mean, it's fine, right? It's just an extra winning condition for him. So if it's delayed a bit, it's not a big deal.
Well, King also getting cleaned up here. Elite upgrades coming in. CSO is not done with this game yet, though. No. He's got 107 villagers. He's aiming for Imperial as well. Berkshire at the front of his base. He does have a respectable amount of men-at-arms, something that we haven't yet talked about. Does have clad armor as well. And as much as he doesn't have a lot of mineable gold, he does have enclosures coming in here soon for him as the English. So that's going to at least help out to a certain extent.
I mean, yeah, for sure, like, he has enough gold to make man at arms upgrade, probably enclosure, so maybe he's not that dead. I'm not sure. Like, I feel like Wham is, if he still plays very well and control middle very well, he should be fine. He has 4 relics. He has a good amount of villagers. I'm not sure if he has a second TC or not. I don't think so. Yeah, I think he should have added one at some point. But it's just Malians, right? He's just gonna have a massive army size, and he's just gonna try to control the middle. But it's not over for sure. Like, CSO still have a fighting chance.
Well, he needs to fight here because this is essentially a decider in this series. Sofa's now jumping on those expensive siege weapons. Those have a pretty high gold cost, so losing that mangonel is definitely not helpful. Well, I'm looking to snipe the Trebuchet as well. Dives underneath the White Tower and the Berkshire Palace, but once he sees that army, he's just gonna be like, nope, I'm not taking that fight.
Yeah. I'm worried, like, I think Wham, if he controls the second gold, he would have had a very easy time. But he totally surrendered on that, because his age up was a bit too slow, I think. if really I jumped very fast and put pressure on the goal, I think it was 100% GG. But since these 40 gold are, I mean, he's just getting them for free, I think CSO is now having a small chance to fight in the middle.
Yeah, his Berkshire has such a massive range over here. It's almost able to reach stuff underneath this keep. It's also trapping down this one keep in the middle. Wham himself getting all his Imperial Age upgrades. Just look at this menace that Berkshire piles. The ranges on that is insane, really.
Yeah, I mean, Traps with attack speed is a little bit OP, obviously. They are attacking very fast, so he's gonna be able to take down keeps very fast. It's still 45 mana towns, which are not gonna be that good against Poison Archer and Sofas. You need some more, I mean, either Musafali, but I'm not sure if that's a good choice in late game, or you just go Gunpowder, which is obviously gonna be very good. So you need some University upgrade too, to make sure your Sofas are gonna be doing good. On top of that, he lost the Sacred Site, so it's not a talking point anymore, which is pretty big.
Indeed, that's a lot of men-at-arms. 50-ish men-at-arms closing in on the middle. There's the Fortress of the Huntress, though. Cannon emplacement coming in as well. Quover on the back line, though. Now, these Sofas, they aren't in the middle to stall out this aggression. Instead, they're looking to raid. At the same time, Poison Arrow Archers, supported by some Musafati Gunners and then some Musafati Infantry, even. Feels like it's going to be enough to hold all these men-at-arms. Mangonel fire from the back line. So much firepower to help out the game against all these men-at-arms.
Yeah, he has a lot of firepower. One Mangonel, Culverin. This is so far on by, let's see. Because he doesn't have any pike upgrade so far, so maybe pikes are not gonna be able to defend this kind of stuff. So he has to really respect this kind of one by. But at the same time, gold just ran out, so there is nothing bottom. The wood is not used here, and it's just a few farms. So if he really wants to do economic damage, he's gonna have to go deeper than that. So there was no enclosure, didn't see.
Yeah, I don't think he has enclosures either. The gold income is just very, very low, less than 400 per minute here for CSO. These Sofas looking to do some damage. At the same time, Musafati Warriors, supported by Sofas and Archers from the back line, they're holding their line against all these men-at-arms. Men-at-arms numbers just dropping so quickly here for CSO. He's down to just 15. Longbow's helping out from the backline as well, but Culverins are rolling up, so do the Mangonels here for Wham. Wham just seems to have so much military momentum here. The Culverin doesn't even care for a moment here, going all the way in the middle. Sofas slowly getting cleaned up, but most of them are still at least idling out the eco here from CSO. CSO just now grabbing enclosures.
Yeah, big one by. It's doing a lot of work. He's forcing his opponent to go into mass spears against mass archer, which is obviously very hard. I mean, you want to take down the Berkshire, right, eventually, so he's making some traps, but it's gonna take a while to take it down. So let's see. He's gonna have to start pressuring the map for him.
Indeed, traps are now rolling up here for Wham, looking to target the Berkshire, but it's so difficult to take it out. Look at the range on that thing once again. Yeah. And that's just... This is just such a difficult position to push all together. You have the Berkshire there, but also behind it you have Town Sentries, you have the White Tower. So much firepower still available here for CSO.
Yeah, for now the Berkshire is not very well upgraded. It's only shooting arrows and nothing else. So it's still pretty easy to take down. But yeah, it's obviously very scary.
Spearmen now being mixed in here. They are missing the elite status, I do believe, but it's going to provide some sort of a front line here. Unfortunately for CSO, Wham stopped making Sofas. He's now making a heavy switch into Musafati Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's one of the problems in late game for Malians. Usually you tend to have a problem in front line. Sofas are obviously bad against spears, so you need something else. And Musafalis are very good at killing stuff, but not too good at tanking. So it's just pretty much gonna be a quick fight, you know. You're always gonna lose your front line, but you're gonna kill so much in the process that it's fine.
Well, once again, man-at-arms numbers are partially back on track here for CSO. He's got a lot of spearmen replacing those lost men-at-arms, but then again, the problem remains the same, you feel. You're facing Mangonels, you're facing Poison Arrow Archers as well, and this infantry frontline is just evaporating in the blink of an eye here for CSO.
Yeah, I mean, still doing a little bit of a job, but yeah, it's not gonna hold for long. I think until you don't have attack speed, your army is gonna do good.
Oh my word, that Mangonel shot.
Yeah,
and
it was a very beautiful one.
That might have just slammed the door on CSO's hopes for this game. That was just a catastrophic loss of troops. does have a lot of food to work with, but not a lot of gold. He does have wood, but he has to venture all the way out of his base for wood, and I think Wham is starting to sense that. Wham might be looking to start denying those resources soon.
Yeah, no, wood is the talking point, as you said. And one should be aware, like, if you want some safe food now, you have to go either at the top of the map, or you have to go at the full bottom of the map, which are two part of the map that are not secured from CSO. So he could go for a sofa switch again, and go for some run by for sure.
Abs shooting at units over here, not something that you see every day. And CSO has a lot of farms being built outside his walls as well. Like just to the left of us, you actually have a large concentration of new farms being built.
I think the problem is gonna be siege. CSO doesn't have enough food and gold for that, and Wham just is covering it very well. He has 4 Mangonels and 3 culverins. So if you want to beat that, you want at least like 6, 7, 8 spring gold, which is gonna be very expensive. Yeah, and on top of that, he doesn't have the siege upgrade on the university, so it's a lot of problem for CSO if he wants to really retake the middle.
Oh, well, traps are once again setting up. Looks like CSO is looking to flank around. I think Wham may have missed it, but as I'm saying that, he's shifting to the north as well. It looks like he tried to just run into the enemy base here, but he is just hitting a stone wall, literally and figuratively as well.
Yeah, sadly he couldn't stonewall the left part of the map, so he could put some pressure on the second side. But that's a little bit too late for that anyway now, so he's just gonna try to win from just good economy and pressuring to the Berkshire, which should work. As I said, it's gonna take a long time, but normally, eventually, it's gonna work out.
Blacksmith upgrades are still somewhat lacking over here for Wham. He only has the ranged upgrades maxed out, but he's not picking up a bunch of upgrades with all that gold available to him. And that could be a difference maker. I don't know how you feel about that, but CSO doesn't have a lot of gold to work with, so he might not be able to afford all these late-game upgrades easily.
Yeah, you really need to do all your upgrades in the late game, so obviously CSO is gonna have a problem with that. And Wham is starting to do that now. Even like +3 food and +3 wood, it doesn't seem that big, but in the end it's just gonna matter a lot, I think. So any upgrade is helpful, for sure.
Big push coming up here, but once again, Man-at-Arms just running into his stonewall here. 21 Musafati Gunners now with chemistry upgraded. Musafati Warriors, Poison Arrow Archers on the front line, but it looks like it's just a swarm right now from CSO. There's a second wave, there's a third wave behind us. At the same time, some archers from Wham break into the eco of CSO. This is such a well-fortified position of 4 Mangonels with all these Musafati Gunners from the back line. So many valuable units being killed here for CSO, but he was slowly gaining ground until he pulled the plug on this operation.
Yeah, he's doing not too bad in those fights, but he's not really doing anything at the same time, right? He's just fighting for the position that doesn't really break, so... I mean, it's a good try, right? He really needs to retake this position at some point. And if he feels like he can take a good fight, that's a good idea to do it. Especially if you can do this fight with like 2 or 3 spring gold. I think that would be beautiful. You could easily type some Mangonels and some Culverins. But without any spring gold, I think it's not the best.
Now, once again, Man-at-Arms are charging out over here. They're heavy on the food cost, but guess what? CSO has so much food. And he's just sending wave after wave of Man-at-Arms, now supported by a lot of longbows. And one thing that Wham doesn't really have is armored units. These longbows are having a feast on all these Musafati Gunners and Musafati Warriors. Castle being dropped in the middle as well by CSO. He's looking to contest this gold mine. So many precious siege weapons going down here for Wham. And this might be the first time in quite a while that CSO is really starting to feel like he's gaining momentum.
I mean, if he makes this castle and it goes up, I agree with you. If he doesn't, I think the position doesn't really change. You still have 2 castles to fight. You have a lot of siege. So, and I feel like the castle is already taking too much damage from the traps.
Yeah, the castle's being trapped down over here. It's going to complete, but it's going to be so low in HP, and Mangonels are also nearby. Culver is now focusing down the siege weapons that are coming in from CSO. His Man-at-Arms are also slowly disappearing, and new Mangonels are coming up. These longbows have to micro non-stop to dodge those projectiles. Castle still stands though for CSO, and he does get the attack buff now.
Yeah. One making more Mangonels, he's gonna lose a few. They are all blocked into this castle. Okay, he's only losing 2, maybe 3. Okay, that's fine.
How do you feel about him still making Musafati Gunners and Musafati Warriors? Do you think you should switch back to Sofas potentially?
Yeah, I think you go Gunners and you go Sofas. I think that's a very good combination, and you can also put pressure on the wood line of your opponent if you do that. Right now the problem is that he doesn't put any pressure on to your opponent's economy when your opponent's economy is not safe anymore because of food. So I think that's a pretty big mistake to not go into so fast now.
Still, it's Musafati Warriors, Musafati Gunners. Now, CSO has to resort to taking all these tree lines to the front. He's essentially depleted the map to the north as well. So really, now he needs to take the wood from the front line. Same goes for the gold. Some rams are being built, though, by CSO. He's looking to ram push this middle.
Rams against culverins usually tends to not do very well. But if he can really push into his opponents with mana arms, maybe not, maybe why not, but I'm really not sure about it. It feels like it's gonna be a pretty bad try. I would rather see him making more siege and trebs, but obviously, like, I'm not even sure like what the market costs right now on gold and food and wood, but it must be pretty bad, I think. Tied
It's a
down too.
late Tithe Barns upgrade
Yeah,
here for Wham.
very late.
He's been in Imperial for a long time, and he had 4 relics. That's definitely a late upgrade.
He's making so much siege. 7 Mogonals, that's so much. But to be fair, it's against almost 60 longbows, so it makes a lot of sense to go heavy onto Mogonals. But I think if you do that, you can just go mass sofas with it. Don't need any backline, you just go mass frontline.
Yeah, Musafati Warriors looking for a fight over here. They do butcher the man-at-arms. It looks like they will just swarm the archers as well. Wham just wants to go like full Musafati Warrior plus complete siege. He's got 3 Trebs, 3 Culverins, 7 Mangonels as well. Like, the amount of siege he has is just ludicrous. And there is no anti-siege here from CSO.
Yeah, he's just too poor for it. He has to make some rams. Okay, it's to break on the left, why not? He really wants to start going onto his opponent's economy, and that's the only way to do it, right? You have to break out on the left or on the right. The left makes more sense, because it's where the farms are most likely to be.
Castle being dropped in the middle here by Wham, looking to deny that wood line. A dive coming in from CSO falls flat on its face. First group of units gets butchered by the Mangonels, and the Musafati Gunners flank coming in from the north as well, however. Looking to jump on the Mangonels, but they do not manage to get there. Castle is still in danger, though, to the rams, to the longbows. But the man-at-arms do get repulsed, and Wham still is able to hold its position. In the meantime, looks like we do have a bit of a break into the eco of CSO once again. These Mangonels, they just don't have anything, or we just don't have anything from CSO that can deal with them.
Yeah, he's finally killing a bit of the wood line, which is the weak point of CSO. And now, he's really gonna have a big problem, CSO. He won't be able to make any backline other than longbows, but if you start losing all your wood, at some point you won't be able to remake them, and you're just gonna lose the game. So that's where you really want to hit.
He's got still a lot of longbows in queue, but the resource bank is starting to run low here for CSO, especially the food, or especially the wood and the gold, I should say. Trebs are now rolling out. Now, one thing that helped Wham in this fight was that he had a very nice choke point, so it might be a little bit more difficult to protect these Mangonels as he moves out. But are you surprised that we're not seeing any Springles here from CSO?
I mean, I really don't think he can afford it without any gold, so... it's surprising, but in the end, it really cannot afford it, so... I understand what he's trying to do. I think he should respect his winning condition more. He should try to push the side a bit more with rams, and not really fight in the middle. Really only fight in the middle if you really feel like you have a good fight. But so far he's not gonna be able to put any pressure on the side. Wham is controlling it pretty well.
CSO is still looking for opportunities to breach these stone walls. Now he's trying to the south, but his army, I mean, it shrunk a little. Now he's trying another push here. Mangonels just firing from behind the wood line. Once again, nothing that really threatens these Mangonels, and the man-at-arms, they are just getting absolutely annihilated.
I mean, one ram maybe is gonna break in. Who knows? But is that really gonna be helpful? Like, most of his army is in the middle, so even if it's really doing something, it's not really gonna do something.
I was thinking the same. If you pull the army from the middle, then Wham is just going to march into your base, and he's thinking about just that. Now he's setting up the traps as well, firing away at the Berkshire. Looks like he's trying to drop another keep over here. Villagers somewhat unprotected, but the men-at-arms are just no longer here for CSO. His army count is dropping way too quickly. Longbows diving, trying to stall out this castle, but At the same time, the Mangonels are still untouched, the Musafati Gunners are still untouched, and CSO is just losing all his army. He's completely out of wood. This might be it for him.
Yeah, I mean, if you lose the Berkshire, you're totally dead. Until you lose it, you're kind of in the game. But yeah, for now, like, the army is too big and it's too high quality from Wham. He has the best backline, he has the best front line, and he has a lot of siege. So you cannot really ask for anything else, so it's just gonna be very hard for CSO to retake.
And now he's making sofas. Sofas that have been missing so much from this engagement. And it's going to be an exceptionally good front line here. Berkshire is going to go down, and Wham is just going to continue pushing in here. A lot of production buildings could also be exposed here.
Yeah, he didn't even have the longbow upgrade. That's pretty sad. He was fighting with 6 longbow for so long. It's very sad that he didn't have it. But he was like in gold the whole game, so it's not that surprising that he's missing some key upgrades.
Mangonels now creeping up, and even stone walls are being placed by Wham. He probably wants to put those Musafati Gunners up top, plus of course provide that screen for the Mangonels to prevent Springolds from sniping them.
Yeah, I guess it's to protect the Mangonels mainly, but... And the Trebs, right? Trebs are gonna be safe from behind, so... Well, that's pretty lame, but it worked, right? It's a good idea.
Here comes the Hail Mary here, but these stone walls just funnel the men-at-arms into one narrow choke point. Mangonels, Musafati Warriors, Musafati Gunners, same story as before. These men-at-arms, they're just getting absolutely shredded here. Longbows getting cleaned up as well, and the siege, there's just nothing that CSO can do against that. Mangonels are still alive, and Wham continues to push. So close he is to securing his ticket to tomorrow and taking another win here in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, it was a pretty well played game, I think. The only thing I said that was negative was like he didn't really play the tempo of the H4 onto the second goal of his opponent. Other than that, I think he played it pretty well at the middle of the map. He was always making the right call, and he was always making the right amount of siege, which can be a bit hard sometimes. But I think he played it very well, and he was always controlling the sides too. Very good defense from Wham.
Now the Trebs are taking away at those last remaining production buildings, defensive buildings. CSO still looking to rebuild his army over here in terms of the man-at-arms. He actually has a lot of gold in the bank now. But, I mean, it just tells you how much he was lacking gold that he's still getting blacksmith upgrades 40 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. He had some big gold issues. Only one relic, no sacred site. You only have your farm economy working for you, and he got enclosure pretty late. So it's not even like he got enclosure instantly. But yeah, no matter what, you don't have any gold to mine, it's gonna be a hard game for sure. And it was a very hard game for CSO.
And I think Wham wants to drop a keep. He's got a bunch of villagers moving forward. He's got enough stone for that. He wants to push his opponent out of this game. CSO tried another push on the Mangonels, but once again, it just didn't happen. Villagers actually will be repairing these mangoes. Bit of a traffic jam here through this gate is the only thing that's slowing Wham down right now. Yeah,
he's finding some farm economy. He can push this relic, maybe take it. Maybe he's just gonna kill everything that is landmark, I guess. He's very close to the second landmark and to the main landmark, so landmark victory could be a way to make your opponent quit.
Indeed. I think Wham is done playing around here. He has taken out 2 landmarks already. The White Tower and the starting TC are also fairly close. He's going to start moving towards that as well. Indeed, White Tower already being trapped down. That would be 3 out of 4 landmarks. And again, he's got 10 Mangonels on the field. Yeah. What even are you going to do against that?
Nothing except spring gold. And if you don't have money, you just leave, I guess. That's too much.
Yeah, it just feels too much. And I mean, knowing how dominant Wham's position is, I would not be surprised if he stole the relic from that monastery.
That's really possible, yeah. Okay, now.
Yep. And there we go. Wham securing the 4th game in this series. And with that, a ticket to tomorrow. A long and grindy game over here. But I mean, I think the army graph just tells you the whole story. This really didn't feel like it was CSO's game at any given moment.
Yeah, from the start, from this strategy he shows at the start, I think he was always a bit behind. And then he never could come back into the game. Wham always secured the position very well. So it was a mistake at the start from CSO, I think, to be aggressive like that, even against such a bad map. But then Wham just played it well. Good economy, good map control. He took 4 relics, and he just played it pretty solid, right? pretty good.
Indeed, and with that, Wham is the one winning this opening round. We, of course, have Killer Pigeon here as well that was looking at the games that we had, as well as probably keeping track of the other series that have been going on in the meantime.
I was. My brain's still a little bit scrambled. The 62% win rate in this tournament for Malians just got improved by a Regions game with bad gold spawns and 50+ military pop into Siege. I can already see Wham in chat talking about Siege. Probably have a Reddit thread up talking about English and their keeps. But we have got to talk about what's been happening elsewhere. So we've got some interesting updates here. Luciferon versus Anathan went down to the line. A 5-game series that ended with Luciferon thrusting forward deeper in the upper bracket. Anathan, of course, will have to fight for his life in the lower. An interesting Mongol Abasa game on Golden Heights to round out the series, which suggests that Luciferon maybe got a slight outdraft there. We can also see Puppy Paw was able to slay the Chinese beast Louis 3-1. And of course, the other Chinese player will be joining his comrade down that lower bracket. And finally, Beastie versus Baltune is still ongoing. Beastie now on match point. They're actually getting ready for a game 4 on Kawasan, where Baltune is getting unorthodox here. Beastie has the Japanese, but Kawasan, usually a map you wouldn't think Juji gets picked too much on. Well, Baltune is looking to experiment there. So curious to see how that one's going to play out. But boys, we've got to dissect this series a little bit. Marine Lord, looking back at that game 4, game 3, I feel like it was kind of a written destiny thing, but game 4 to me was, I think, very surprising, right? Like, we talked at the start of the series that CSO is a very aggressive player. We talked that the Whams are more defensive. It kind of felt like there was maybe a missed opportunity, like CSO was being very greedy while needing to be aggressive with the comp he was going for.
Yeah, it was a weird one, but I feel like at the same time, he never had enough to really put the pressure on. So I feel like in this case, it's kind of more of a strategic issue than really just putting the pressure on. If you don't have enough, you just cannot put pressure on. So I think the idea of just going fast castle of 2DC and making knights instantly and trying to take relics to have a better mid late game situation where you have like maybe 2 or 3 relics as English would be a better game plan. So yeah, you don't put any pressure, but you set up yourself for a better late game, which is kind of what you aim at in this matchup. So I feel like with this game plan, it was well played, but it was just the game plan, sorry, for being an issue, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the thing we noticed with CSO is usually he actually executes quite well, and sometimes there's this one question mark decision mid-game. I remember that happening in a series against Luciferon in Master of Realms. You might remember that, Lidicor, where I believe it was Delhi-Zhone matchup, and Luciferon looked like he was going to get annihilated there. All of a sudden, CSO makes an unorthodox choice. He snowballs a win into a loss, essentially. But I think it'd be fair to say, I don't know if you agree here, he's just a tiny bit off breaking into that upper echelon consistently. We're seeing him get deep, but I think it's usually the mid-late game where CSO's game plan can begin to unravel a little bit more often.
I feel like this, again, goes back to that very common conversation we have about tournament experience and players witnessing a lot of these scenarios. And as you kind of highlighted, sometimes you just make some choices that are somewhat uncommon and they don't really work out in many occasions. And that's part of the reason why he ends up losing series like this. But at the same time, I think one of the cool things to look out for here is that this is a double elimination bracket. He's not done just yet, and he does have a potential recovery arc. Obviously, he's going to have a tough job ahead of him. He's actually going to face off against Killjardi. The same Killjardi who 3-0'd Lash. But at the same time, I'm going to be curious, just to highlight another thing regarding that series, about how much information transfer there was between Louis MT and CSO, because Killjardi lost 3-0 to Louis MT, so it's something that's that we're going to have to monitor going forward. But KP, we have another absolutely magnificent set coming up as I see. Do you have anything to say before we head in there?
You know what? Like, I've got to kind of pose the question to Marine Lord. It seems appropriate here. I mean, Benny Boy is playing. It's Anathan versus Dumu. After what we just saw, at least in the scoring in the upper bracket, what is the probability that Ben is joining us on the casting bench here tomorrow, Marine Lord?
I think it's pretty high. I feel like this tournament, so far, from what I've seen, his drafts are not too good, in my opinion. I mean, this draft is probably fine, actually. Like, he has a good amount of good saves. He only has Daily that is not too good, and he's gonna use it game 1. After that, I guess he's gonna actually very good saves. He has IU beads. I mean, actually, his 5 seeds are very good. Mongol is gonna be very helpful for Frisian March. He has good map for open maps like Ayyubis and Byzantine. He has Japanese for Kawasan, which in my opinion is better than Abbasid. So, I mean, yeah, he has a pretty good solid draft, I guess. Anathan has Rus, which is always very good, obviously. So maybe a Rus on Frisian March will be a good pick. China is always solid, maybe on Gorge. China is very good. So I feel like this one is gonna be about skill more than about drafts. I think they have pretty fair drafts.
That's music to my ears. I hate it when we see the outdrafts. Boys, you quickly take a break, get yourself a drink, get ready, maybe some Red Bull for the second series of the day, because I got to talk with everyone in the audience. You know, there's someone we need to discuss here. I've seen you all on the ladder, HRE, Roost. I know who you are, and I always know who you are. Pro players, I'm talking to you, casuals as well. And the reason I know who you are is because you're not using our sponsor here. It's time to talk about Surfshark. Why the hell are you guys not taking advantage of this? We have partnered with them for the third event in a row, and they've given us a code, Wololo, which is appropriate here, to get 4 months extra on top of their already absolutely a bargain here deal of paying about £60. I think it works out €250 a month to get protection, to also get an ability to dodge, go to different places. And I know where I'm going to hit here. I know what we've all been feeling. How many people are not a really big fan of India right now? Now, I'm going to ignore the farmer that lives out in the open is going somewhere else with that, because what I'm highlighting is the fact that that server is about as stable as a chair with one leg. It is unreliable. You do not want to be there. And you know how you could probably dodge that? Pretend to be somewhere else. Link to somewhere else. I've seen so many players complaining about this. We don't want to end up in that situation. And this really especially goes out to all you team gamers. Because how many Chinese players have you seen on that ladder? You can't help it. You're in Europe, you're in America, all of a sudden you're playing on the Indian server, everything gets shaky, and you might have a reason to blame something, right? You can blame it on lag, but let's be totally real. Deep down, you knew it wasn't the lag. So maybe remove that from the equation and just get better as a player, courtesy of Surfshark. But guys, outside that, pretty cool tournament so far. We've had some very interesting upsets coming into this. What a series that Anathan versus Lucifron was, going 5 games. Look at the draft. I love the dynamics back and forth. But we've got to talk about the civs that are being drafted out here. We've got some big winners so far after 1.5 weeks of AoE4 action here in Red Bull Wololo. HRE are looking absolutely dominant with a 75% win rate, as well as the most bans by far. In fact, they have almost 20 more bans than the next closest, which of course the Roos, down at about 50% win rate, 48% at the start of the day. They're a little bit more shaky. The other big winners, of course, Ibids and Malians at 62.5% win rate, and then Byzantines, well, we got to nerf them more because they're still sticking strong and hard at 60% win rate in a map pool that doesn't necessarily lean too strong into them. There's a few good maps in there. Gorge, Dry Arabia comes to mind, but plenty of question marks, like Socotra comes to mind, and also something like Kawasan, unless you're a psycho like Dragavan and decide to Grand Winery the center of the map. Biggest surprises, though, French may be a winner here on the cast. He might later be a winner in the castle. But right now, they cannot win a single game here in Red Bull Wololo. They've been picked 3 times so far, 0 wins whatsoever. As we look forward into this deeper series, it's going to be curious because I did see that Dumu picked up the Ottomans. They're currently seeing a 27.3% win rate. Abysmal because they're never able to get out of that feudal and into the comfortable late game. Mongols and Delhis are also kind of underperforming here, usually looking very strategic and powerful in the comp scene. They're both at a 40% win rate right now. It's gruesome. But you know what? To help unravel this and show the hope, show the way, we heard from Marine Lord that Ben's draft ain't too bad. So let's find out if Benny Boy can look pretty good in this series. I'm going to bring the casters back in because it's time to get ready for our second set of the day here on the channel. We have got Dumu versus Anathan. Ooh, welcome back, boys. Lidda, you know, talk to me a little bit about those stats. You heard me tooting off a few of them. Is there any big surprise here from the ones you heard?
Not very many, although I would lie if I said that I heard everything, because, you know, caster breaks are provided such that casters can take a break. But...
No, you need to know everything, okay? You need to be here every second and every day. I think the big one for me, though, the big one for me was Mongols and Delhi underperforming. Like, are you a bit surprised that Marine Lord, both of them having a 40% win rate?
No, I think that's fair. I think people have been overestimating Delhi a lot. I think Delhi is not good. I think when you play Delhi in best of 5 is that you misdrafted somewhere, I think. Because it's just a civ that have too many bad matchups, that it's just a big gamble to pick them, I think. So yes, sometimes it's fine because you have the good matchups, but when you have the bad matchups, you're just normally dead. So I mean, you can see, like, in the last tournament, I never played Delhi for good reasons. I just think it's bad. And when I pick Delhi, it's to deny it for my opponents. So, like, if I play against Vortex, Lucifron, for example. But I think the Civ is not good.
It's interesting, actually, because, like, you know, on the flip side, I feel like this year you've prioritized, I want to say Iber's a decent amount. I still remember the first major tournament of the year. I think you had 10 wins, 0 losses. Like, you know, do you think that that's a Civ that maybe is still in a very potent position here?
I'm really not sure, to be fair. Like, I think it's a Civ with a lot of weird matchups, so it's just gonna give some very weird win rates here and there, but
Gotcha.
yeah, I'm not sure.
All right. Well, what about this matchup, Lidical? Talk to me a little bit about it. We've got Benny Boy versus Anathan, the unorthodox versus, I say, the orderly. You know, do you have a favorite going into this one?
I don't think I have one, to be honest. We've seen some really good Anathan performances recently, but I've been saying this for a long time. Dumu plays his best when he needs it the most, and he definitely needs it here heading into game number 1 of this elimination match. Anathan with the color yellow here on Rocky River, facing off against Dumu with the color purple, playing as the Delhi Sultanate.
So what do we think about this particular matchup, like Delhi against Zushi? I'm not gonna lie, I've never seen this matchup on land map. I think I played it once back in the day, and it was very hard for Zushi, I think. So from memory, I would say it's a good matchup for Delhi, but it's been such a long time that I'm really not sure, like, I don't know, to be fair.
Didn't you just say that if someone plays Delhi in a best of 5, that means that they made a mistake in the draft? Yet we see Dumu playing as the Delhi on his own free will. It's a map that we haven't seen in quite some time, though, so maybe he's got something cooked up for us.
Yeah, it's a weird map, but in the end, it's kind of a normal map. It's just normal land map. Water is not worth to get because it's too aggressive and it's only two fish, my bad, not sheep. So it's not really worth to get. And Zushi, I'm really not sure. Like, I don't really get what's the idea behind it on this map. I don't feel like you can get any good meditation garden. So maybe it's just like a massive that you had to play because you have to have a good sieve pool, obviously. Need to play a lot of sieves in this format. So maybe it's just like one of the lower tier sieves he wanted to play as a throwaway, you know? Like, maybe he feels confident with it, but not too much that it's a good sieve he has. He just wants to play and see how it goes.
Well, we do have 2 villagers moving out here for Anathan already. Looks like we're going to have those meditation gardens pushed all the way up here. Assuming it's meditation gardens.
No, it is, but... Okay, on the right, it makes some sense. Yes, triple berry over there. So that's a good one, I guess.
Yeah, that's a juicy, juicy spot indeed. At the same time, Dumu is doing the standard, usual daily stuff, likely aging up in the Tower of Victory. And there we go. That's a very much pushed up meditation gardens, though. It took a long time for him to walk out there.
Yeah, I would be surprised if that's worse. I think maybe you can just play around it and try to just kill it with Gazi Riders. I would not be surprised if he just aims to kill it. And I'm not sure, like, what's the follow-up with it? Like, do you just make a big army and you try to fight Feudal Age against Delhi? That tends to be good with China, but China have a different working economy. So I feel like China is a bit better at that than Zushi. I mean, at least he's gonna have a lot of free food, right? You're gonna have like maybe 90 food per minute with that, maybe a bit more. No, actually way more, actually, I'm stupid. It's gonna be like 140 food per minute with this meditation garden, if it's surrounding the whole berry patch.
Yeah, if Anathan starts committing a lot to army production, trying to protect this meditation gardens, this is gonna be a really good staging ground, because it's kind of halfway in between those 2 sacred sites, and Dumu will need these sacred sites, so it really... I agree with you. He might just try to commit very heavily into army production and say, okay, I'm going to defend this meditation gardens. It's a big boost to my economy. And at the same time, I will just try to be around to deny those sacred sites.
Yeah, that sounds like the more logical plan. But I'm really not sure if he can really make enough units to kill off a Delhi player with Tower of Victory and Gazi Riders. So, I mean, it must have been a matchup he had played in practice. So he must be aware of, like, okay, he's actually making a Gignant Tower which is a dynasty, so you can have cheaper wood cost on economy building, which is good for later on.
Indeed, Jiangnan Tower coming in here for Anathan. At the same time, Dumu, up to 3 scholars. So he's committed a lot of resources to the scholar production right here. Sanctity is on the way as usual. Not a single production building though. Are you surprised about this? This is a very non-aggressive start for the Delhi, I guess.
Yeah, usually you do that against people who defend. So like against the Rus that is gonna go second TC, English, or maybe China, that tends to be a bit more defensive. Since you really want your sacred site as fast as possible, you go 3 monks, and then you can obviously go for 3 sacred sites at the same time. But in this case, I think he didn't expect Anathan to place the meditation garden so aggressively on the map. So maybe if he knew ahead of time, he would just go 2 and he would just make a stable unit to actually go kill the meditation garden.
First Ghazi Raider will be coming out of here as Anathan does finish the Jiangnan Tower. Not a single piece of military coming out of Anathan, however. He's bagging up a lot of food, doesn't really have a lot of gold to work with, but also no army so far.
I guess he's gonna start making it now, right? Since he's gonna have to make production after making the Jiangnan Tower. He's gonna have 1 free unit per production building. So that's how it works. Like if you make the Jiangnan Tower, what's it gonna do? It's gonna bring you 1 unit per production building. So if you make 1 archery range, you're gonna have 1 Zugenu. If you make 1 stable, you're gonna have 1 horseman. And if you make a rack, you're gonna have a spear for free. So it's a very weird dynamic. Because in the end, I don't think you make a lot of production. You just make a few. Because you just want to boost them, right? So it's a bit of a weird one where like the idea behind it is cool. But since you're playing Zoshi, it's not very good, I think, in combination.
Well, it's going to be a heavy commit now to the Ghazi Raiders. As expected, they're looking to torch down these meditation gardens, but I don't know how you feel about this. I think if you are Anathan, you're more than happy with Dumu just wasting his time, so to say, on torching down this building, because this gives you a little bit more time to build up your spearman and horseman count.
I feel like he's safe, so it's really not a big deal. I think he really doesn't want to lose a meditation garden in the long run. So yeah, he has some time for himself, but in the end, he's gonna have to defend this middle point, I think. And same for sacred sites. Demi is gonna go for them very soon, and I don't think you can really have him let him have sacred sites for free. You really have to fight for it, I think.
Scout does escape the chase of all these horsemen out there, so Dumu is not going to be deprived of vision. Horsemen clash into the Ghazi Raiders for the time being, but Anathan is yet to show the spearmen here. He's just now moving out of his base with those.
Yeah, and he has a bigger army than Demu, so he could actually kill the monks for sure, if he just bring everything. So the right sacred site is gonna be safe. I think he's sending a monk to the left one too, no? Right now. So maybe he's just going to try to take all sacred site at once, but it's not gonna really gonna work, man. He has too many units, Anathan.
Indeed, Anathan, he just has a massive army advantage over here. 10 spearmen. Dumu just now coming out with his 2nd archer. These Ghazi Raiders looking to turn back and do some damage, but they just have to flee out of this position. And at the same time, Anathan is now mixing in some Jugenu as well. Meditation Garden still stands, but this is where it gets tricky, right? You are starting to mix in some archers, but Anathan already has some horsemen out as well.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna go mass horseman in the long run. I think it's too food heavy for a Zushi. I think he just want to go for a lot of Zugenu. So I don't think he's gonna be worried about cavalry too much on the long run. But for sure, for now, he has a lot of cavalry, and that's something you have to take into consideration.
Well, archers keep getting at it here by Dumu. He's gonna go for that combination of Ghazi Raiders and archers. First blacksmith upgrade is just now finishing for him. No blacksmiths out there for Anathan just yet. But Anathan's army is just growing so rapidly. And once again, he's yet to show the Jugenu to his opponent. Those Jugenu haven't been seen. Maybe they are anticipated by Dumu, but he didn't get a visual confirmation so far.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, as you said, he will expect it, but for now, he doesn't really know about it. He has +1/+1 already for his archer and +1 anti-archer, so we'll be fine against Zugenu. His army is pretty big too, so I guess he's gonna be able to start fighting for the middle sacred site and for the meditation garden. I think if this dies, Anathan is actually behind. If it stays alive, he is in a fine position.
He's just not getting the range defense upgrade. Meditation Garden's low on HP. I don't know if Anathan is going to be there in time. Maybe he's going to pull a villager later on, even if it's on fire. But this Meditation Gardens will definitely be set on fire. Palace Guards are slowly being mixed in here by Anathan as well.
Yeah, I'm really not sure about that against Geyser Riders. But hey, who knows? Maybe it's okay.
Ooh, and he arrives in time to push away the troops. The Meditation Gardens are still not on fire. Horsemen doing a decent job pushing back the first wave of Jukenu, but the archers are picking those apart. Many of these Ghazi Raiders are heavily damaged, however, they just have to stay behind for the time being. So what's next for Anathan over here? His Meditation Gardens are still intact, but maybe not for too long. But at the same time, he's facing a lot of archers and doesn't really have the necessary amount of Jukenu to die of this yet.
Yeah, I think for now, Dumu is gonna scale a bit better because of Geyser Riders and Tower of Victory. And eventually when we get close to 200 population, Zugenu are gonna be a bit better. So I guess they're just gonna fight Feudal for a long time. And eventually I think Dumu is gonna try to age up. But in a very long time I think. He's gonna take his time, he's gonna make more monks, make sure his production is very good. And then maybe around like 150 population, I think he will try to age up.
Well, Meditation Garden's now on fire, but they still produce those resources. So that's there for you. But now, as I'm saying that the landmark is gone, looks like Anathan isn't really willing to fight for it for the time being. At the same time, Dumu did manage to capture 2 sacred sites. So there is a decent amount of passive gold income now for him. He's up to 30 or so archers. And the second wave of blacksmith upgrades is just now finishing. Jugenu looking to hold their ground over here. Couple of Palace Guards being mixed in though, and that's definitely not something that those archers will be good against. Not so much the Ghazi Raiders. That's one of the cool things that you're getting out of these Ghazi Raiders. Bonus damage against these heavy troops.
Yeah, trade is pretty even so far. He wants to really snipe all the pikes with the spears with all the archers, and then he can go with the Geyser Riders. Right now he could go actually here. He has enough. So obviously it's gonna be a fair trade because Zugenu are very good in big number, but Dumu is for sure happy about this trade. Meditation Garden is done, and he has 2 sacred sites. So I think with this situation, you're just happy as Dali, and you just want to trade evenly.
Well, 2 sacred sites still under the control of Dumu here. Palace Guards being mixed in as well. A couple of spears making an appearance too from Anathan. So far, this has been just a back and forth skirmish. But it's going to be full blacksmith upgrades now for Dumu. And he's also doing a pretty good job aggressively contesting that far left sacred site. Really, he is not very far away from having all 3 sacred sites under his control.
Yeah, it makes sense since he has cavalry. He can control normally the left side. He can also actually take the map control with berries. Berries are obviously in a big number towards the middle of the map, so he can probably secure them a lot on the left maybe. Anathan, I'm really not sure how he's gonna do with food. For now he was fine because he had a lot of sheep at the start, but the deer pack is very far left, and then everything else is very forward. So he's gonna have to fight if he really wants to not do farm. Maybe he's gonna go for farms. He's gonna be more cheap with Dynasty obviously, so it could be a possibility.
Right now, Anathan is focusing on decapturing that sacred site in the middle. He's got 4 out of 4 Imperial officers, boosting his economy and production. Dumu still heavy on the archers, but he kind of stopped producing Ghazi Raiders. And at the same time, Anathan is still mixing in more Palace Guards, so this could get a little dicey here for Dumu. Indeed, Dumu is thinking twice about taking this fight.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't need gold for now. It's always a good bonus, but you don't really need it. I think you really want to make a big mass of Geyser Riders before the next fight. I think having 5 to 10 is not good enough. You just need way more to make sure you can go into the Zugenu mass. Because you don't really want to just aim into it. You really want to surround it so you can work with your archer and actually have a good trade. If you just get guided to your death, it's not gonna be really worse. So you really want a good amount to make sure you can surround your opponent.
40 archers versus 42 Jugenu, a bit of a skirmish in the middle, but really, I mean, lines are solidifying over here. Neither of the players are really making a break for it or trying to just take a decisive engagement, so to say. Who does that favor in the long run?
I mean, Anathan have an extra good bonus that is cheaper age up. That could be useful later on. I feel like if any find a good age up timing, they will be ahead. But I really don't see how this can happen from Dumu. I think Dumu, if he age up, he's gonna die. He's gonna die as fast as Anathan is gonna push. So the only one that could potentially age up is Anathan, I think. But it's gonna take a while. He doesn't have any food right now, so...
Yeah. I mean, it's true for Dumu as well. It tells you a lot that he's taking hunt over here with the deli, not something that you see every single day. Palace Guard will find those villagers, so you can do a little bit of harassment out there. Once again, players are posturing back at home here. Basically, all Feudal Age upgrades are complete, though, for Dumu. He has nothing left to research.
Yeah, I mean, the +1/+1 physical is not big in this case. So you only care about +1/+1 arrow, and they both have it. You care about food and wood upgrade mostly, and that's what they both have. So the only thing that is really bad for Anathan is the meditation garden being down. It's like you're losing 2 free villagers, 2 to 3, so that's obviously something problematic. And it's never gonna go up ever, because it's in a bad position, so... I guess Anathan is gonna go fast castle now. He's rolling up his map. He has a few farms, so kind of... I mean, he can go age up right now. Let's see if behind it, he will be able to be safe, especially the wood line. It could be easily pressured.
Well, Castle Age will be targeted here by Anathan. He's aging up with the Mount Lu Academy just now. Demon looking to make a push happen. He does have a lot of food in the bag, but doesn't have the goal to age up just yet. And even if he does, it takes some time with the deli to grab the upgrades. Archers trading against the Chukenu for the time being. Looks like the walls will be breached, though. So the Ghazi Raiders could commit. Spearmen slowly being trickled out here by Anathan. A couple of Palace Guards making an appearance as well, but these Ghazi Raiders, they do provide a good front line for the time being, and Dumu is more than happy trading this just before the Castle Age upgrades would hit here for Anathan.
Yeah, Dumu really wanted to take this kind of fight, so he's gonna be pretty happy about it. He went for the Mount Lu Academy, actually. He didn't go for like the big monastery. That's kind of surprising. I think it makes sense, because he's lacking food. So, oh my god, I didn't see that. That's crazy. If he can have a full repair, that's crazy, actually. I'm not sure, like, I guess he wants to get the late game upgrade from the Mount Lu Academy, but it's kind of a weird choice, I think.
While he survives this initial aggression over here, Dumu does have all 3 sacred sites. He's also looking to age up. But at the same time, it's now Anathan breaking out of his base. He's starting to mix in some more and more Palace Guards, and indeed, there's just no vision here from Dumu to prevent that repair from happening. Compound of the defender now coming in for him as well. But this is where, again, we have to highlight how long it takes for the deli to get those upgrades. Dumu only has 4 scholars.
I mean, it's gonna take forever. And he wants to take relics too, so... maybe the imams won't even be at home. So yeah, it's gonna take forever, but his army is very big. Unlike Anathan's. I think Anathan's army is not good enough to push right now. So yes, it can look scary. I think it's gonna be fine if he just take a good fight.
He does have enhanced production on that stable, and he's going very heavy on the Ghazi Raiders. Anathan doesn't have a lot of spearmen nearby, so this could still be a fight where Dumu just jumps this army with a bunch of horsemen, even though those are Feudal Age horsemen. Looks like those are not here, though. I actually wonder if they flanked around to the left. You do have Dumu working with a lot of proxies, by the way. Bunch of villagers all the way to the left on the berries. He also has that sacred site under his control. He's not afraid of moving out of his base, and part of the reason why he can afford that is because Anathan lost his scout.
Yeah. They are both not scouting too well. But Anathan probably expects it to be on the left. On top of that, there is a sacred site on the left too, so he's gonna go there. Let's see if he can take a good fight. That's not a very good engagement from Dumu, I think. He could do a bit better. He has to focus Archer and Zugenu with his Archer. He cannot go on Palace Guard. It's not very good.
Well, the Palace Guards are slowly picked off. Some cavalry coming in from behind as well. And this is a beautiful cleanup here by Dumu. The Jugenu, they also lost a lot of their firepower trying to take out the first Lancer that came out. Second wave of Palace Guards looks like it is turning the momentum. Lancers that Dumu has, the 2 Lancers and 5 crossbows, that would be great against these Palace Guards. They're nowhere to be found, though.
Yeah, I wonder if he's trying to take any relics right now. I don't think so. Oh my god, that's so many farm already. That's a very good late game setup.
Anathan is just setting himself up for the long run. First relic is just now coming in here from Dumu. He still has 2 sacred sites, but finally this proxy base does get scouted out, and Dumu is slow to react. Dumu is not reacting at all. Oh my word, that is already 7 villagers lost, and a lot more idled out.
Yeah, I wonder if he's gonna be able to save all of these villagers. I'm quite sure he will be able to. There is no cavalry on the map, so it's not like Anathan is very fast around. But it's still so much idle for like 20 plus villagers, which is terrible. So it's a very big blow.
He's got the relief force coming in. Anathan will try to Wololo all these villagers. Villagers
Oh my
rushing the
God.
monk, that's a bad idea.
I can get
Villagers
it
have
too.
to flee, and oh,
Ah, that's GG.
that might just be the game here. Dumu trying to take out the monk, realizing it's not gonna happen, but just too late to flee, losing a dozen villagers to the conversion.
That's terrible. That's game changing. Yeah, I don't know. It was a pretty slow reaction time, but yeah, once he started running, I knew like it was over. It was a conversion right there, but yeah, it is what it is, right? It's Wololo, sometimes you don't react and you just die, kind of. And over that, the army is pretty close, like it's pretty even. So they're gonna start trading again. Pretty evenly, I think the fight is actually pretty bad for Anathan. Not the
Yeah,
best
he doesn't have
engagement.
his whole army over here.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Dumu just lost so much. I mean, he's down by almost 40 eco. He's going to clean this up. Castle Age upgrades are just now finishing for him, but imagine if he doesn't lose all those villagers out there. This game could have been so different.
Yeah, it would have been a different game, but it happened. So he's gonna have to play around it. He's gonna have to probably go make a few castles, try to boom from the castle economy that Delhi has, which is one of their strong points. But obviously when you are like 80 villagers against 48, that's a very hard uphill battle.
And he's trying to take the fish and the berries from here, but I mean, you have a landmark right next to you from your opponent, so this gets scouted out immediately by Anathan.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem of this map, right? You want to take food on the map, it's there, it's very good, it's a lot, but it's in the middle of the map, so it's very easy to attack, obviously. Maybe if you can make a castle around here, then he is gonna be very safe, and that's gonna be a great spot. But for now, it's gonna be a hard one to secure.
Dumu does not have a single bit of stone, though. You kind of highlighted that his way back into this game would be to reboom with the village fortresses upgrade and the castles, but he hasn't even started mining stone just yet. And Anathan is now getting back on track. He is building up a force of Palace Guards, Nest of Beasts supporting as well. He's even stonewalling his base. He built a second DC to the north.
Yeah.
This just feels so distant right now for Dumu.
I mean, yeah, even relics counts. It's not too good for Demu. It's gonna be, I guess, 3-2 since the last one is at the bottom, but it's pretty close. He has 2 sacred sites, that's not too bad. But yeah, the economy count is just too different, and the farm economy is gonna really kick in. Plus, obviously, tax, right? He's gonna have a lot of tax thanks to the granary. So, food and gold is gonna be a very, it's gonna be a non-problem for Anathan.
Yeah, he's got a really good farming eco set up already. He also has 2 relics, which is pretty admirable when you're facing off against a Delhi. Worst case scenario for him is Dumu leading 3-2. But I mean, look at this. It's Chugenu just camping down a relic, and that's another scholar lost by Dumu. It's not the end of the world, but it's, again, just these little things all falling into the hands of Anathan is just starting to feel like it's going to snowball out of control.
Yeah. What a weird matchup though. It was a crazy game. I feel like it's a pretty close one in the end when you look back at it. It's just about making a lot of units from both sides. I think at the start of the feudal you have the sacred site control with Delhi because you have a bit more. But eventually Zushi's economy is pretty good, so it was a pretty close matchup in the end. Just Anathan played it slightly better, and he got the lead.
If it wasn't for that conversion, this game would be so different. Like, Dumu would be, let's say, 65, 70 villagers. Anathan would only be like 80, so it's not that big of a difference. And, I mean, the army count is still pretty good for Dumu.
Yeah, he has a very beautiful army. It's just like his economy is not gonna be great. So yeah, he has a lot of berries. So the amount of food he can gather is pretty big. But once this run out, he's gonna have to start making farms. He has 0 castles. He's totally all in on this push, so he's just gonna try a big last push. If you can make it work, nice. But against a lot of crossbows, a lot of ballast guard, and some nest of bees, that's gonna be a really hard push to make work.
Well. Anathan has been quietly building up an army, though, and he hasn't really shown this to Dumu. 40 or so palace guards ready to go, a bunch of crossbows alongside him. Only 1 nest of bees, but as you kind of touched on that before, Anathan also built up a lot of sustainability. He's got the farming eco set up, he's got 2 TCs as well. He is set for a long game.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's ready for Empire right now. He could click, he would upgrade long crossbow and palace guard, and he would be totally fine. He's even on like a 6 IO, I mean 5 for now, but he's gonna get a 6th one. He has all the good upgrades for his economy.
Here comes the push from Anathan. The Dumu looking to hold his ground, but he is having his archers split all across the map, and he does have 27 crossbows somewhere. You just don't see them on the field right here. It feels like many of them might be back at home, and by the time they arrive, it's gonna be too late. Single nest of bees, Lancers will not be able to catch because you do have crossbows as well from Anathan, and indeed, just it really felt like you had barely any crossbows in this fight for Dumu, right?
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of them here. I know they're coming, but it's too late.
Yeah, I feel the same.
Yeah.
He was supposed to have the crossbows here, but they weren't. But really, when you look back at this game, you really gotta highlight that Wololo here from Anathan. A big win here in game number 1, convincing, and just some spectacular moments as well with that big Wololo, some of the crazier fights of this game that puts Anathan in the driver's seat.
Yeah, a very important game, right? It was some middle of the pack sieves, so it was a pretty fair matchup, and you really want to win this kind of matchup. The ones that feels good are the most fair, and obviously this one was very good, so Anathan is gonna be very happy about this one, I think.
And with that, we're going to have to take a look at the draft here once again. Anathan with a 1-0 lead. This is once again an elimination match. So if Dumu ends up losing this series, this is going to be it for him in the online stage of Red Bull World El Reinado. And it looks like we are going to be heading into Gorge. First time today that we are taking a look at a Gorge game. And it's going to be the English versus the Byzantines, the OG Longbow Civ against the newcomer Longbow Civ.
Yeah, I really like this matchup as English. I think you can just go 2 TC safely, and Byzantine is gonna have to do something about it. Either they go second TC, but they are facing a king, which is very annoying, or they go 1 TC and fast castle, as they always do, and English is just gonna have a fast castle pretty much as fast as them, plus a second TC. So I think this matchup is usually considered pretty good for English, maybe like 60-40.
Well, remaining maps will be Tri-Arabia, Frisian Marshes, and Kawasan. But of course, this is not the only series that has been going on. So let's take a quick look at the brackets here to see how the other sets are doing. We have 3 more elimination matches going on as we speak. And indeed, we are taking a look at the upper bracket, which is basically done for today. We're going to have Beastie versus Wham and Puppy Paw versus Lucifron tomorrow. But what's interesting for us now is the lower part of the bracket, which does have all 4 matchups that we have currently running. Vortex versus Louis MT, currently 1 apiece. CSO Killjardi, 0-0 still. Baltune versus Zorton, same is the case for them. Whereas Anathan is up 1-0 against Dumu.
Hey, 1-1 Vortex against Lou. That's not surprising. I think it's gonna be a competitive one. It's gonna be a nice one.
it's an elimination match, and that's a big one
Yeah.
though, because one of those two players we'll have to say goodbye to. It's always a sad thing to see. Vortex, of course, one of the most accomplished players in the history of AoE 4, whereas Louis MT, he's been having some really good performances as of late.
Yeah, I mean, if you look if you look at it in a deeper way, on Dumu, Anathan, Lou, and Vortex, you're going to have one to face like the loser of VC Wham, and then it's still gonna go on. So it's a very stacked bracket, I think, a very stacked one. But it's gonna give us some good games, so we can't complain.
Indeed, but of course, you know, at the very end, only one remains that challenges you in the castle. It doesn't mean that there is no prize coming in with placements. So for many of these players, even if they don't reach that very final stage, there is a decent share of the prize pool, the total $50,000 prize pool, that they are able to pick up with a good placement in these brackets.
Yeah, it is. Money is good.
No, I love that very analytical thought added to this conversation. But indeed, here we go. So the winner of the online stage is going to be qualified to face off against none other than Marine Lord himself in the Castle of Almodovar in Spain. But the second place does get a respectable amount of $5,000, which is a pretty considerable prize when you look at the overall prize pools across the AoE 4 scene.
Yeah, you fucked up though. Like the winner of this tournament only wins 10k. And then the second place will get 5k and then we are good. But yeah, the winner of this tournament, he will lose in the final, guys. I'm already telling you the result. I'm spoiling you, sorry. It's gonna be a beat down. It's gonna be one-sided. But I will make it a little bit close. It will be like a 5-0 or a 4-0, but some close games. So, you know, I'm always nice.
How exactly are you going to do a 5-0 or a 4-0 in a best of 5?
There is no way it's a best of 5.
Isn't it?
I mean, they didn't say it, but I'm quite sure it's gonna be best of 7 or 9. There is no way it's a best of 5. There is no way. For a final.
Anyway,
will
let's
not do
just
that to
focus
us,
on
man.
the series. We have Anathan with a 1-0 lead over Dumu. Once again, Dumu is the color purple Byzantines. Anathan, color yellow, he's under, or no, he's not under the command of the English. He is the one in command of the English, I should say. And it's Gorge. So, since this is the first time for us looking at this map today, how do you feel about the Civilization matchup, particularly on this map?
Okay, first of all, I don't care about the Civ matchup. I care about something. Gorge is out since 2 years, and Dumu, he still doesn't know how to scout it. Terrible scouting pattern, he's gonna have a lot of ship issues. No, speaking about matchups, I think English is very good into Byzantine. I think it's gonna be a pretty hard matchup for Dumu. But Dumu, that being said, is pretty creative in this kind of matchup. So maybe he's gonna find a way to play it smart and do well, right? Who knows?
Well, Dumu. Opening up with the scouting on the other side of the map, of course. A fairly standard and slow-paced Dark Age. That's kind of what you expect from these civilizations. No crazy Dark Age shenanigans from Anathan with Man-at-Arms. He's just going to do the usual stuff with the Abbey of the Kings. It's remarkable how much the meta shifted from the Council Hall to the Abbey of Kings recently. Like, I remember days where Council Hall was the landmark we've seen in every single game. Abbey of Kings was played in less than 1% of the games, but now it's almost exclusively the Abbey.
Yeah, I mean King. King is just pretty much infinite value. You can heal infinitely. It's pretty short, the amount of time you have to wait for the heal to go up, and you can heal your friend with it. So, I mean, it's just literally infinite value, right? You attack, you can even fight spears, you get low life, you get full backup. The spears are low life, you come back, you kill it, and you do that infinitely. And if you play it very well, it's the best unit in the game.
It's a powerful tool, and I don't know how you feel about it, but the way I looked at the Abbey for a long time, back in the days when Mista was experimenting playing with the Abbey, it's really a landmark that gets so much more powerful once you get to Castle Age, because that healing power you get from the Abbey itself is something that you can leverage a lot more with Knights compared to Horsemen.
Yeah, for sure. But the fact that it's being free, just the Knight itself at the start is just insanely good. So now it's good in both cases, right? It's just very good at the start of feudal, and then it scales very well. So just a very strong landmark.
The king coming out now for Anathan here. On the other side, it's just going to be an early wheelbarrow investment. Some late sheep also being picked up here by Anathan. But I think, I don't know how, oh, okay, there's the stable out there, so the horseman opening. It's going to be scouted by Dumu. So I don't know how I feel about this, but this map is super, super open, and the resource spawns are fairly predictable. How does that change your approach as a player to a certain civilization matchup?
I mean, you know, the wood is always gonna be safe, so that the gold and I mean the rest is not gonna be safe most of the time. So, I mean, I guess China is pretty popular on this map, contrary to Arabia, just because Arabia, you know, is gonna be hard to secure some part of the map. Here with China, you can just barbican the gold that is gonna be forward, and then you can wall off easily one side of the map because China walls very fast. Outside of that, I think it doesn't change much. Every other civs that is good on Arabia is pretty good on this map. So I think it only changed a lot for China, and for the rest, it's not a big deal.
Well, Dumu is heavy on the olive oil department. He's got 500 stacked up already, but he's going to be contested on these berries over here by the horseman and the king. And this is where it gets a little tricky for him. He actually opted to open Mercenary House here. Doesn't have a single Limitani to deal with these troops. So he might be pushed away from the berries here temporarily.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty big mistake. You really don't want to have any idol against English, just because the CV is very strong. He's going K6. That's very wild.
Okay, now, I did not necessarily expect that. I get where he's coming from. Like, playing longbows into a civ that has, you know, more longbows probably might not be the best of all ideas. And it's actually an interesting approach if you think about it, because the Kashik heal themselves, so you kind of partially counter that healing that you have on the other side. Still, this is not something that you see every day.
Yeah, it's not. I think the plan was to go fast castle. And he was like, yeah, English is gonna go fast castle too. So K6 makes a lot of sense because you take map control and then you can take relics. But Anathan said no. He really wanted to attack. And he's gonna keep going attacking since he is going longbow. So, I mean, 2 K6 is gonna be a problem, right? But the king and the horseman will eventually win the fight thanks to the heal. So, it's a bit of a weird dynamic, I think.
Especially because Anathan started mixing in longbows. And longbows don't really do well against Kashik out here, so maybe he got baited a little. Do you think he expected longbows from Dumu?
I mean, once you see no spears, I think you expect Kashiks. But at the start of the game, if you ask him, I think yeah, he would say longbow for sure. So I'm really not sure, like... His goal is just to create a lot of idle time from Dumu, I think, and to make a bigger army. And so far, that's what he's doing. He's gonna kill one villager. Oh, that's terrible.
Oh, that's
And Dumu is really not playing
find.
Yeah, Dumu is really not playing around it. Like, he refuses to make any spears, so he's gonna have more and more idle time. And that's not gonna be good at all, because the push is gonna come eventually, and then he's really gonna be in some big trouble while aging up.
Dumu is looking to fast castle here, but at the same time, it wasn't just the gold where he was harassed. He lost a villager, as you highlighted. He also lost a villager down at the berries. So as Anathan was harassing the gold mine, the 2 horsemen he had were harassing the berries. I love how he split up his cavalry, because now he's able to just idle so many villagers.
Yeah, 2 more Kashiks coming out, but 7 longbows. Decent front line. I'm not sure. I feel like he should still add spears though, if he wants to stick to feudal. Anathan. I really don't think he can play feudal with only longbow against a cavalry-based army. Well, Dumu is going +1 armor, that's crazy.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why he cannot afford Castle Age yet. He clicked the upgrade, but now he doesn't have gold for Castle.
Yeah. I mean, the plan is just not good, right? You are planning to have too much idle time, and if your opponents really pressure into you at the right time, you're gonna have a lot of food issues, eventually gold issues, so... Yeah, markets. That's bad.
Yeah, Dumu had to build a market to sell his food so he can afford castle age. I mean, he really wanted to get that range defense upgrade, but he needed to fight so hard to have the gold for that castle. Now he's aging up with the golden horn tower, but you look at on the other side of the map, Anathan is very close to clicking up himself.
Yeah, because he created so much idol, he's gonna have the pressure on the... I mean, to be fair, like I was about to say, he's gonna have to put pressure, but he doesn't have any spears. So maybe he won't be able to actually really pressure his opponents. But yeah, he's just happy about the situation. He killed 2 villagers. He created a lot of idol. He has some... Oh no, he actually doesn't have a more eco upgrade since Demu have wheelbarrow. I don't know, like maybe Demu can find some damage with the Kashyyyk upgraded. Then he can do something. He's gonna go for a monk first, which is surprising. Okay, no, he cancelled it. He cancelled the monk. Oh no, he didn't cancel it, my bad. He just have enough gold, so he must have a... He must be selling some food. Getting the upgrade plus monks, which is smart, I think.
Yeah, it looks like Anathan went all the way back home, so Demon's gonna get all that map control he needs. He's getting the veterancy for the Kashyyyk. And at the same time, he's gonna have that map control to start picking up relics with. Anathan looking to age up himself. I would assume Council Hall, but you never know. His castle age might be delayed here a little as well because he is getting pushed here by the Kashyyyk. Did I say Council Hall? I wanted to say King's Palace, the TC landmark.
Yeah, makes sense, yeah. I think the other one would not make barely any sense.
Yeah.
He already has good predictions, so he doesn't need prediction with the White Tower. And the other one obviously gives you an economic lead on the long run. That's what you want. So I think King's Palace is actually better in this case.
I'm a big fan of the King's Palace landmark. That extra second town center you're getting just by aging up is something that feels so valuable, especially when you only have like 40 or so vills. It's going to be useful for the next 15-20 minutes even.
Yeah, it's gonna be useful forever. So now we have to see the relic count. He's already on 3 monks. That's a little bit crazy to have 3 monks that fast, but it means he's really gonna aim to take all the relics on the map. He's already at 2, so doing a good job. He has +2 armor already on the Kashyyyks, so he could actually dive, I think, which is very scary for Anathan.
Yeah, I wonder if he's not willing to dive because he prioritizes the relics. He's got 2 more relics that he can easily pick up, and I think that's his priority right now. He just wants to make sure that those monks get back home alive. King has been sent out to intercept monks. He might be able to bump into that monk that's walking back with the relic. But we do have a bit of a dive here by Dumu. A lot of idle time here on Anathan. Has to flee all the way across his base. Now forced to make a bunch of spearmen to deal with this. Wololo being popped over here, but that monk is going to go down. Kashyyyk still just wreaking havoc, and look at this. I mean, Anathan, he's scrambling against all these Kashyyyk.
Yeah, he doesn't have any answers to that. You cannot go longbow against this. He's gonna need something else. Maybe crossbow, but it feels a little bit late already. Like he's gonna lose so much of his economy. So much idol already. Plus he's gonna lose just villagers after villagers. His main army is gonna go down. Unupgraded. That's pretty sad.
Yeah. There's so much damage being done by Dumu here. 24 idols out of 38 eco here for Anathan. He's got barely any villagers working, and this is only the first wave. Really, you didn't have any new Kashyyyk coming in for Dumu. These were just the ones that he initially made, and they're just causing so much damage on Anathan's eco.
Yeah, plus Demu is securing 4 relics already. Maybe 5. It's not impossible that this game he gets 5, he gets the scouts too. Which is very annoying for Anathan. And Anathan is literally naked. He doesn't have any units except the king and 1 horseman. So that's
and look at what Dumu is doing. He's got 1,800 food in the bank. I don't know what he's up to with that, but I mean, if he continues at this pace, just not making any units that cost food or gold, he could go into Imperial in the next few minutes.
Yeah, but with this sieve, it's not really smart, right? You don't really get anything.
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't like it,
yeah.
But at the same time, he needs to find something that he can spend that food on.
I think you sell some gold for some wood. You make 2 or 3 more racks, and then you go mass gulams. What is he upgrading right now? Is it cavalry? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's horseman. That's a horseman upgrade that he's grabbing. He's also on 2 TCs now, and if you think about it, it makes a lot of sense. Double TCs and heavy horsemen, that's exactly how you deplete the massive food bank that he has.
Yeah, true. But he's gonna need a bit more production than that. He's obviously. Killjardi did way more. He has a very good income, plus he's gonna be on 2TC, so his income is gonna grow. I mean, it's fine, right? Even if he macroed perfectly. I mean, to be fair, like if he macroed perfectly, Anathan would be dead. But he's just gonna spend money later on, and he's gonna have a big mass of units, and normally he should be able to kill his opponent. He's going crossbow to defend himself, but it's already a Norseman switch, plus some Gulams, plus Keshiks. So Dumu is gonna have a very problematic army, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. Anathan's going heavy on crossbows, but he has yet to see the horsemen coming out. And unless he has a lot of spearmen, these crossbows will just be butchered by the horsemen. King is really the only unit that Anathan can use to do any kind of a damage to Dumu with. Dumu himself sitting on 4 relics now. Does have, of course, a bunch of olive oil income as well, a steady 500 per minute. King gets pinched, King gets taken out. You feel like everything in this game is going in the favor of Dumu.
Yeah. With a very weird plan, but it's working. Like, I didn't expect this game to look like that 10 minutes ago when he was getting pressured and was taking some idle damage. But he's doing the job so far. It's not over yet, but normally, if he can play it very well, with enough Gulams and with enough Vanguard, he should be able to pressure the spear front line, and then you have enough cavalry to actually kill the crossbow and go into the economy of your opponent. 2DC against 2DC, so it's not like he's behind in economy. He's on 5 relics, or at least the last relic is gonna come at some point. Sacred Sites too, so playing this game very well, I think.
And now farm transition from Anathan, villagers getting caught in the middle of nowhere. Horsemen plus Kashyyyk show up. Anathan does have a couple of spearmen, but it just feels lackluster at this point, especially with Dumu potentially just running circles around his base. He's got no intention to dive into the spears. He's more than happy just confining his opponent into his base. And I think if there is one thing that tells you the story of this game, it's Dumu taking that relic from the far north corner. He is going to have all 5 relics potentially.
Yeah, he's gonna have all 5 for sure. Like Anathan, you can see he doesn't move anything on the left, so it means he totally surrendered on this relic. So yeah, it's gonna be 5 relics against 0, which is terrible obviously. He's behind, he has less army, and his army composition is weaker, so it's gonna be a very hard comeback for Anathan. But who knows, like he has English, he's one of the best defensive thieves. He has a Springgold tower, so maybe.
Dumu continues to expand. Villager count is neck and neck, but of course you have 5 relics, 2 sacred sites as well for Dumu, and he's starting to wall off the sacred sites. He's about to trigger the sacred site countdown. He doesn't really want to dive, you feel, and that's something that we've seen in the previous series as well. Players are just somewhat hesitant to dive into the English bases. Instead, they just prefer to play resource denial, capture sacred sites, and just, I guess, play a long game.
I mean, with this stone wall, I guess it makes sense, but I would not be mad if he would just try to dive right now. It's like super obvious, his army is bigger, so he could just send a scout in to see how big the army is, and then he could totally decide to go in, because his army would obviously kill the game right now if he would go in. He just doesn't know it, so he should really look for the information, I think.
Well, speaking of information, he just lost his scout to a single spearman.
Feels bad.
Well, Anathan doing his best to get back into this game, but he can't really pull ahead in terms of economy because both players are on 2 DCs. Villager counts are neck and neck, but at the same time, Dumu, he's got 5 relics and 3 sacred sites. That is as good as it gets. Now, Military Academy coming in as well for the extra military production. And Dumu is starting to move heavily onto stone. Makes you feel like he wants to start dropping keeps all across the map.
I mean, what can he really do to come back from this? Like, he's just gonna have to play for a slow climb up. He's gonna have to play for a late game. So he's gonna have to retake Sacred Sites eventually, I guess. But it's already a stone wall on the north. So I guess he's gonna have to play for the middle. That's gonna be hard, right? Because he's facing cavalry. So if he really wants to go hard on the map, he's gonna have a big problem.
Yeah, I agree. I think one concern here for Dumu is that his army is very heavily leaning towards cavalry, and Anathan is making a lot of spears. Sure enough, you have some crossbows and gulams for Dumu, but if he is so heavy on cavalry and Anathan just goes full heavy on spears, that could be a little dicey for Dumu in a straight-up fight.
Hmm. I see. That's a good. Oh my god. He has so much stone. That's crazy. What the fuck?
I love it. I absolutely love it. Like, okay, if I don't dive, might as well just stonewall the sacred sites and wait.
Yeah, to be fair, you could just go for a castle on the right side to secure both gold. That would be nice too. But okay, he's just gonna dive. I'm very happy with this. Okay, maybe he's not gonna dive. He's gonna see this army. He's
Yeah.
gonna be like, maybe that's a bit too big. And to be fair, that's kind of big, so I understand.
Let's not forget, in the previous game, he lost like 15 villagers or so to a Wololo, so he might be hesitant to dive into scenarios that he's not super comfortable about. Like, I think Dumu knows fully well that he's got a good lead in this game, but I think he's going to be very cautious, just saying, okay, I'm going to commit to this fight, I'm going to dive, because, I mean, especially after that Wololo, he doesn't want a game that he's clearly leading slip out of his grasp.
Yeah, I think you just try to control the map, and once your opponent is going for the gold on the right side or on the full left side, you go for it. But before that, you don't really have a reason to dive. Maybe you can send a few units around to try to kill some villagers, but not a real big run by. To be fair, like his army is so big, he has 25 Kashyyyks, 14 horsemen, that's crazy.
He's got a lot of crossbows as well, which don't really get a massive bonus against the spearmen, but because the Kashyyyks stay alive for so long, and actually he's got 9 Gulam there as well, like it's enough to pick off quite a few of these spears. But again, looks like Dumu doesn't really want to fight. He just wants to finish these stone walls, and I mean, he's so close to it. He's going to finish these stone walls, then it's going to be difficult for Anathan to do anything against that.
I mean, yeah, he's gonna have to make rams or like trebs, I don't know.
Or
Plus,
siege
he's gonna
towers.
yeah, he's gonna make, yeah, sure. He's gonna make mangonels towers behind it. So like, good luck. It's just gonna be a very hard push for Anathan. He's going for the left gold, as I said. He's gonna have to move out on the map for this gold. And that's a good timing for Dumu to actually activate the run by if he wants to.
Move coming in here from Dumu. He's looking to get some damage done around here. And honestly, love this. He's actually trying to go into Imperial, I feel. He's piling up resources for that, but while he's doing so, he's looking for villagers to kill as well. He's actually getting awarded gold for those villager kills, so really a juicy raid over here. So much idle time for Anathan, and he's just like running around like headless chicken with all these spears.
Yeah, I guess he's just gonna age up. He's only gonna upgrade, I mean, Kashyyyks and Gulams plus crossbow, and then he's just gonna have an insane army if he gets all those upgrades in. Plus, he's gonna get some siege maybe from this building, so maybe some nest of bees will make sense against a lot of spears like that. Will make a lot of sense. And yeah, you can even keep the run by Balon alive apparently. So if you can do it all, why not?
Yeah, Dumu, he is aging up with the Ford Engineering Company, and you know, we're getting close to the stage where that 5-minute countdown on the Sacred Side victory, it's becoming more and more intimidating for Anathan.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just like a very hard one. He doesn't have anything going for himself. He's gonna have to go Imperial, but once he goes Imperial, he's gonna still be late on upgrades, and then he won't have pushed the Sacred Site, so... Okay, that's an idea. Berkshire on Sacred Site. That could actually be something that allows him to retake the position. He will still be facing 5 relics into Sacred Site if he takes this, but maybe he can buy himself some time.
Yeah, so like, I'm actually wondering, I think this is a good time to talk about the mindset of a player like Anathan in a game like this. He clearly knows he's behind, so if you were in this position, what do you think? Like, what's your recovery? Like, what is the thing that you're believing in?
I mean, mistakes from your opponent, which can happen, but you just try to take it step by step. Now you just want to get Imperial, get your upgrades like your opponent is doing. And the Sacred Site, you have now a Berkshire that is helping to secure it. So there is actually a good chance he retakes this position. And then he just plays the game from pretty far behind. But he has English, which is a very good sieve, obviously in the late game. Maybe better than Byzantine. And then you just try to fight, right? But yeah, for sure he knows it's gonna be a very uphill battle, but he's gonna give it a try.
Well, speaking of uphill, we have this big hill where the fight is taking place. Cavalry detached from this group, they're looking to hit the eco. Anathan, as you highlighted, he's trying to decap the Sacred Site, but in order to do that, he needs to commit his army right here, and while that's happening, Dumu is just looking to do eco damage here. Keshik fighting against the spears. That's a pretty underwhelming engagement for Dumu. But Anathan keeps losing villagers. He's down by 20 eco, and there's a Mangonel tower helping out against those troops contesting the sacred site. Countdown to 3.5 minutes, and Anathan lost a lot of his troops. I feel like, again, if he doesn't decap this sacred site now, it might be too late.
Yeah, it might be too late if he doesn't. There is enough of speed, that's annoying. But to be fair, Dumu doesn't have a... I mean, maybe he's lacking some production, I'm not sure. Like, he has a lot of money. He doesn't spend it on anything. So I wonder what's the problem. He's making a lot of horsemen and a lot of crossbow, okay. I feel like he could start making a lot of gulams or like Vargan guards. It will make a lot of sense. He's going for biology, which is very good too. But he's gonna have to defend the sacred site, yeah. It's a big fighting point. He made 2 French cannon. So maybe he's just planning to push the Berkshire, which is a possibility.
That Mangonel tower is a menace. Looks like the sacred site will slowly be decapped, but so many units had to be sacrificed for that Mangonel tower. Just look at this, butchering all these troops.
He's gonna go for it.
Oh, he's gonna try to stall this out, and he does dive in. The cavalry needs to stay alive, but it looks like he's gonna push away all these troops. Dumu still has the sacred site at 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Berkshire Palace just non-stop firing, but here come the cannon, as you highlighted. And the walls will be deleted to allow the cannons to actually fire.
Makes sense. Make a lot of sense. It's only a Berkshire with no cannon on placement or spring gold, so it's pretty weak for now. I mean, weak. It's not weak, right? But it's not the best Berkshire ever for now. So you can fight under it.
Mangonel tower helping out as well. Some of the spearmen just focus on the cannon, but at the same time the front line is disappearing. Cannon being focused on by the men-at-arms. Nothing in front, but it doesn't matter because the Berkshire goes down, and so are the hopes of Anathan for securing game number 2. Dumu, with a quick strike, takes it into a 1-1 set.
Well played. I mean, he had such a bad start. I was not expecting an easy win like that. I think the big mistake from Anathan was to pressure with only longbows, not making any racks, and going like edge up with only 1 spear. I think he really had to just make 4-5 longbows, then you make spears, and then you can pressure your opponent, and he's never gonna get back to gold, and you are in a great position.
Well, indeed, Anathan first to strike, but now Dumu comes back 1-1. Let's hear what KP has to say about this, though, because he's been once again watching on the sidelines, keeping track of this series, and of course, all the other series going on at the same time.
Yeah, it's an interesting one to kind of bring back to Marine Lord, making it sound also simple. We've got to keep in mind, like, these games are pretty chaotic. I'm wondering, like, you know, when you look at these 2 players, I think what we've already seen here, especially in game 1, Marine Lord, is Anathan's kind of chaos theory. We know he doesn't like to play the most orthodox style. I feel like that can be quite hit and miss against a player like Ben. Like, we've seen so many players try to do cheesy or unorthodox strategies. I know we like to kind of tease him a little bit, but I think if there's one thing we usually credit Dumu with, is the fact that he has a very solid response to these very odd mutations in AoE4.
Yeah, I feel like every time you make a mistake and you attack against Dumu, you really get punished for it. Yeah. But when you don't make any mistakes, Dumu is kind of falling apart, I think. But yeah, here for sure, Anathan really... the first part of the pressure was great, and then he really fell off with no spears, and he was trying to edge up at the same time, which was too many things at the same time to actually hold the Keshik push. But yeah, I think that's a good description of Benny.
Yeah, and you know, like, looking at the unorthodox strategies, we saw it in game number 1, Lidicor, right? Like, that Meditation Garden, I'm starting to feel like it's a bait, man. Like, we kind of hyped it up at the cast. We thought it was going to be really big. I think in the end, it only gave him 90 food, but this is, I think something that's changed is Meditation Gardens used to be outrageously free with that old bug. Nowadays, most players are just opting for the safe one for a combination of reasons here.
It's fun to hear you saying that, because I strongly recall that when we cast together, you're like, oh my lord, Meditation Gardens this, Meditation Gardens that. But I think...
I think strays here.
Anyway, what I wanted to highlight is that I think players have gotten a little bit more aggressive with their Meditation Gardens placements. Back in the days, you had it on Holy Island, where you just had those naturally favorable spots for the placement of the landmark. But now, as we've seen, for instance, in Rocky River, Anathan went for the high upside play to place all the way in the front, but that also means that if you lose control over that part of the map, it's just going to get taken out and it's completely useless beyond that point.
Yeah, it's like the disturbing the peace also becomes a real thing in feudal aggro specific matchups, which the Delhi is most definitely going to be. But maybe more of a chill and trying to boom up game ahead of us here, Marine Lord. We've got Frizzy and Marshes next on the horizon. Chinese, a stable pick there. Iobid's being thrown out here when you've still got things like Kawasan and Dry Arabia in reserve, maybe a little bit unorthodox. Was there maybe something you would have preferred to have seen out of Ben for this map?
I think Mongols is slightly favored into China on this map, but it's really, really hard against Rus, so I understand why you don't want to do that. IUB is pretty solid all around, so it makes sense. I would say like this matchup historically on Arabia, on like Gorge, I would say it's extremely favored for IUBs, but on a map with that many ship, like Frisian Marsh, like you're gonna have 20 to 30 ship maybe, I think this matchup is maybe actually gonna be China favored. You're just gonna be able to boom in your little base, just wall off, let relics be, like you can have 0 relics and you're fine if you just expand very well. So I think it's really gonna be all about the early game and how the Chinese player is gonna play it. Because IUB, you know what it's gonna do. He's gonna go fast castle, he's gonna take relics, and then he's gonna try to pressure. But if you can go like second TC for example, try to deny relics a bit left and right, and find an age up, then you can really start shining with Chinese siege and I mean just China, right? It's really good in Castle Age, so whatever you can do, it's gonna work.
So basically what I just heard there is the 5 out of 10 creativity pit might be appropriate for this particular game. I wonder though, maybe Ben's got something else in mind. I mean, we can't take anything away from him, right? He just done the unthinkable. Eastern Contract, the most underused of all the Byzantine choices. I'd say makes up about 5% of games, and yet he was able to come out with a very clean looking build. Let's see if he can do it again. If he's got someone in mind to take the lead in this set, or if Anathan is going to get back in front as we head into Frisian Marshes for game number 3.
And in we go, folks. One apiece in this elimination match between Dumu and Anathan. Anathan with the color yellow as the Chinese. And to the north, we have Dumu playing as the Iobids in purple. And as it is the case in every single game that we play on Frisian Marshes, it's a race for all these sheep out here at the very beginning.
2 things to say. Terrible scouting pattern again from Demu, so things never change. And he doesn't deserve only 5 on 10 on creativity. I think Demu deserves more. I think historically, in the game, he's one of the players I was actually looking at the most, because I feel like usually Penny sucks at maybe like, in my opinion, right? Like for me, in my standards, maybe he sucks maybe at like 70% of the matchups, but usually like the other 30% of the matchups, I think he is one of the best at it in the world. So I think he has actually some really good ideas sometimes, you know. So I don't really think it's worth 5 out of 10 on creativity. I think it's unfair.
Well, it's the players that still participate, casting their votes, and it's sometimes difficult, right? Because I think I agree, but at the same time, you know, some of the players will say, "Oh yeah, compared to Dumu, you have some players that are substantially more creative." I think a good example is Mista, who's not participating in this, but some players will cast their votes considering that, right? Like compared to Mista, who just comes up with those unreasonably weird builds. Obviously, Dumu is much more of a meta player.
It depends which save, for example. Like, to me, since the release of the game, I don't understand how Demu plays HRE. I think he plays it like a totally stupid. It doesn't make any sense to me, but he has been always doing pretty well with HRE, even before like it's... I mean, he got very buffed recently, so obviously everyone is doing good with HRE now. But before that, he was one of the good HRE players. So I still think like he has his own style, you know. He has his own approach to some civs, and to most civ, I agree, he just plays normal and he doesn't bring much. But I would say Mista, obviously, is a 10 of creativity. To me, it's the only guy that deserves a 10. But then below this, I think people like Demu, Vortex, and Lucifron are actually bringing a lot to the meta in pretty much every tournament.
That's an interesting thought. But while we're talking about Dumu specifically, I actually wanted to ask you about this, because one thing I've seen with Dumu is that there are tournaments where he starts out very slow, but once he's like facing elimination, like he's doing in this series, for instance, he's delivering some of his best performances. We've seen this so many times. In a group stage, he ends up losing to a player that he was expected to beat. And then when it's an elimination game in a GSL group stage, he comes in and dominates. Like, what do you think about this? Is he really a player that delivers his best when he needs it the most?
No, I don't think so. I think it's literally random. And I think he thinks the same too. Like, sometimes he's just terrible and you have no explanation. And sometimes he's really playing well and he doesn't really know why he's playing well because maybe he's sick at the same time or whatever. And he has no logical explanation behind it. But I think it's literally random and I think Demu would agree about it. He doesn't know what's happening with himself sometimes. He's just terrible and sometimes he's amazing and it's totally random. And I thought about it too. Like I talked to him about it and he was like, hey, I don't get it. Sometimes I feel like I'm gonna do great. Like the last time he played BC, it was in Master of Realms, I guess, in quarterfinal. He was like, yeah, I feel good. I know the matchups is gonna be great. And then he played terrible like the first 2 games. And he was like, yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I just don't have it, you know. So yeah, it's pretty sad, right? Because when it happens to you, you just feel terrible. You play a terrible series and you don't really know why. It's really heartbreaking as a player.
Yeah, I know. It happens to me every single time. I don't think I ever played a series that wasn't terrible.
That's another story.
You know, there's a reason why I'm not playing in this, right?
Yeah. It is what it is. You're a good caster, so it's fine.
Aww. Anyway, Barbican coming in here for Anathan. It's quick Song Dynasty for him. No one on stone for either of these players, so it's a 1TC build for the time being for both. But it's going to be a Horseman opening for Dumu. He went up with Growth. How do you feel about that?
Kind of surprising. But at the same time, Military got nerfed and Growth got nerfed in Castle Age. So if he goes Growth into Fast Castle with a Culture Wing, I will not be surprised. It's been more and more popular, but the problem is that your opponent is already on Dynasty. So the Barbican is gonna defend him, and his economy is starting to grow very fast, right? He can get some free IO, and he can get some faster villager production. So I feel like the plan from Demu is already pretty bad.
He's doubling down archers plus horsemen out here. Not a single piece of RB production from Anathan just yet. He's actually going for the IO upgrade. But beyond that, he's just playing a very, very tight and condensed game. So what's the plan here for him?
I mean, Anathan is just gonna be happy about getting all the upgrades and just defending. He's gonna wait to see what Demu does, I think. For now, we can see Demu is a 4 on gold. So it probably means he still wants to go for a Fast Castle. Since he's already on a Wheelbarrow, he's not gonna make any other eco upgrades. So I guess it's a heavy pressure into everything on food and try to go Fast Castle. That will make sense. And then you go for all the relics. And you probably maybe try to even dive at some point.
Well. So far, it's just going to be Jugenu. Very, very defensive game. This actually starts to remind me a little to game number 1. We had a somewhat similar matchup at the end of the day. It was a Horseman. Well, at that time it was Ghazi Raiders, but Horseman plus Archer style composition from Dumu. And Anathan was playing heavy into the Jugenu. Difference is that this time around he's doing it with the Chinese instead of the Jushi. And the other difference is that Dumu is going to take all the shorefish for himself, something that Anathan has yet to do.
Yeah, he's gonna be blocked a bit in his base, but he's making a lot of Zugenu. So normally at some point he will be able to go out. That being said, it's weird because obviously it's not gonna be 2TC China. So it's not gonna be like he's gonna have a big economy. It's just gonna be slightly bigger than Demu. And then he's gonna face castle unit, which is gonna be a big problem. So I really wonder what he's gonna do. Like maybe he's just gonna go 1TC pressure and pressure Demu while he's going age up. That could create some idle time on the fish economy or like the gold economy, for example. That could be a good idea.
Yeah, we've seen that, I think, last weekend in the Corvinus series. On this map, same kind of an approach. You had a player trying to rush Castle Age here, And if you can hit that gold mine that's just offset to the side, that could be such a good target. Anathan opts to go for a new scout. He lost his original one. That's just goes to show how much he values his vision. But at the same time, Dumu is already up. And Anathan has yet to move out of his base here, so he might just be missing this timing.
I think for now it's fine. He's gonna have to attack very soon though, because like you already want to hit the timing where you deny the gold, and then your opponent doesn't have any things to make any upgrade. But for example, like if you just make Mazugenu against pretty much anything except knights, you're gonna be fine. So I mean, Zugenu is just a different kind of unit, you know. He's just very good against pretty much everything, even against mana towns. So Gulams in this case. But as we see, Dumu is going for a second stable. So Anathan is really gonna have to add some spearman if he wants to really pressure.
Castle Age about to hit here for Dumu. He does have a stable already, so he can start queuing Camel Lancers the moment he hits Castle. But at the same time, no defensive tower or anything nearby here, and this is just a beautiful target for Anathan. So many villagers on the fish and the gold, and as he said, he needs to dive the moment he sees Dumu reaching Castle Age. Dumu himself going for archers, and this is where Anathan gets the confirmation. He needs to go because it's gonna be Castle Age in a second for Dumu. Camel Lancers queued immediately, but Dumu has to flee the gold mine.
Oof, okay. I don't like that. That's a big gamble. You can go just go on your food economy under your TC and you're fine.
And look at what
Such a
Anathan is
massive
doing.
gamble.
He's looking for them. He saw the mill, so he knows villagers were there. He's looking for them with the scout. Villagers were detached to this spawn, and look at that game sense from Anathan. Finds it immediately.
Yeah, so now how do you proceed? You just try to surprise him? I guess you do. He's gonna even scout the goal, I think. Yeah. Dumu is expecting the Zugenu move out, but maybe not on the fish part. So that's gonna be a weird one. He's already behind in the economy, right? So it's not like he's ahead. So he should be very careful. Oh my god, that's a Ram. I'm not sure about it. Ram is pretty stupid, I think, in this case. You just want to kill your opponent, but it's never gonna work because he's not gonna let him self-die, you know? So you just have to make more units and either age up or just make more units like spears to make sure your army is complete.
His Camel Lancer is doing a good job tanking up the arrow fire, but Dumu doesn't have more gold to invest into Camel Lancers. So if he doesn't clean this up, he's gonna be in big trouble, and the final Camel Lancer is about to fall. Archers doing a decent job firing from the back line, but this is not the entire group of Jugenu. There's a group on the far left that's chasing villagers all the way around. Dumu's position looks so sad. He's got nowhere to go with these vills.
Yeah, if they survive, it's okay, I think, but that's still a lot of idle. He could just have run to under his TC, and then you can move out on the map once you're safe. And he's pretty much safe now, so that's pretty sad, right? He just had to be a little bit patient. But he wasn't, so now he's paying the high price for it, a lot of idle time.
Yeah, let's not forget, Anathan is still Feudal Age here, so these are Feudal Age units against veteran archers. Camel Lancer not being focused down, it's tanking up a lot of damage. Archers being traded to the Jugenu. And at the end of the day, you really gotta credit Dumu. He has not lost a single villager in this game. Kill count for Eco is still 0-0.
Yeah, that's very good. He was able to run away. He's gonna make a few more... Does he have a market or what? Like, how does he have gold? He has 4 villagers on gold, I know, but it still feels like he's getting more gold than what he should.
I think he had a market close to his wood line.
I see, yeah, it makes sense. He's only on +1/+1, so he's gonna want more than that. He's gonna want +2/+2, obviously. He has a lot of archers, they are already upgraded. But now his wood line is not safe, so he has to be really careful. Not lose any villagers. Anathan's economy is obviously very good, as we know. He has a lot of gold from the tax. He has 4 IOs, and he has more villagers. So that's gonna be a problem for Dumu.
Taking the shorefish, though. So,
Yeah.
Are you surprised about that?
I think the scouting pattern was a big deal, because now I think he has just more ships than Dumu. So he's actually still on a ship, and then he's gonna go on berries, plus then he's gonna go on fishing. So he's just fine, I think, because he had a lot of ship economy.
Anathan just fully locked in on this Jugenu play. Still has 41 of those out. Also mixing in some spears to deal with the Camel Lancers, but once again, he's fighting into veteran units. And these archers, they're just so good when it comes to picking apart his army. Dumu is also back on gold, so he can once again afford these Camel Lancers.
It's not the hunt upgrade, right? It's Proxy Scout, this upgrade. I'm not stupid, no? Like on
That,
the,
yeah,
for
that's Pro
Anathan.
Scout.
Yeah,
That's Pro Scouts from Anathan.
that's crazy. I think it's a misclick. There is no way it's well, actually a good idea to go for Scout. You don't have any stable, so you have no scouts. You don't go for
He's
Scout
got
in
one
this
scout.
case.
I don't get it.
Yeah. No, it's a mistake for sure. Like, he just meant to click maybe the hunt upgrade, but he clicked Pro Scouts. I don't know. It
Even
is
the
what
hunt
it is.
upgrade is weird. He doesn't actually have any deer to work with.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, that's an expensive investment that's
Yeah.
completely useless right now. He's still diving Dimu's base, however. He still has 40 plus Chukanu to work with. And Dimu is once again getting pushed away from this gold mine.
Yeah. I mean, I really think he shouldn't have made any rams, and he should just make a lot of units, and then he can just run around Demu's base, and he could even go into the wood line and kill him. He could do anything pretty much, and it would be good. So making rams will slow down your army, and you would have to attack a particular position on the base to make it worse, and that would be not very smart, I think. So you just make a lot of units, you trade him, and you can just run around his base, like what he's doing right now. He's killing villagers left and right.
And this is key. Dimu was able to slip out, and this is something that Anathan is unaware of. Anathan doesn't know that Dimu is out, and Dimu is actually collecting relics too into that proxy monastery. This is so important because at the same time, Dimu doesn't have a lot of troops back at home. He went for the second range defense, but that upgrade hit just after he lost most of his archers. He's down to just 15 archers against 50 Jugenu.
Yeah, he's making 3 rams with it to actually kill the production. But yeah, he could just dive right now and win the game normally. He just has to make sure he take a good fight. And normally you don't take any bad fight against like 1/3 of your supply. You can just only A move and you're gonna be fine. Just make sure the TC is not destroying your army. So fight under it, but not for too long.
Dive comes in here with the Rams, and it doesn't seem like Dimu has the troops he needs to deal with this. It's only 20 archers against 60 Chukanu. And really, these Chukanu are field-like units, but this is quantity over quality at this point. And the Rams, they're starting to knock away at this landmark even.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's really smart or not. I feel like you just go around and you kill all the stable, all the archery range, and you're gonna be fine. But this, I mean, eventually if you kill it, it's amazing, right? But it takes so long to actually be worse that your opponent is gonna make more upgrades, more archer, and the age of difference is gonna be bigger, right? But at the same time, he's gonna go on the left with a few units. I think he's gonna be fine, yeah. He's playing it well enough.
Camel Lancers breaking out once again, but it's just way too many Chukanu to deal with. At this point, this is a single unit composition, if I can call it that. And behind this, let's not forget, Anathan has been building up an eco lead with Song Dynasty as well. He's sitting at 150 population as 80. This is looking so grim for Dimu now.
Yeah, it's looking really bad. I don't really know what to do. Yeah, okay, one Mangonel could make it, but the problem is that really, the moment you see a Mangonel, you either decide you're gonna dive it with good micro, and you could actually dive it with the Genu. Good micro, I said. Or you go Castle Age.
Yeah, now that's cost curse indeed, because good micro wasn't really there for Anathan. He eats 2 big mangonel shots, especially the first one was massive. Ram still trying to take out the landmark here. Dimu committing a couple of villagers to the repairs, only 2 Rams remain. Gulam's also being mixed in here, but at the same time, Dimu's got other problems. He's got 0 food eco, and he mismicros the mangonel, pushing it way too far out. That is a loss that he couldn't afford.
And on top of that, right, like he saw the Mangonel and he was like, okay, I'm gonna go castle to make sure I'm safe. And he still lost the Mangonel, so terrible trade from Demu. He totally mismicroed, I'm not sure what he was doing, but he did a mistake. Oh my god, he lost another Mangonel. He didn't cancel it, sadly. He just lost the full cost. And yeah, good trade from Demu under the TC obviously, but he's gonna be facing a castle player soon. He's on 4 relics to be fair, that's a good point. But yeah, he's gonna have a problem, right? He's gonna lose a lot of army and villager.
And that's an expensive dive from Anathan, though. He's just not getting veterancy for the Jugenu, but he lost half of his army. At the same time, Dimu is suffering so much from this. But as I'm saying that, Anathan has 36 idols too, so He's probably focused on microing these troops, but he didn't actually help his own eco either. Looks like Dumu is actually going to clean up most of these troops.
I would be surprised if he was actually microing this army. It was not very good micro here. Zugen were doing not too well. A lot of overkills. But yeah, it's enough, right? He's just too far ahead. He killed a lot of villagers. Yes, he's gonna be on 5 relics. But the relics are not even safe, right? So it's gonna be a position that is not even gonna be safe for Dumu. And he's just gonna go knights now, I guess. Upgrade. He's gonna go for the hunt upgrade now after he. Oh, okay, that's a good attempt. I like it.
I mean, Dumu is trying to return the favor from game number 1 over there because he lost 17 villagers by the end. And that's massive. Anathan already had a villager lead from Song Dynasty. Now you have 17 villagers lost 2. Armies have been reset pretty much, and Dumu does have the 5 relics, as you touched on it. But at the same time, Anathan does have that Chinese eco with 4 Imperial officers. He's got Shorefish to work with. 5 relics is just not enough to compensate for that.
Yeah, not at all. But we'll see. Maybe Dumu can make some magic work. Like, he's gonna go for some cavalry. So cavalry is always good if you want to actually deal economic damage. Yeah, I don't know, like when I'm trying to hype him up, it's gonna be hard, I don't know. He's gonna make a lot of archers with cavalry, which is a very good combination usually. He's already on +2 armor, he misses only +2 attacks. He has the IU build upgrades that is allowing you to get more damage when you kill units and some movement speed. That's very good. Okay, another dive from Anathan. He's gonna trade a few units again. Not the best trade.
He keeps diving under this TC, and Dumu, he's stalling out the game for the time being. Still only on 1 TC, so recovering all those eco losses will be a challenge. But I guess the silver lining for him is that Anathan didn't find these villagers out there, and Anathan didn't find the monastery being out there with 5 relics inside.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of surprising because it's 100% out there, right? You saw the base 100 times, you know there is no monastery there, so it must be on the map somewhere.
Yeah.
But, I mean, to be fair, like, he took the sacred site, so maybe at some point Anathan will go there and see the mosque.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Anathan has been in front of Demu's base for a long time, so he should know that there was no way that Dumu could sneak out and bring back the relics home. The relics have to be out there somewhere. Anathan seems quite unfazed about that for the time being. And to Demu's credit, he's been kind of harvesting all these resources across the map, and he's been getting away with it. Point is that he needs to continue getting away with it if he wants to get back into this game.
Yeah, surely. If he loses any villagers extra, he's gonna be digging his hole furthermore. He's taking the berries on the map, he's making a Mongol, but he's gonna be facing Palace Guard and Knights, Crossbow and Zugenu. Like, Anathan already has a strong army. So, I mean, he's just basically missing some siege, I guess. You just make like one nest of bee or 1 springald with it and you're totally fine. Once he has this, he's gonna be in a very dangerous position.
He doesn't seem to be supervising a lot of these production buildings, so that's part of the reason why his buildup of Lancers and Men-at-Arms is a little on the slower side. Looks like Dumu is looking for a fight here. Mangonel coming up. You also have a couple of stealth forests over here, so you gotta be cautious with line of sight, especially on that Mangonel. Anathan does have a scout somewhere, but I think Anathan's line of sight here is very short.
Yeah, they are both a little bit blind, but... I mean, Dumu, it's kind of weird that he's pushing, right? But at the same time, you have to see it this way. He doesn't have the choice. He's just too far behind in the economy. So yes, his army is not too good, but he has to do something with it. Or otherwise, he could as well leave, you know, like... He needs to try to find a fight. And he's trying to find a fight. It's not too bad. But he's gonna be enough. I don't think it's gonna be good enough, huh?
Yeah, Jugenu close the distance. Mangonel is still alive. It's still being repaired by villagers. Nice Mangonel shot here by Dumu to try and equal this fight out, but the Jugenu, the Lancers, the Palace Guards, that just feels way too overwhelming. And Dumu will need to pull these villagers from the front line here as well, already down by 60 population, and that gap could grow even more. Mangonel once again doing its best to deal with these Jugenu, but it's gonna get cleaned up. That's the only Mangonel that Dumu had. The villagers now have to flee, and there's a second wave behind this. More Palace Guards are coming, more Lancers are coming. it looks very much like Anathan is going to be the player that moves on to match point first.
Indeed, there is no way you can come back from this position. Anathan is good. He's gonna be snowballing accordingly. But we have to say Dumu is one of the guys that likes to never leave the game. We can remember one of the game against Cat last season on the water map like Archipelago. That was a painful one to watch. But this one, it's a land map. Anathan is a very, very strong player. So I'm quite sure he's just gonna be able to snowball once he takes one more fight.
Trades still continuing over here. Anathan getting more and more palace guards on the field. He's still facing a lot of crossbows, so these palace guards will be short-lived.
Oh, look at the bottom side of the map. I think he found some economy with villagers, no?
Oh
Yes,
yeah,
I guess.
you're absolutely correct there. Finally, the villagers bump
Yeah.
into each other, and there is already a tower out there. So Anathan sees what's up, and he's going to send a couple of palace guards down there.
Yeah.
That was basically Dumu's lifeline. Those villagers being out there on the shorefish, the berries, the gold. If he loses them, that's probably the dot in the eye.
Yeah. Also made a spring gold to make sure you cannot go Masmagonal. That's funny. Runs further in to make sure you're not getting caught. But that's too late, I think. I think Anathan is not gonna get surprised by this move. It's pretty much the last move that you can do to save his villagers. Oof. He's pretty much on half the economy. That's terrible. So yes, he has 5 relics, which is amazing. But that's gonna be painful.
Yeah, that's going to look so grim. I mean, 40 villagers discrepancy in the favor of Anathan already. And Dumu is about to lose a lot of eco out there, potentially. Camel Lancer making a new appearance here for Dumu. That's the unit that he hopes will get him back into this game. But the concern is that lack of eco. And again, the monastery with 5 relics inside is still out there. That's something that Anathan could destroy any moment.
You will need to send something big though. Like maybe you just send a ram from the clock tower. So it's gonna take a while to go there, but you don't want to actually spend your army on this position. It's too much in the left side of the map. So you could actually get run by or stuff like that if you actually go with a lot of your army. But yeah, it's a position you could for sure try to attack.
And villagers now fleeing across the map here for Dumu. Palace Guards is going to be the primary backbone of Anathan's army. He's getting some Nest of Bees going as well. Now has Springolds too, so that one Mangonel, or Manganique I should say, from Dumu isn't going to amount too much. So if you're Dumu, what's the reason for you staying in this game? Is it saying, okay, I got 5 relics, I still haven't been completely annihilated? Like, what's the mindset here for Dumu? What is he believing in?
I mean, relics, yes. But he knows his opponent is on 100 or like at least 90 villagers. He knows like it was a fast dynasty. So it's a minimum 1 TC play dynasty, right? So he knows right now he's at least behind 30, 40 villagers considering he lost a lot. So, I mean, just playing for good fights, good trades. And if he keeps going for good trades and good fights, maybe at some point he gets to like 100 villagers. Maybe he can go like, I don't know actually, like, he doesn't have Future Wing as a choice for H4, so he would have to go military, which is very expensive. So I don't know, like he's just hoping for very good fights, right? And a lot of mistakes from his opponent.
Yeah, trades once again beginning over here. So many villagers caught in the crossfire here. Dumu has 50 villagers in total, but half of them are just running headlessly around here. And this is definitely seen by Anathan. Anathan needs to know that Dumu is basically evacuating his base.
Yeah, he wants to go for some gold or what, like some more food maybe? I'm not sure. Where are they going? On fish? That's crazy.
I don't. Maybe they are running to the next map.
Yeah, that's what Demil likes to do actually. He likes to take all the villagers and to send them to a berry pack or something random on the map. He doesn't like to make any farm transition. He's like, you know, I'm just gonna have full villagers on fish, and when they're dead, I'm gonna go on the berry and then on the boar. And if that kills me, it's fine, but that's what I'm gonna do. A big blob of villagers.
Yeah, I wonder how many villagers Dumu has in his base at this point.
Wood, I guess. 2 wood line and that's it. Yeah, he has another one.
Yeah, this base looks a little deserted, if I may
Yeah.
say so.
He's playing Mongols. His own way.
Well, you cannot pick up your buildings over here, so that's not going to be that easy. But yeah, Anathan, he lost a lot of his troops, but he still has a couple of knights roaming the map, and those are finding these villagers. It was pretty obvious that Dumu was leaving his base. It was very well visible for Anathan, so he knows exactly where to look. He's going to target these villagers continuously, and Dumu has been at 55 to 50 villagers for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah. And finally, maybe, I mean, I'm not even sure if he actually finally is gonna die. Like, his army is still pretty close, so maybe he can actually defend. But obviously there is an army run by, so it's not like his army is there at this spot. He's gonna try to attack, but there is a castle, so there is no way you can actually attack.
Yeah, now these villagers are getting caught in the crossfire.
Yeah.
They just have to flee across the map. And to be fair, even if they live, they aren't gathering resources at this point. The enemy just has nowhere to go.
He has nowhere to go, and he's gonna find a granary transition. So he's gonna be like, okay, maybe this guy is he has a very good economy, and he has a very good economy, rightfully.
You know, my palace guards are closing in on these villagers, just archers out there for Dumu. Dumu's got only 6 crossbows on the field, not much that can deal with these palace guards, and again, his eco is just getting absolutely obliterated. He broke into Anathan's base as well, but Anathan barely lost the villagers here. Once again, Lancers are moving up, and there's just nothing that Dumu can do here, you feel. It's getting cleaned up all across the map. It's 72 population against double that amount, and with that, Dumu's finally going to tap out. Anathan moves on to match point. Dumu faces elimination.
Yeah, pretty good game from Anathan, I think. He played it pretty well. I think Demu's game plan was just losing, right? Like nothing special happened. He just got pushed, and he was in a terrible position from this part of the game. So I guess it's just a bad idea what he did. Maybe just going military into echoing, like the good old days, would be nice, but I'm not sure. It's a weird matchup, and obviously military wing got nerfed, eco wing in age 3 got nerfed. So maybe it's this kind of things that you are like, yeah, I'm not gonna go for the good old strategy.
Well, with that, Anathan moves on to match point. After losing to Lucifron 3-2 in a winner's bracket, he keeps his hopes alive of going all the way to the very end and maybe securing a spot in the LAN. But of course, this is not the only matchup that has been going on. We also have 3 more elimination matches going on while we are watching this. In fact, I should say it's only 2 elimination matches because there is already one final result. But production refuses to show the brackets, so I guess we can't talk about it. Okay, there we go. So, Anathan versus Dumu. Anathan at match point. Dumu facing elimination. Winner of this series will face Vortex after Vortex took out Louis Empty 3-2. Killjardi versus CSO at 1 apiece, and Baltune leading against Zerton 2-1. I don't think we had the time to talk about Baltune yet, but he took off the game from Beastie. Now he's leading against Zerton. He's definitely one of the players that improved a lot recently, so how do you feel about his recent performances?
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see many games. I just know he's doing pretty much normal playstyle. Just being solid and trying to improve slowly but steadily. So that's a pretty good way to become one of the best, so props to him. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like I didn't see any of his game in details, you know. So I just know he's a good player.
Well, that's a good executive summary. If
Yeah.
he were to win, he would face off against CSO or Killjardi. We could have that Scandinavian showdown, the Finnish player Killjardi versus Baltune from Sweden. The last round, of course, we will also cover today. That is going to be the round of 4 from the lower bracket. Vortex is already awaiting his opponent. It's either going to be Dumu or Anathan. So it's going to be interesting, especially if Anathan wins this series. Anathan, he lost against Lucifron, and he's going to face off against the Vortex on the lower bracket. Assuming he wins against Dumu, of course.
Yeah. That's pretty hard. That's a very hard day. You start your day, you barely lose against Lucifron, and then you have a close one against Demu, and then you have to beat Vortex. That's a next exhausting day. I think experience will come in, like maybe he's gonna start to play a little bit worse. Who knows? But he's a guy who plays a lot, so who knows? Like maybe he's just gonna do fine.
Well, of course, Dumu is going to have a lot to say about that. He is not done with this series just yet. He's down a game, but he does have Japanese under his command, Kawasan being game number 4 here. But it's a do or die for Dumu. This could be his last game in the online stage of Red Bull Wololo El Reinado, as we're heading into Kawasan to take a look at a Japanese versus Abbasids matchup.
Yeah, I really like this matchup for Japanese usually. Like, I feel like if you don't make any mistake as Japanese, you're just gonna win this matchup pretty much all the time. But mistakes can be very easily done in the early part of Feudal. So I guess I will let you introduce the player first.
Well, indeed, we have Dumu here now facing elimination down south with the color purple in command of the Japanese. On the other side, Anathan with the color yellow as the Abbasids. And the thing I wanted to ask you about is Japanese on this map. It feels like we are seeing every single game on Kawasan having at least one player picking Japanese here. So I have 2 questions for you. Number one, are we still believing in this standard Shinobi meta? Is it really that powerful that Japanese is just a can't miss civilization here? And number 2, what does Anathan need to do to deal with such a Shinobi aggression, let's say?
I think it's not only Shinobi, it's Shinobi plus fast castle meta on this map. Plus you play for 2 lakes, so you're gonna make most likely a lot of fishing ship. So it's a lot of good advantage that Japanese has on this map, but yeah, Shinobi are part of it obviously. I mean, usually it's simple, like you do pretty well on water in Feudal. Then you have a slight advantage, you get to castle faster than your opponent, you can get more relics, and since you're slightly ahead, you get control of the middle part of the map, which is full of berries, which is amazing for Japanese, and then you can just push and kill your opponents. That's pretty much what happens in most of the Japanese game, and Japanese is very good at that.
It's going to be a military wing opening here by Anathan,
Yeah.
as kind of expected. He's going to have those spearmen and archers out there. I think one of the things I've seen to be very tricky trying to use the military wing against the shinobi is the DP of the shinobi. They do get a bonus damage against the spearmen or melee units, so spearmen really are no match for them. But with proper micro, you can basically just jump the archers with the DP, right?
Yeah, but usually I would say you need 3 shinobi to actually take on the 2 archer and 2 spears. Archer are doing very good against shinobi, so you kill them very fast, but they kill you very fast, and they have some extra range, so not easy to kill. Anathan actually went for the no dock early play. He went for like a fast feudal, totally normal, and then you make a dock, and then you actually start pressuring the map, which is decent. But I think if you play well from the Japanese side with what Dumu is doing, you should be fine. Wait, what? He's making the storehouse? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, like, I had a sense that at some point someone's gonna pivot away from the Shinobi meta, and apparently that's going to be Dumu here, Kura Storehouse. A lot of those spots for farms to spawn are blocked, so this is going to be more of a wood trickle structure at the beginning.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see the point. You're gonna lose the lake, I think, just because of that. You need your shinobi to help winning the lake, and if you don't make shinobi, you're gonna have to make an archery range, I'm not sure, like, you're gonna have to make something to actually defend the dock, right? So, yes, you're gonna have this economy bonus, but you're gonna have to make more army because of it. So, in the end, it's not even that good of an economical bonus.
Well, Anathan, I guess he was preparing for the Shinobi. That's what you see 9 out of 10 times on this map. But he does have double docks as well, courtesy of the Abbasid discount on the docks. It's going to have 1 ship in queue, no second ship in queue on the other dock. And look at that mining camp is already being torched down by the scout. Anathan just trying to set himself up to harass that even more. And this is interesting because Dumu doesn't have any land-based units to defend with. These 2 spearmen and archers, they can do quite some damage here in terms of harassment.
Yeah, he's gonna go on the gold first, and then he's just gonna make a ram and try to pressure the dock. He's gonna win the first take for sure, so we have to see how he's gonna proceed on the second lake. If he managed to get a lot of fishing ship, that's gonna be fine, but he's already losing a lot, right? A lot of idle time. Oh, that's pretty bad. To lose any HP on your archer.
That mining camp, it has been just left out there. Dumu is now going for a couple of Yumi, but at the same time, his fishing eco is being shut down. He loses the mining camp. I don't know about you, but this feels very, very grim here for Dumu. He can't even afford a Springald ship.
Yeah, no, if Anathan plays well, he should win the game. You just have to play very well the right leg, so make sure you don't lose it. I guess you make one extra Hulk from it. You make a ram eventually to push the left leg, and you make more units to make sure this archery switch is not denying you from the map control. So I guess you go for horseman at some point.
Yeah, first Bugla is out there. The first archer ship just now queued up by Dumu. And that's actually on the second pond he built. He's basically evacuating the original pond that he was on, just giving up on it.
I mean, it makes sense considering he went storehouse, but I really don't like the play. Let's see, I mean, you make a galley already, so maybe he's gonna be able to kill the sneaking dock that is coming this way. And then if you can have one pond against one pond, it's pretty much even. But I feel like you could really ask for an advantage with this matchup, and he's not really looking for the advantage. He's just looking to have an even position. That's pretty sad, I think.
There's 3 Yumi out there for Dumu. On the other side, no additional land-based troops added by Anathan. The Dumu is going to get back on his gold mine, but Anathan picked up so much momentum from this early fishing. You often highlight how important it is to secure that one pond, and Anathan was really given this pond on a silver plate.
Yeah, he was for sure. Dumu is gonna make more than one dock, so he's gonna try to retake the pond very fast, the second one, so he can have a good economy. But really, if Anathan, you just put 100% of your economy on your wood right now, you do like double fishing production, and then, or maybe even triple, I'm not sure. And then you just make a lot of units to start taking map controls, then you make a ram, and you kill the dock of your opponent. Then you're gonna be in a winning position, I think. But if he just wants to play fast castle, maybe it's gonna be a 50-50.
Horseman being mixed in now by Anathan. Dumu doubling down on the Yumi, but he's got no escort for them. Even just 1 or 2 horsemen will clean this up. And behind this, Anathan has been leveraging that fishing eco for quite some time. He doesn't really contest the other pond, though, so it looks like both players will just get away with a decent amount of fishing.
Yeah, it does look like it. He went for a lot of gold now, Anathan, so it means he doesn't really want to fight. Or at least from what we've seen.
Horseman just slowly cleaning this one up here. Dumu is piling up food. Looks like he's done in Feudal Age. He might be thinking about Castle at this point.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. He saw that his opponent is on gold too, so just want to do the same. And Anathan is behind in resources, which is surprising. I think he should be ahead normally if he played it accordingly to the plan. Maybe his fish economy was pretty late to start. I guess he's on 7, Demi must be on 6, considering he only lost 3 fishing ships, so he didn't really lose any economy. It was pretty much a trade. You take the right lake and I take the left one. So it must be an even amount of fishing ship. Yeah, I'm not sure, like I really feel like if you want to play horseman, you deny the archer of your opponent, he's gonna go fast castle, you can go ram, and you can start pressuring the dock while going castle yourself. But Anathan didn't go for that.
Yeah, Dumu actually had quite a few villagers back at home on the farms, so I guess that's part of the reason why he had a somewhat higher food bank compared to his opponent. But still, the difference in the Castle Age timings is going to be massive. Don't forget that we're looking at Abbasid's horsemen now move in, though. They do pinch one villager. Second one is also surrounded here. That's actually quite a lot of villagers dead overall. Let's not forget, this is only 2... Well, this is 2 villagers, but Dumu also lost 3 fishing boats before.
Yeah. I mean, 2 villagers, it's obviously big, but Anathan is very, very far from castle, so maybe he's just gonna suffer from the first few nights. We have to see if he can get a full wall in time or not, and then maybe he can be safe. Oh, that's a pretty smart one. I think it's seen.
It's a sneaky dock, or at least it wanted to be, but it does get scouted by Dumu just in time. Arrow ship trying to
Ooh.
focus down the villager, but the arrow split is something that's haunting Dumu over here because the villager does not get sniped down in time. Dock goes up, and a demo, is that going to be committed immediately? Nope, it's just camping the dock. Anathan is opening with a galley though, so he could snipe it immediately.
The problem is the same as the game we've seen earlier. The guy that is attacking is actually not clicking castle, and the guy that is getting attacked is already castle. So now you can invest safely into defending your lake, and your opponent is gonna have to invest his castle age up money pretty much into the fight if he wants to fight. So it's a terrible timing for Anathan to do that.
Yeah, he's gonna click up to castle age just now, but this galley is gonna go down from him. Meanwhile, Dumu retains this one junk on his side. Mounted Samurai are coming in, though. You do have the floating gate, so Yorishiro will be boosting the production of your Mounted Samurai. And at the same time, you also have that Shinto Priest out. So Demon's getting a lot out of this castle age timing. He's going to have the Mounted Samurai, and he's already bringing relic number 1 back at home.
Yeah, Japanese is good, man. It's really, really good. This timing at castle age, it's really something else. And right now he's gonna get an advantage because of it. He's gonna kill a villager. He's gonna make sure the pawn is safe.
A nice find here by Dumu. Culture Wing on the way here for Anathan, but is still a minute away, and that is that just feels so long when Dumu is already in castle age. He's got 5 Mounted Samurai going. Luckily for Anathan, he's got the walls complete, so at least the Mounted Samurai cannot start slaughtering wills.
Yeah, just need a good wall. Something we could also point out for late game, but I don't think Anathan is gonna do it. I think Abbasid is one of the best late game Civ against Japanese because you can go Mass Camel Archer against Japanese. And it's one of the best units you can do. It's good against any infantry, and Japanese is known for like its infantry. So I hope that if he goes for any range units, he goes for some Camel Archer. I think that's very niche, but it's very strong against Japanese.
Ultra Rank finally hits over here for Anathan. He does have a lot of resources in the bank, so he can start pumping out units immediately. For now, both players sitting on 1 bond apiece. These Mounted Samurai, they've always been a dangerous unit. Luckily, if you're Anathan, you have a lot of different units that can deal with that. Crossbows are very much beloved by the Abbasids, or maybe even Camel Riders. If you were in his position, would you consider going Camel Riders here, seeing that Dumu has basically nothing but the Mounted Samurai?
If you think he's going Mounted Samurai plus, what's the name, Archer, you just go Crossbow and Knights and you will win. I think Crossbow will destroy the front line so much that you just win the fight too much on the front line, and then Knights are gonna kill, obviously, the back line. So you just go like maybe one Camel Archer to have the debuff, full Knights, and then you go full Crossbow, I think. And you have a good army comp against this.
It was complete just in time, so Dumu cannot break in there. Quick Wars also snapping to the gold mine helps a lot here. Anathan does have his first couple of crossbowmen coming out.
Also, I think he should have walled the right side of the map. He won the right lake, usually it means you can wall the right side, and he could totally control one of the relics, which is actually a big deal. You really don't want to let your opponent get all the relics for free. So, it could have been a possibility, but he didn't do it.
Now you have the veteran spearman out there supported by the crossbowman, and Dumu is just now starting to mix in some Yumi. This could be dicey for him. He's getting pushed away from here, and he's yet to make a unit that can actually deal with what Anathan has. Looks like Samurai for a moment thought about standing and fighting, but they all changed their mind very quickly here. Dumu is still just going full Mounted Samurai. He only has 4 Yumi to work with.
Yeah, he's mishandling his economy a bit. He has so much food. But right now he needs a lot of food and he wants to make a lot of Archer to make sure his composition is a good combination. So, I'm not sure. Maybe he's, yeah, I guess having that many farms is very useful, but you kind of bait yourself by going on food a bit too heavily.
Yeah, he's got a lot of food, and you know, it's quite unusual at this stage of the game on a Kawasan map where both players still have a good food eco from the water that's not being harassed. And Dimo's actually making a Springald. Do you think it's actually to snipe, I mean, Anathan might be bringing in Siege. Is Dumu just preemptively countering that, or is this to try and contest upon by using the Spring Ult to snipe ships with?
I think it's both. Usually the meta on this map is to take the middle and then you make Spring Ult to actually kill the pawn of your enemy. So I guess he is anticipating this move because Abbasid obviously is one of the best civs to actually go siege, since you can just make infantry and make siege from it. Okay, that's pretty bad. He's gonna lose a few villagers.
Was just a little too late. Love the body block from the scout. It's all the villagers going down here, and a wall is going to remain wide open. At the same time, a lot of walls are coming up from Anathan. He's sectioning the map off very nicely, especially that right side where you have so much gold to work with.
Yeah, and he can still go for 2 relics. 2 on the map that are pretty close to his base. So Anathan could end up with 2 relics, which is totally fine. You're very happy with this outcome as Abbasid, I think.
Yeah, Springle now trying to focus down those combat ships here, but Anathan is looking to dive, and he's got a scary army. Lancers, Gulam, crossbows, spearmen. It's a very versatile and diverse army. And Dumu is going to get pushed away from the gold mine. Now, one thing that Anathan doesn't really have is all of his forces right here. He's got his army scattered across the map. Lancers raiding, spearmen detached from the crossbows. Looks like he's going to change his mind and fall back for the time being.
Yeah, and Dumu is starting to transition into Ona Bogeisha, which is the key unit of the matchup. That's why I think Camel Archer are very good, because against Ona Bogeishas are very good. But if you don't have anything to counter it, it's very hard to stop. Even like knights that are supposed to be good against them, if you don't have +2 armor on them, which is not the first upgrade you get, like +2 armor melee, you only get them against Ona Bogeisha. That can be very hard. So Anathan is gonna need to adapt his composition very fast.
Yeah, he's going very heavy on spears and crossbows, also mixing in some Gulam, but he's done getting some knights out. But boot camp is on the way, and that's gonna be a big buff to all of that infantry that he's making.
Yeah, that's a very good point. He's gonna go for some crossbow too, like Dumu. Ona, what's his name?
Onamusha.
Onamusha, yeah. That's a pretty weird unit. I don't think it's very good, but some people like to mix them in like it's crossbow. I think it's a bit... I would prefer to have a crossbow to be fair. Like, I think it's only very good against French and Jeanne d'Arc. Against any other civs, I would prefer to have a normal crossbow.
Dumu looking to flank around with the samurai, but he's just unable to find any targets. Gotta love how much Anathan is walling here. Like, he's really making it difficult for Dumu to break into his base, and because of that, he can just focus all his infantry to the middle. He's got a tower out there for the vision, might also place a couple of emplacements on it, and he secured all the berries out there, which is just so valuable for the Abbasids.
Yeah, it's very valuable for both civs. It's like the one who gets it is very happy, so... Yeah, getting it as Abbasid, eventually it's gonna be very good. For now, he's still, like, he doesn't need that much food. He is pretty much heavy on wood and gold because he wants to do some siege. But soon he's gonna be able to have all of those berries if he wants to age up or like make a lot of melee units. Or yeah, I guess he will go into Gulams. It's the most logical choice against what Dumu is doing. I think there is a hole.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, there were actually 2 holes out there. Yeah. Anathan tried to quick wall the first one, doesn't do the second, and this could be disastrous for him. He's got a couple of spearmen coming back here, but this is exactly what Dumu was looking for. A couple of villagers getting picked off here, but spearmen do come back. Dumu now pulls away the cavalry, but this is just so annoying for Anathan to deal with. Just a couple of these mounted samurai running all across his base.
Yeah, that's some really decent damage. He really doesn't care about his knights anymore, so he just wants to find some damage, and he is doing so.
And he finds the second TC. That's big information. Yeah. He hasn't scouted that part of the map recently because of the walls. He just now realizes that Anathan is playing 2 TCs.
Yeah, he could have expected it, but for sure, like making sure you know it's there, it's very important. So now you know you're against 2 DC, you're as 2 DC yourself. You can just play it safely, you know. You don't have to really all in into your opponent. You have the same economy pretty much.
These mounted samurai just still a thorn in the side of Anathan. And Dumu, he's having a really good micro with these. Keeps picking off villagers, gets away. Another kill there. Anathan just lost so many villagers to this.
Yeah, and it's not over. Still running around. I mean, to be fair, like, he's not gonna find way more. Like, on the left there is nothing, so we know it, he doesn't. He has 54 on Abogeisha. That's a lot. That's gonna be a very scary army.
That's just such a scary army, and it does have a Katana Bannerman as well. So you do have that buff for your infantry too. In the meantime, Anathan was building up his Springboard count. Anti-siege against his infantry, but also something that he could start using to pick off ships with. These Lancers still a distraction out there, whereas Dumu is now, again, quietly building up this army. His eco is just so much better than Anathan's. He's building that army up, and at the same time, look at the resource bank that he has.
Yeah, Japanese man, it's just very very strong. Your heroes are very good at this stage of the game, and just all the bonus are adding up together. And now the army, like, literally it's not close. The army of the Muslim is way better, way better than Anathan. So he's gonna push into him, but that's gonna be a problem if he's actually going into a concave. And that seems to be like a bad concave, but it's a concave.
And you look at all the Onabugeisha swarming in. It was a second wave as well from Dumu.
Yeah.
So maybe Anathan thought he has the army to beat this, and then suddenly a second wave shows up. Springolds do trade off against each other. Mangonels are rolling up. But really, this is not about the Mangonels. This is not about the Springolds. This is all about that swarm of infantry coming out of Dumu. He's got the Onabugeisha. He's got the Katana Bannerman buffing as well, and this is just the snowball rolling down here. Look at Anathan flee. It looks like we might be taken into game number 5 here. Dumu not ready to call today yet. He wants to have a shot at challenging Marine Lord himself in Castle de Almodovar.
Yeah, and he's even going to age up, so for now, like, Anathan is gonna be like, oh fuck, already, and now he's gonna see Imperial and he's gonna be like, oh my god, it's pretty much over, right? He's just gonna upgrade Onabugeisha to H4, and then you're totally done. So he's trying to go for the upgrades, right? He went +1 armor, he's gonna get the +2 soon, but he just doesn't have enough, and Imperial upgrades are gonna kick in, so it's gonna be a GG.
There we go. We talked about this a lot, and you highlighted it in the previous game as well. Dumu has his ups and downs, but this was definitely an up game over here. He had the Japanese. There were some interesting moments where he opted to go with the Kura Storehouse instead of playing the classical Koka Township Shinobi game, but it worked out, and this secures another win for him, takes us into a decider game. The winner of the upcoming game is going to have a chance to continue their journey in the online stage of Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. The player that ends up losing the next game is going to be out permanently.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure on their shoulder, but they're used to it, so hopefully they give a last good game. I'm not sure what's left. I guess Rus was left, no? Rus, yeah. Ottoman on Arabia, okay. I think that's pretty hard for Ottoman. That's really pretty hard.
And it's a Rus game again, so you know what? You know where we're going with this. It's gonna be a game of bounties, but again, I think this is a good time to take a look at the standings of the brackets because we have a lot of intense sets going on at the same time. Once again, this is the elimination part of the bracket. We do have a final result come in. We already saw Vortex take out Louis MT 3-2. Vortex survives. And Baltune, I asked you about him. We haven't really seen much of him in these tournaments before, mainly because he's kind of an under-the-radar player. But he takes out Zerton 3-1, and, you know, he went just as deep as Vortex so far. So, you know, we might need to look at this guy and say, wait a minute, what is he all about?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I mean, for sure, we know he's really good. He beat Demu last week, so you don't beat Benny if you're bad. And he's been doing good overall, like, the last few months, let's say. Not anything crazy, but he's just doing pretty good against most good players. And against top players, he has some good close games, so it's what you would expect from an up-and-comer.
Yeah, he's going to be waiting for his opponent, CSO or Killjardi. Killjardi up 2-1 right now, so we could have that Scandinavia showdown in the next round. At the same time, Anathan versus Dumu, whoever wins in here, I mean, they don't have much to rest, really, because there is another match today. Vortex is going to play the loser of this set today. That's how the, I guess, organizers of the event drew up the schedule. So whoever wins in here, he's not done yet. The danger of elimination still will loom over their head because Vortex is going to be awaiting them.
Yeah. And Demu is going to have a pretty hard one. Ottoman against Rus. I don't think it's a terrible matchup. I think it's just slightly favored for Rus. But if you have a terrible map, it can really be hard, I think, for Ottoman. Rus, if you have a bad map, you can just put your Kremlin in a crazy good spot, and then your bad map becomes okay. Kind of like what you do with China and Barbican. So doable. I think it's doable. I'm curious to see if he goes 2 scouts or 1 scout as Ottoman. We'll see.
Well, we just have 40 seconds left to go here, and really, what a better way to settle this dispute between these two players than a game on Dry Arabia. No shenanigans, just a classic map with classic civilizations. 30 seconds left to go until Anathan takes on Dumu for the last time in this tournament. One of these two players will be knocked out here, and the other will be facing off Vortex later today. But of course, this is not the end of Red Bull Wololo El Reinado, the online stage either, because, you know, this tournament is going to continue tomorrow, same time as usual, 15 GMT, as well as next weekend as well. But it looks like game number 5 is ready. It's time to decide which of these two players will be eliminated in this match. It's 2 apiece in the elimination match of Anathan versus Dumu. Dumu with the Ottomans in purple, and Anathan with the color yellow as the Rus.
Yeah. Okay, both spawns are pretty terrible, I would say. Like, both sides are very hard to play, I think. So at least that's fair in this way. Demi went to scouts. So if you go to scouts, you cannot really go military school usually. So that's what he's doing, he's just going to scouts fast feudal. Most likely gonna go for the network, like the trade network, because it's just extremely good. You get some free gold, 70 gold per minute, which is very, very good from the start of your feudal. And Anathan, let's see, I will guess you probably go second TC as Rus, but Anathan seems to be very aggressive. So when I said he would go 2 TC as English, he didn't. Maybe here he is gonna go for something different, I'm not sure.
Well, of course, we do have the bounty counter on the left side as well for you folks, so we're going to have to keep track of how Anathan is doing in terms of collecting bounty. But he made 3 scouts, he's already at 70 bounties, so he's already performing reasonably well compared to some other games we've seen back in the past.
Yeah, surely. That's not the best number for now, but it's gonna go up.
And he got to 80, so,
Yeah.
okay. That's a good
problem.
start.
You don't have much.
Oh my. I need to stop doing that, but I think like everybody on the chat wants this. It's
Yeah,
just
you're a bunch
sad.
of baboons. I know. But like he's locked for now. He doesn't have any extra hunts. So okay, he got a wolf. That's already big because you really want the first bonus, obviously, as Rus. It's very big.
It's going to be big because it's going to come down to the wheelbarrow timing. You see, Dumu going double scout over here. He's actually pushing away this 1 scout. And I guess this is one of the ways I've looked at it. When you have 2 scouts, you're the one deciding who gets the final shot on the wolf, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just that just shows why Anathan bailed out on that. He knew that Dumu was going to get the final kill. And you see, Anathan has to age up with the Kremlin without wheelbarrow, which is definitely a sign of a quite underwhelming Dark Age for the Rus player.
Yeah, it's very, very bad. He must be very unhappy about the situation. On top of that, I don't like the position of the Kremlin. I think he could actually secure the hunt with it on top of the gold. He decides to put it next to his TC. Okay, maybe he doesn't have a lot of bounty, but he got a good ship amount, which is pretty good against Ottoman. It's a thief that really wants to stay under the TC for a while, so having a lot of ship against them is always decent.
That's a great point to bring up. Yeah. Let's talk about this though. Sotahani Trade Network coming up here. Is this the landmark you expected from Dumu?
Yeah, I think the other one is just weaker now. Like that's the problem when you do 2 landmarks that are doing pretty much the same. They are both economical, so if you just make one too strong, the other one become pretty much useless. And that's what happened like pretty much the last 2 years with the network being too bad. And now it's a little bit better, so you just end up seeing only this one.
Yeah, I tend to agree. The neutral market, by the way, is right next to Dumu's base, but it's more about that garrison potential at the very beginning, right? You kind of highlighted you want to stay underneath your TC, and at the end of the day, you are getting a decent amount of extra eco with this.
Yeah, it's 70 gold and you are just happy about it because you get it from the start of the feudal age. So when you're about to click, let's say at maybe 8-9 minutes, you already got pretty much half, if not more, of your gold that you want to age up with from the landmark, which is amazing, obviously. So you just put a few villagers on gold, you can get wheelbarrow pretty much instantly thanks to the little bit of extra gold you get, and you can get a fast castle going on for yourself just because of this. So I think Ottoman was a bit weak before, but since this landmark buff, I think it's back into the meta pretty well, and it's not a bad sieve or it's not a good sieve, it's just a bit in between.
Well, it's going to be a double TC build here from Anathan. And it looks like Dumu is also moving towards the stone here. So
Yeah.
it's going to be 2 TC versus 2 TC. Means that Anathan, if he's facing 2 TC from the Ottomans, is he going to pull the trigger on a third maybe?
Back in the day, that's what we really used to do. Now I feel like if you 2DC against 2DC, you just try to all in your opponent or your fast castle. And I feel like Rus is so good at fast castling that you just go 2DC fast castle. Oh my god, that's terrible, TC. Why?
Interesting idea. It's kind of close-ish to the hunt. It's kind of north-ish to the goal, and it's protecting the back line of the wood line. But to me, it feels a little redundant with this Kremlin.
Yeah, I mean the Kremlin, it could be a little bit further up where the TC is, and then you could put the TC on the deer. But he's gonna have a pretty bad TC. Let's see for Demi where he goes with it. I guess maybe in between the berries and the deer, yeah. Will make some sense. Oh, he's getting blocked.
Nice body blocks here by Anathan.
He's gonna force an extra meal thanks to that. That's pretty good. Anathan is happy about that for sure.
Yeah, that's annoying right there for Dumu. He's gonna get harassed. Anathan looks like he's going to just stop at 2 DC, so it's gonna be 2 apiece. Stable now coming in for him. We might see a couple of knights, or I guess it's gonna be knights. No other thing to focus on. Side note here, how do you feel about this? Anathan still doesn't have the wheelbarrow, which is something that the Rus player tries to get as early as basically late Dark Age, but because of that low bounty he had, he still doesn't have it. Do you agree with Anathan prioritizing double products here compared to wheelbarrow?
I mean, to me, it means he wants to make a lot of production. So if he actually plays feudal, it will make sense. But if he doesn't play feudal, it doesn't make any sense, I think. But yeah, look at it, like he has too much on wood, so it means he's gonna go for more production, and it means he's gonna go for an attack. So considering his plan, I think it's fine.
First knight on the way here for Anathan. At the same time, Dumu, just no army whatsoever. He does have a vizier point.
Yeah.
We should see in a second what he's going to spend it on. He has yet to spend it, but thanks to our lovely production team, we can show you the bounty counter, we can show you the vizier point counter, so that's something that you can also take a look at the left and the right-hand side of the screen. It looks like Anathan's going to go very heavy on the production, so once again, great call by you. Double stable, double range. It's not something that you see for every 2 TC build.
Yeah, I mean, on paper it's not very good, but Anathan really likes to attack, so he just wants to put some pressure on the map, which is fine, I think. Especially considering the TC placement, right? You can just pressure the deer pack for sure, with a few archer and a few knights. And Ottoman tends to be a little bit slower compared to Rus. So right now he's gonna make military schools, while Anathan is already full going on his production, and he's gonna make a lot of units. Oof. Okay.
Knights jumping on the villas. Villagers don't get garrisoned in time. This one might actually die here, but it looks like Anathan is not going to try and pursue it. Dumu first, the Sipahi out. But yeah, I don't know how you feel about this, but I always had this perception that the Ottomans just need so much free space at the beginning for the military schools. Their build-up of the army is so slow.
Yeah, feudal age they are a bit too slow to be good in the current meta. But I think if you reach castle age with a decent timing, you're gonna get Sipai, which in my opinion is the best. I mean, outside of stuff like kings and some weird unique units, I think the actual best unit in the game is Sipai, because it's one unit you always do no matter what, even if you are against spikes or whatever, you just do a good combination with it, and you go like Janissaries or Archer, but in the end you still go for full Sipai, because it's just a bit broken, and it's a very good combination with Janissaries obviously.
Yeah, Dumu looks like he wants to get to Castle Age over here. He does have the gold he needs. He's a little low on the food department, though. That second TC, as you kind of highlighted, it wasn't the most optimal thing ever. And food could be dicey here. He gets pushed off the hunt. He could potentially be harassed on the berries as well, but looks like Anathan isn't committing. So Dimu's going to get away with this, and he's going to be able to click up to Castle Age soon.
Yeah, I think if Anathan plays it very well, he can just go mass units. You have to go melee units, so you go knights or horsemen with spears. I think you go +1 armor, you don't go for rams, you just dive the tower once you have +1 armor, and then you dive the TC when you feel like you have enough units. Just you can click it with a lot of melee units and you will be fine. And I think if he plays it very well, going fast castle here is a little bit suicidary from Dumu.
Dumu still doesn't have the food out there, but he also doesn't have any more Sipahi to work with. Anathan has been building this army up for a while. Does have 4 knights, couple of spearmen archers as well. He's getting blacksmith upgrades, and Dumu is just now going to click fortification coming in on this tower, but looks like Anathan is going to dive that beforehand. Arrow slit's already complete. Anathan, though, stepping back, and I think this is where I have to ask, do you think Anathan is knowing that Dumu is already aging up?
I think he must expect it now, yeah. He only saw a few Sipai, no meter, no military school. I think you 100% expect your opponent to be aging up.
Villagers getting caught in here, and again, we go back to that moment where the town center, the optimal TC spot was blocked. One villager falls, many idled and damaged. These knights, they're definitely starting to cause a lot of chaos in this economy. Third villager falls as well, and so many villas from Dumu are forced to be idle as well.
Yeah, and Dumu doesn't have +1 attack on arrow, obviously, so I'm quite sure he could just dive the TC and click it, and he will just kill too much for Dumu to recover. Oh my god, okay. That's totally terrible.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Oh,
Dumu went back on the
that's too
berries, didn't notice the villagers being slain. He's down by 8 eco now, and again, he's facing elimination if he loses in this game. Now he's starting to mix in some crossbows, some knights, a mangonel too, but that mangonel is actually coming from the Imperial Armory, so it's going to take some time until it comes out. Anathan, he could be so close to taking out Dumu here. He lost 3-2 to Lucifron in the winner's bracket, narrowly losing to Lucifron. Now he could have a narrow win here against Dumu because things aren't looking good for Benny Boy.
Yeah, losing this TC, it means you're gonna be behind for the whole game. He went for the second visor point, I guess. I'm not sure what it is. Or does he have a second visor point? I'm not even sure. Like, he didn't make a lot of units, I guess, so I guess he doesn't have one. Oh, he does actually, yeah. I will be like going age up and having not a third one. A second one will be a bit crazy. But I mean, this one is a greedy one, so I'm not sure what he really wants to do with that. I would expect monks actually, but
it's an interesting call, right? Because having more military scores is good, but it takes so much time to get any value out of those military scores. And now he gets pushed away from the gold mine. He is actually thinking about getting, well, he's not just thinking about, he's doing this just now, getting veterancy for the Sipahi. But he only has 1 Sipahi on the field right now.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm really not sure about that. I'm not sure if that's a good timing to do that. More military schools, he already has 3, okay, that's pretty good. Didn't know he had 3 already. That's a good setup. Anathan is trying to go castle, but at the same time he needs to wall. And he's gonna run out of food under his TC, so he's gonna go on berries, I guess, but you really don't want to do that usually, so it's gonna be a weird timing where like you really cannot go age up. But at the same time your opponent is gonna go Morganels, obviously, because it's free. And then he's gonna try to get relics, which really, I mean, it's really annoying if you don't deny any. Even if you kill the TC, it's still annoying and you want to deny them. So it's gonna be a weird dynamic for Anathan, I think.
Well, crossbows now coming out here for Dumu, but he lost his extra TC. He lost 9 villagers here, so he's down by 12 eco in total. At the very least, he's in Castle Age. Anathan is still stuck in Feudal, but the army for Anathan is just so much bigger. And You know, this is always a talking point with the Knights. A Knight is much better than a normal Feudal Age unit, so sure enough, Anathan's army is a Feudal Age army, but it's a really good Feudal Age army.
Oof.
Knights
Okay.
trying to pinch the Mangonel. Crossbows doing their best to body block. Nice micro there by Dumu, focusing down the Knight. Looks like the Spearman will dive as well. Mangonel shots looking decent as well, but the Meter gets caught in the crossfire. Meter goes down, and the Crossbow is just holding their position, doing a great job against all these archers, though. And I don't know about you, but I mean, this is as good as it gets for Dumu fight-wise. I just don't think it might be enough.
He's fighting under TC as +1 attack. He's gonna hold, but at what cost? It really depends. Like, if you lose any more villagers, that's gonna be very bad. But he's on 4 military school. He's on an age up compared to Anathan. Anathan is not that close to the age up, so maybe there is a ward. I'm not sure. It's gonna be weird. But it's not 100% over yet, I think.
Yeah, this is a weird fight from Anathan. He needed to kill that Mangonel, but he wasn't able to. And now that Mangonel got so much value, it got a great hit on the Spearmen, got a great hit on the Archers. And as you kind of highlighted, Dumu still, he is hurt, but he's not down yet. He is 1 age up compared to his opponent. And it's the military schools that start to come online now. He's got quite a few military schools to work with. And all those free units, they are really good to offset this difference that you see at the top of the screen in economy.
Yeah. He made a few crossbow though, so that's good against Knights, obviously. But the rest of the army is just like, he has a little bit of everything. He has 1 Meller, a few Sipahi, a few Archer, a few Crossbow, a few Janissaries, a few Knights. So he's going a little bit everywhere. I feel like you just need to go Sipahi, and then you go Janissaries with some Archer. And then you have a good comp. I don't think Crossbow are very necessary in this case. So I guess he went for the Vizier point that is boosting his military school, since he's already on 4. There is no way he went for anything else. Oh no, he went for the Janissary actually, I think. No? He's on 14. So I guess he went for the big Janissary boom, and he wants to push his advantage, military advantage, my bad.
Sledge is in here for Anathan as well. He's got a lot of villagers out here. At least he's got a tower to protect them with. He's just not getting the veterancy for both the Knights and the Spearmen. But when you have so many Janissaries out there, those Knights and even the Spearmen, they will just disappear in an instant.
Yeah, it will. Like 20 Janissaries is a lot. I mean, economy-wise, obviously, Anathan is 24 villagers ahead. More eco upgrades, but Benny is even harvesting berries. So it's really some bad harvesting rates.
Looking at the army, though, Dumu does have a definitive lead right now, as it's going to be a men-at-arms switch here by Anathan. Somewhat surprising, given the crossbow and Janissary count coming out of Dumu.
Yeah, I mean, what you can do usually to deny is this kind of Ottoman push. You just go front line, and then you make some Springhold, and he's gonna have to go back. Because usually they don't go blind on Springhold, and even if they do, you just go like for a big melee front line to heavily either dive your opponent or defend your siege line, and then you just make more siege than your opponent, and you can just force him back. And if you have more economy, obviously, it's the correct call.
It's a lot of Janissaries, and just look at how quick they're firing with the Meter buff in there. This is, you know, army-wise, Dumu needs to be happy about his position. Imagine how good his position would be if he didn't lose that DC and all those villagers.
Yeah.
Looks like Anathan is now looking for a run-by here with the Knights, but these are pricey units. He can't really afford to have them get decimated by Janissaries. Oh, he could find a Mangonel.
Yeah, he could totally find a Mangonel. He decides not to, or maybe he's not on it. He wants to on the economy.
Knights jumping on the Bills as well. And looks like Knights will be cleaned up, though. I don't know about you, but I feel like there was too little value maybe for all these Knights. Sure enough, Mangonel went down, a couple of villagers went down, but at the same time, those Knights are very much needed here for Anathan. Oh, you could find so much more value here.
Yeah, some more idle time from Ottoman, from Dumu, which is really not cool. That's good for Anathan, obviously. Training more army for more economy, more idle time, more villager skill. He's on 1 TC, I mean 2 TC against 1 TC, so he's really looking for any damage. Sadly, he lets Demu run away with 4 relics, which is very big. But it's fine. Should totally be fine.
I mean, count equalizing now. Anathan has a 30 eco lead. He's getting veterancy on the archers. Sipahi getting absolutely slaughtered by all these spearmen out here. They run into that bike wall, got stunned and got butchered as a consequence. But at the same time, Dumu does have siege. Anti-siege just now coming out here for Anathan. Demu is also sitting on soon-to-be 4 relics, which is, to be fair, really good considering how confined to his base he was for quite some time.
Yeah, very, very good. He's going for +2 archer and archer upgrade. Organals are trying to kill them for the spring gold, but it's not gonna work normally. Yeah, so good.
Trying to break through the wall here. Anathan is waiting for the veterancy on the archers, but that's an aggressive move by Dumu. He's dropping a keep in front of the enemy base here. Anathan needs to fight this, otherwise this keep is going to go up, but it's going to be so difficult fighting against all these Mangonels. And of course the Janissaries as well, Springolds, looking to snipe out the Mangonels from the back line. Castle almost completed, I feel, but the crossbows looks like they will be able to focus down the villagers. Springolds now taking out the first Mangonel. Springold getting picked off, at least one of the two, and the castle does complete. Dumu with a marvelous forward position now.
Yeah, I mean it's good on paper, but I think it's not gonna do much. I think you just go for more Springgold and more Trebuchet now. You go for like 2 or 3 Trebuchet, and it's just gonna die by itself. So Dumu is taking a good position, but he's not achieving too much with it. He's denying 1 gold, but you still have the back gold on the left corner of the map, and you have the upper gold that is pretty big for Anathan. So it's a fake good position, I think. When people see this kind of position, usually they tend to think it's a problem, but I would say it's really not. Like I think it's just a random castle and it's not gonna do anything. He's gonna build off siege from that position though. Like. Yeah. It's better than nothing, but really normally you just make trebuchet and you're gonna kill the castle that costs stone to repair, and then you're just gonna move your opponent because it's an all-in forward position, and once you kill the castle, it doesn't have much left to defend the position. So, and with so many mana towns, I think he's gonna be totally fine.
Yeah, Vizier point available once again for Dumu. He does have 3 sacred sites, but the population lead is just so massive for Anathan over here. Sure enough, some of that eco differential is offset by the relics and the 3 units from the military school, but I mean, you can't deny the fact that Anathan is 200 population, Dumu is only 125.
Yeah, he's gonna need some more siege. I think it shouldn't be... It's pretty much a mistake to be capped right now as Anathan. He should have stopped making units at like 185 to make sure he can make only siege from that point on. And then you keep the rest of your money to go age up if you want, or to make a bigger bank if you think the fight is gonna come soon. But going 200 supply and still making units is a mistake in my opinion.
Dumu, he's looking to accomplish something over here, but he must know that his eco is not as good as what we have here for Anathan, at least in terms of nominal eco numbers. But even when you look at the resource income per minute, it's even at the best. But of course, Anathan has nothing to spend resources on right now. Like, he's 200 out of 200 population. He can grab upgrades. Or he could just start slamming units against Dumu's forces and replacing them immediately.
Yeah, I mean, he could actually move under the castle. It wouldn't be too bad. We know it because we see the army size, but he will never do that, obviously. Until the castle is dead, he's not gonna push. But he's on 1 trap, so it's not like and the trap is gonna die, I think. That was a run by going for it. So he's never gonna take down the castle. Yeah, the trap died on the left, I think, of the TC, which is pretty bad for Anathan. Maybe you can just send your army into your opponent's base. That's good.
That's exactly what Anathan is doing. He detached 20 or so men-at-arms. They're heading towards Dumu's base. Most of Dumu's forces are essentially right at this castle, so he might not have much to defend against that counterattack with. Anathan also managed to sneak out to the large gold way into the north, and that's not something that Dumu is denying either.
Okay, small run by. It's gonna do some damage, but nothing big. Dumu is still very aggressive on the map. He has like the deer pack at the north. I guess he will go for the berries too at some point. Oh, and he really wants to go for victory with Sacred Sites, I guess.
Well, I mean, he might not have another option because he can't
Yeah.
really breach the enemy base here, especially with Anathan having reached Imperial. Castle trying to be built right next to the sacred site over here. Anathan did his best to decap this. Dumu should be able to finish this keep eventually, but there's still 8 minutes on the countdown and the elite upgrades are coming in for Anathan. You feel like he's got so much time still here to decap one of these sacred sites.
Yeah, just need to make sure you don't lose the siege fight. Don't go before your upgrade. That will be a little bit of a bad fight. That can be
Here comes
scary
the
actually
dive
for Anathan.
here. Yeah, the upgrades aren't really there just
Yeah.
yet, so thinks twice about this one. Maybe he didn't see the whole army because the stealth forest, that's one thing I can
Yeah.
imagine. But he's going to regroup, wait for some reinforcements to arrive. Shadow Trigger is now coming in for a Springles though, and that's going to just essentially guarantee the Springles war for him.
Yeah, it will, but it doesn't have that much vision, and there is a big tree right there. I mean, not a big tree, like a stealth forest, which is very annoying to deal with as a Springles player. So it's gonna be a weird one. It doesn't have enough anti-building. It's only one trap, so that's not gonna be good enough to kill the castle. And like, Man-at-Arms upgrades are amazing. You have more HP, you have more armor, it's amazing, but like against Janissaries, it's not that good. So you can't really just YOLO into your opponent's army just because you're 1 age up.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's not just Janissaries as well. It's also Mangonels, quite a lot of Mangonels from Dumu. And he's got 7 Matter. Like, that's no joke. 7 Matter buffing your army. That means that no matter what happens, Dumu is going to have that buff non-stop. There's no way you snipe all of them.
Yeah, I guess he just has one military school non-stop producing Matter, which is a bit of a weird dynamic, but why not? If it works, it works. Yeah. Anathan is still on the
Still
same
trying
problem
to
as
take this
Caps.
out, but he only has 1 trap right now, so
Yeah.
Dumu is just like, yeah, whatever. And look at Dumu. He wants to go into Imperial himself.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? He bought himself a lot of time. He's gonna lose the Springald though. That's fine for now. I mean, the castle is doing a lot of damage to the Springald. Okay, he's gonna take a random fight. Now he sees it's a lot, like a big concave on top of that. That's pretty hard to engage in.
That stealth forest is helping Dumu so much though, because Anathan really doesn't know what he's facing off against. And like, he saw the Janissaries, he saw the Mangonels. I was like, nope, I'm not doing that. But at the same time, while he's not diving, Dumu is gonna be up to Imperial himself.
Yeah, I think the correct play would be to just send pretty much your whole Man-at-Arms army across the map and try to run by into your opponent's economy. Maybe kill military schools, kill monasteries, kill stuff that is valuable economically. But staying here with a dead army and you don't want to push with it, it's pretty bad. Maybe he was waiting for the university upgrade. It's coming on soon, very soon, pretty much right now. So that's maybe what he was waiting for. Would make a lot of sense. Yeah.
Janissary guns upgrade, elite upgrade coming in as well. Looks like Anathan
Okay.
is going to dive once again, but it's so many Matter, and the Mangonel fire from behind the stealth
Yeah.
forest. Anathan is running into his own demise over here. These units weren't even in the stealth forest, they were behind. Anathan couldn't have seen them, and look at this absolute slaughter. Anathan's army just disappeared in an instant. And this is a Castle Age army. This is not an Imperial Age army just yet from Dumu.
It's painful. That's painful. Janissaries are not fully upgraded. It's gonna be very... I mean, okay, kill the castle at least. He's gonna be fine when it comes to the siege fight. So he's just gonna need to remake a big army. Streltsies, Man-at-Arms. To be fair, he still has a lot of gold on the map that is pretty free for himself. He has the big gold mine and he has the Kremlins.
He's pulling militias. That's how desperate he is. He
And-
pulled 28 militias, but again, that's not going to do too much.
If you win the siege fight, I think it's good. Like to put the militia like that. It's one of the best way you can use them. He did some pretty good damage with them, look. Like it's only 10 Janissaries left. He was at 30, so it's a very good fight and it's always a good unit to plot.
Yeah, I have to agree with you here. I didn't expect those militia to do this much, and they might have been the saving grace here for Anathan, because things look very dicey, but guess what? Reporter now coming in here for Dumu. Only survives like 5 seconds after the Streltsy close distance and take it out. It was a little late to the party. Against the Militias, it would have been fun, but well, there it goes. With the Militias gone, though, Dumu is getting back onto this. Meta being caught here by the cannon, though. A lot of these Meta are very low HP.
Yeah, low HP. But obviously, Benny cannot leave this position because it's a Sacred Side victory. Like, I think it's his only way he's gonna win this game in the next like 10 minutes. So he really wants to work for it, but it's gonna get a little bit harder, I think. The middle one is not secured.
That one fight where so many Janissars went down to the Militia, that might have been it. Because, as you said, Dumu needs to stay. But the military schools, they're slow to replenish the army. Anathan is at 175 population.
Oof.
He's dropping a keep next to the sacred site. Dumu is down to 127 population, and just look at how slow he's getting that population back. He's got 400 food per minute. Essentially, all of his military production is coming from military schools.
That hurts though. Like, Anathan is getting tight barn with only one relic. I've never seen that. This guy is a bit crazy. The game is going wild and he's having a hard time uncapping sacred sites. And he goes tight barn for 500 gold to just make sure your relic, your single relic, is doing a bit better.
It's something. But the sacred site decap is now going to happen almost certainly here. And that resets Dumu so badly because, as you said, he really needed this sacred site victory. Beyond that, there is not much going for him. He's still 140 population against 200 now. Anathan is also mixing in Streltsy. Dumu's got a great bombard on the way, a couple of Matter, but he's got basically no front line to his army.
Yeah, no front line, no walls to defend run-bys. So really, Anathan, he can do a lot of good stuff right now to make sure he wins the game. I guess he just needs to secure the top side of the map where there is a lot of gold. And once you do that, you're in a winning position, 100%.
At least the elite upgrade is in for Dumu's Sipahi, though.
Ooh, the site.
Anathan didn't decap the sacred site.
I mean,
the countdown is still going on.
Because there is a bottom sacred site that is very exposed to. So it's not like it's only one sacred site. I mean...
Yeah. I mean, he should decap this, but still, it's actually very funny. It's actually giving free gold to Dumu as well.
Yeah, it's a big mistake. We never know what's happening, so like... If you just take a bad fight now and you lose the sacred site retake, it's terrible. You lose. But it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, he's gonna be all good. Men-at-Arms are now being trickled into Dumu's eco, just harassing all these vills. Dumu still has 4 relics though, and he's got the military schools, but the population, again, is just looking so underwhelming. And again, don't tell me. Like, he needs to decap one of these sacred sites. Yeah. It would be the biggest throw in history to lose a game to sacred sites when you're pushing the enemy base.
Red Bull. It will be the end of his run, so yeah.
This is a decider game. Just come on, decap one of those sites.
Yeah, he wants to pressure at the same time, but just leave when you need it.
Just send a villager or something. Okay, maybe now.
Wait,
although...
That's pretty scary. That's great bombards in it too.
And Mangonels are setting up. That could be dicey. Springolds taking a shot here. Mangonels pushing away the Man-at-Arms. This is why, as you said, you gotta decap it while you can because you never know what's coming next.
Okay, he should be fine because Dumu is going back. But with like Dumu is going back, he is getting almost 100 villagers. He got a few Imperial upgrades. He's getting great bombards. Maybe he can come back from this position. We have to remember he is on 4 relics. So his passive income is actually pretty good. 4 or 5 military schools.
He's been slowly booming back up, and as you said, if he gets back up to the population, maybe he's got a shot. At the very least, Anathan decap one of those sacred sites, so the danger of the sacred site countdown is no longer looming over him, but Dumu needs to make something happen. He's just trapped inside his base, and you see, he's struggling to find safe resources to work with.
Yeah, it makes sense. Even his castle line, like, it was very forward, so it's very easy to take down as Anathan. Saying that he's losing 1 member. Did he take down the bottom castle? I feel like it could just retake the whole part of the map that is bottom side to make sure the wood line are safe. And then he can just work on the rest of the map with his army. Oh, beautiful fights. Killing 1 Reinado.
Mangonel's getting picked off here from the distance by Anathan. The Springolds are working wonders, but at the same time, Mangonel Fire is still helping Dumu over here. Springolds trade off against each other. You also have a bunch of Bombard Fire coming in here for Dumu. Geneser is still firing from the back line. Front line is gone for both of these players, but Mangonel's still available here for Anathan. He does have the Streltsy standing their ground over here. Great Bombard firing from the back line. Both players essentially reduced to next to no army.
Yeah, but the reset is very good for Anathan. So he's gonna be pretty happy about this one. He has control of most of the gold on the map. Plus, he's just on a bigger economy. He has all the upgrades level 3. Dumu is like on a full upgrade level 1, for example. So you can see there is a real big difference in economy.
Look at the chaos to the north as well. Like, they're just spamming castles and towers on all these gold mines. It has been absolute chaos, but as you highlighted, Dumu actually added the second TC, so now he's getting back in terms of the villager count, but his food eco is abysmal, 600 per minute compared to 2600 on the other side.
Yeah, he's just not ready for the late game. I think he's missing a lot of university upgrade too, so it's gonna be a hard one to climb. He's gonna be very uphill, but who knows? Like he's got one of the best team in the game to do that, to do a good comeback. There is no sacred side timer going on, so he's safe in this regard. He's getting tight barn, which is very good economically. +2 on wood, that's good. So he's getting stuff to make sure he can come back. That's a good start.
Mangonel is now moving up over here, getting caught a little by this surprise push of Man-at-Arms. Man-at-Arms do getting absolutely slaughtered here by the Janissaries, though. And again, let's not forget, Dumu is sitting on 4 relics and also 2 sacred sites. Sacred sites that never really have been decapped, although Dumu looks like he might be losing the keep over here. He's sending the villagers in for the repairs. Mangonel Fire helping out as well. Villagers actually made it to the keep, and Dumu might be able to keep this alive. Bombard still firing away on it, though. Nothing to snap that Bombard with. Next shot could be fatal, and there goes the keep.
Yeah, doesn't have any stone left on the map for himself, so he's gonna have to work with... I mean, to be fair, he has tight barn, so he can have some passive stone income, but he's not gonna have a lot of defensive structure left.
Yeah, castle standoff here to the north here. Anathan is the one without gold, by the way. He's at 200 per minute. He's being denied of the gold, and Dumu does have 2600 per minute. You said this before, Dumu has a great civilization to come back with, and he's got 4 relics with Tithe Barns, 2 sacred sites still, and apparently he's the only player with any kind of a reasonable access to gold right now.
Yeah, and he got siege lead, Dumu. So he's gonna be able to take down castles left and right and to actually win the siege fight, which is very big, obviously. So maybe he's doing it, maybe it's getting close.
Honestly, I feel like he needs to get his food eco back on track, though, because still 1,000 per minute. He's getting upgrades now. I mean, he didn't have a lot of gold for quite some time, so I guess he was missing upgrades because of that. Now he's getting those upgrades, so that should help a lot.
Yeah, all the armory is really not used. All the siege is outside of the range, which is terrible. He only got 1 upgrade from it, which is Spring Gold upgrade for the 0.25 range on it, which is decent. Well, it's pretty sad using the armory that poorly. What happened with the economy? Look at the economy count.
Yeah, I think Anathan either deleted villagers or he lost them to Dumu. Dumu has 60 eco kills, yeah. I think those villagers might have been just killed by the castles to the north. But it looks like we're gonna have a big fight. Multiple great bombards. Suddenly the population doesn't look so good for Anathan. A lot of eco gone. He doesn't have any gold income. Dives into this absolute chaos here. Gunpowder on the side of Dumu, though, reigning supreme against that infantry. Stealth is standing strong, but in such a huge cluster that the great bombards just easily decimate that group. Suddenly, in a blink of an eye, this is shifting in the favor of Dumu in what could be the final game of Anathan in this tournament.
That would be a pretty big throw, to be fair. He was in a very, very commanding lead the whole game. He had a very good early game, but then he didn't snowball that well. He was doing okay for a while. He was controlling gold, but Dumu dropped 2 very good keep at the north to deny the rest of the gold from Anathan. And since then, it's going downhill for Anathan. Only bad fights and only bad news.
I have to agree with you. Anathan, he has no gold income. He cannot really afford premium units, and these men-at-arms and spearmen being sent against these Janissaries just didn't pay off for him. And now Dumu has this absolute death ball. He's got 5 Great Bombards, 8 Springolds, 2 Mangonels. He doesn't even... This is, again, not even a classic army. This is just full siege at this point.
Yeah, I know, that's crazy. That was a wild comeback. It's still not over. You can't really trade on this map, I guess, because the trade post is terrible for both players. So I guess that's not really an option. So relics actually mattered a lot this game. And as I said, like at the start, when he took all the relics, it was very well played from Dumu, but it was also very poorly countered by Anathan. He had enough units on the ground to actually kill imams picking up relics, but he was letting them go for free, so it was pretty bad.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think Anathan has been giving a lot of freebies here for Dumu. Just as an example, Dumu still has the sacred site at the bottom of the screen. That was behind Anathan's walls for the last 10 or so minutes. The northern sacred site just got decapped. And those are freebies that you can't really give to a player like Dumu. That is part of the reason why he had the potential to just reboom into this game. A bunch of extra gold from those sacred sites, of course 4 relics as well. Those were essentially the driving force behind this comeback.
Yeah, and also Anathan, I think one of the big mistakes, he was making all the time a big army, but it was never a big siege army. If you just made a big siege army once and pushed into the Mogonel count and the Great Bombard count, just reset it once, and then you just easily finish the game with your next wave. But he never really made a lot of spring gold to make sure he can win the siege fight. He was just always on the same count as Dumu.
And now look at Dumu's upgrades as well. For a long time he was behind in upgrades because he didn't have the gold to afford them. Now he's on par with Anathan. All the upgrades that he needs are in there. But Anathan, I mean, his army is still no pushover. It's 60 men-at-arms, 30 spearmen, some support from the Streltsy over here. He's gonna try to make a push into this one, but this could get ugly. So much firepower on the side of Dumu, but at the same time, not much frontline to work with, and the infantry could easily chump the siege weapons here. Maybe it's too much siege for Dumu. Oh my lord, this is just so chaotic. The Great Bombard's very tanky as well, and it looks like the infantry is just getting picked apart here way too quickly. Although as I'm saying that, that's a pricey engagement for Dumu.
Yeah. That's gonna be very pricey. He's making some reroll count. That's very smart. That's gonna be the counter to this army, because it's full of melee. But he lost full, like how many? 5 Great Bombards. He lost all his Mogonels. He saved his spring gold count, which is pretty big, but it's still very scary.
And this is 1 out of a million games where a Roboldo actually makes sense. Just 4 melee infantry from Anathan, and Dumu is now mixing in those Roboldo. They're just going to be so good against this huge cluster of infantry.
Yeah, the only way you counter them now, you either make more Streltsy, but you have no gold. Or I guess maybe you save your gold to make an archer transition, and you make some archer, but that's gonna be terrible against Sipai, so... going revolt can is actually very good here.
Towers being torched down over here as well. Dumu is rebooming, so does Anathan, but population is looking a little healthier for Anathan over here. Still not a lot of gold access for him, but it appears that he found some gold to work with. He's up to 600 per minute. At the same time, that northern side is still very much contested. That's basically the last available major gold mine to work with.
Yeah, and it seems pretty dead now. Like maybe 2 or 3k on it. Maybe a bit more. But it's for sure the last one. And then they're gonna have to start trading. And I don't feel like they are gonna be able to do that. It's gonna be a hard one, especially for Anathan. There is no way he can set up himself a trade.
Sipahi count is now rising very heavily for Dumu. All that siege is being replaced by Cav. Now, Anathan does have a lot of spears, but his army doesn't really have a lot of mobility. And there is a wide open gap in the middle of the map, so Dumu could just think about basically running past these units, running straight into the eco. Speaking of that, Man-at-Arms now making an appearance to the north here. Dumu's gold miners will be caught. That's quite a few villager casualties here. Castle doing its best to help out.
Yeah, there is a Great Bombard emplacement to the north skip. That's pretty surprising because it's in a terrible spot. But it's helping the gold. Small run by killing a few more villagers. That's better than nothing. He's making 5 rams, to make sure that when he pushes in with his infantry, he can actually take down keeps and buildings. But rebuild can are gonna be an issue, man. It's gonna be a real issue.
Yeah, I actually don't know. Like, does the Rebolda Queen get buffed by the Matter?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, there is the aura. That could be nasty. Like firepower or rate of fire buff on the Rebolda Queen, that could be ugly. That's a lot of Springles though, maybe too many. Sure enough, they're going to be great against the Rams, but they, once again, don't do much against this horde of infantry. But Dumu has yet to show all the Sipahi. He's actually coming back. You can see the purple dots on the minimap, also bottom left of your screen. This could be a beautiful pincer. A lot of spears here, though.
I think it's too many spears for you to really pinch this, but he can just protect his rebuild can, even if it's spears against Sipahi. You just want to defend the siege. And then the siege is gonna do the work for yourself.
And here we go. Great bombards. Rebolda Queens just absolutely slaughtering all that infantry. The front line for Anathan is disappearing way too quickly. And he's struggling to replenish those forces right now. He doesn't have the production to quickly replenish those troops. He's out of food as well. And you really feel like the cost efficiency of these fights is the thing that secures the game now for Dumu.
Yeah, that and having so many relics, it's so freaking good. So yeah, he's just gonna be able to remake. He even made the incendiary arrow right now, so he's getting pretty rich. He's making this markets right there. Anathan is trying to do the same, but there is no way he can defend this line against Sipahi. It's gonna be hard.
Army count getting back on track here for Anathan, but he needs that food eco to get his army back on track. Food eco that's about to get raided by the Sipahi. And at the same time, Dumu is looking to move in through the middle as well. That's still a lot of spears to deal with. Makes you wonder if Dumu wants to start making, you know, some man-at-arms or something. It's not like he needs it, but he's just facing so many spearmen over here that Sipahi just can't stand and fight.
I mean, normally you would love to, but I feel like it's gonna be hard in this situation. I don't think he got the university upgrade for infantry. I don't think he got the level 4 man-at-arms. So maybe at some point if he starts trading. But for now I feel like you just go Sipahi, crossbow, some Janissaries, and then you just make your siege work. And that's what he's gonna do, I guess.
Anathan wanted to try and set up trade, but it's gonna come too late.
Yeah.
Gets scouted out by Dumu. It's nowhere close to being started. And Dumu is just now rampaging the eco here from Anathan. Oh my. And funnily enough, Dumu still has that sacred site down south. That has never been decapped by Anathan. In fact, he's now started the sacred site countdown as well. Once again, 3 sacred sites, which, if nothing else, gives you a really nice trickle of gold for Dumu.
Yeah, and to be fair, like the game could still go on for a while, so maybe it's gonna go down to a sacred site victory at some point. So making sure you start it again is not too bad. Can only be good for you.
I always love it. It puts a timer on the game, although this ramp push here is going to get rid of this keep fairly quickly. Dumu looks like he's not going to jump the Rams. He's just assembling a force back at home here. Little confusion for this 1 great bombard.
Yeah, 4 great bombards, 1 rebuild core. That's gonna be very, very strong to push. But that being said, to be fair, like against 100 melee units, it's not gonna be good enough. I think you will need at least like 3 or 4 rebuild core if you really want to win the fight.
Sipahi is still running around. The relic actually got ejected from the destroyed monastery here for Anathan, so he lost the only relic he had. Still looking to try and reboom and get some trade set up back up. But, I mean, recovery is a very long way in terms of the gold economy. Dumu still has 1,800 gold per minute, but he should be very close to depleting that gold mine he has.
I think he just finished it this minute, so it's gonna go down now.
He still has the Salt to Honey trade network, by the way, as a side note.
I mean, he's just gonna trade too, so yeah, a lot of small bonus, but it's adding up. Sacred Site, Relics, Sultanai network, and trade, I guess.
Sipahi is just roaming the map non-stop here, but Anathan, I mean, it feels like he's unfazed. He just built another huge horde of infantry, and he's gonna try this again.
Yeah.
Here we go again, but this time around, a lot of great bombards available from the back line. There's one Rebolda Queen, 2 Meter buffing this as well. A couple of infantry units detached to jump the bombards, but it's just too little. The Matter actually do get surrounded though, but the Revolver Queen firing from the back line, supported by the Janissaries, is once again securing a dominant win in this battle for Dumu.
Yeah.
Dumu barely lost any units. Anathan lost like 60 infantry.
Yeah, and he's losing his economy at the same time, so like it's pretty much his last big army, and now he's gonna have a big problem. Sacred sites are still not dealt with, so still a problem for the next 8 minutes if he doesn't. Okay, big ram push.
I actually wonder if this was trying to be a landmark snipe at this point from Anathan. He must know that he's in a tough spot. He dove in with his infantry, got butchered. Maybe try to go for like a ram plus infantry push, snipe the landmarks, but it's just too little, too late.
Yeah, not enough. He's making more man-at-arms and more spears, but it's not gonna do the job. He
This
made a
point
second
is now
revolt con again, another great bombard, so like the army keeps getting better, you know. And for Anathan it's the opposite, so that's gonna be too hard.
And that's insane. That is an absolutely insane game to finish the series with.
Yeah.
Went all the way to 5 games. And Anathan, if he loses this game, this must feel so painful for him. Remember, he lost to Lucifron 3-2 in the winner's bracket.
Yeah.
He's about to lose to Dumu 3-2 as well. He started the day on a winner's bracket, and he could end the day completely eliminated.
Yeah, it goes very fast. Very, very fast if you do have a bad day. And it seems like it's his bad day. I mean, to be fair, like losing 3-2 against both opponents here, it's not, there is nothing to be ashamed of. But for sure, Anathan, we can expect a bit more from him, so we would understand if he would be very disappointed.
He's trying to go low here to repulse this cavalry, but really, at this point, Dumu is definitively in the driver's seat. Anathan's gonna try again. He's up to 70 spearmen again.
Yeah, but before it was more man-at-arms, so it's getting worse again. And the revolt can, yeah, that's gonna be way too hard. But to be fair, Dumu is really not pushing his advantage, and he's not really trying to do anything, which is surprising. He's just there.
Well, he's setting up trade though, so like,
Yeah.
I guess Dumu doesn't want to risk this. This game has seen a lot of momentum swings.
Yeah.
There were moments where it seemed like Dumu was gonna get annihilated in this game. So maybe decider game, he doesn't want to risk anything. He's got 4 relics, 3 sacred sites. The countdown is still sticking for the sacred sites. And he's now setting up the trade. And he knows that Anathan has no trade. So I guess
Yeah.
maybe he's thinking, why do I rush? I can just sit
Yeah.
back and play a long game.
He can take his time, but he's on like 90 economy, so he must know like his army is unbeatable. He just needs to take decent fights. With his revolt king, he needs to protect them. You don't really care about losing Great Bombard, you just care about your revolt king. And they can only die to stresses, and your opponent doesn't have money. So need to be careful about stresses and Springhold, that's it.
And there we go. Anathan is up to 120 army, but it's deceiving. You look
Yeah.
at the bottom left of your screen, the army value, it's 50% higher for Dumu, and that just goes to show that this is really a swarm of low-quality infantry against a very much premium army.
Yeah, you cannot get better armies than this. Good, I mean, frontline is not the best, you could get man-at-arm, but then backline is very good, and you have an insane siege line that is gonna carry your fight, so even some walls, that's funny. To make sure there is no big flanks. Oh, on both sides. Look at him. That's funny.
This feels like a World War I scenario. Just trenches and infantry running into an absolute meat grinder.
Oh.
Janissaries, Revolver Queen, great bombards firing from the back line. The casualty count is just unimaginable for Anathan. He's actually getting through the first line of purple units, but there's gonna be a second line and a third, and this is it for Anathan, folks.
Wow.
What an absolutely monstrous series here. And again, Anathan, he started the day on the winner's bracket, narrowly lost to Lucifron, and now Dumu edges out an absolutely monstrous victory here in game number 5. Really, what a series.
Yeah, I mean, that was a crazy game 5. So, yeah, I don't know, that's crazy. Dumu is gonna be very exhausted though, so he has to be careful about that, because he still has one more match against a very strong opponent. Plus, we know, like Dumu, he doesn't like to play late. Yeah, it's a bit late, but it's for Red Bull, bro. you have to work for it. So he's gonna have to go for one more best of 5 to make sure he lives on for tomorrow.
Oof.
But we've been talking long enough here, and KP has been watching from the sideline here, thinking when it's going to end. I'm sure he's got a lot of things going on in his mind here as we head back to the lobby.
I mean, first things first, Marino. What was that? Doesn't like to play late? Well, he just chose the late game by picking the Ottomans to round out that series. What a crazy game as well. By the way, Lydical, like, I don't know if you were getting these vibes. You remember back in the last Red Bull Wololo, one of the most absurd Sacred Site games, and one of the players that was in that? I don't know how it is, but Dumu, more often than almost any other player, always finds his way into these absolutely crazy late games.
It's beautiful to see, to be honest. If you ask me what I like about AoE4 the most, I would probably say these crazy late games. Some people will disagree, but there's something special in just watching these really grindy games where you're scraping the map for the last pieces of remaining resources, and really it's just gonna come down to these gigantic engagements. There is just something majestic watching these late game armies clash into each other, KP. So for someone like myself, this game was a treat.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Anathan here, Marine Lord. I mean, you've scrimmed the lad a lot. I always joke that he's your little Anakin, right? And you're the Emperor, just working behind the scenes to get him trained up. He looks like he's on the verge, and I kind of feel bad for him, because I know talking to you on my stream the other day, you mentioned that the two people you anticipate to be the front runners here to make it to Wololo is Lucifron and Beastie. Does it feel like Anathan should maybe have got knocked out a bit deeper, at least? Does it feel like maybe part of this is just him meeting the potential champs very early on?
I mean, yeah, there is just a hard way of the bracket, I guess, like with Dumu, Anathan, Vortex, and Lou. So obviously you can only have a few winners, and you're gonna have a few losers, so it is what it is. But yeah, he did a decent game. I guess this game 5 is gonna be pretty mad about himself because it was pretty bad. The rest of the series, I think he did pretty well. Like maybe the game on Gorge, the English game, that was a pretty weird one. He did a few bad mistakes, but the Kawasan game he played okay. It was just like a good draft from Demu and a good play. And Friesen Marsh, I think he played well, so it is what it is.
It's just unfortunate, right? We can only get one to that castle, one for a showdown with you. But, looking at who we've seen so far today, looking at the remaining brackets, I mean, you can bait us with a lie here. Is there anyone that you're seeing as a lethal threat, right? I know you're going to say you can beat everyone on land, but is there maybe one player that surprised you here that's looking extra scary?
I mean, we only saw one today, that is in the winner bracket, and then it's only loser bracket, so probably not.
Of course, and you're not worried about losers, because, if they lose once, they're just going to lose again. I see how it is. All
No,
right.
but like, I guess, Le Siphon, I would like to see actually Le Siphon. He had a close one against Anathan, so I guess tomorrow I will take a close look at the winner bracket. It will be some great games.
Yeah.
So I guess, yeah.
I'll let you guys quickly have a break while we get ready
Thanks.
to figure out what we're going to do next. I'm going to run people through what has happened today, because a lot of games have happened. Some people have been eliminated. We say farewell to a few names. So let's head across the bracket and see how things are starting to line up here. So, of course, we began in that upper bracket. Some interesting performances. Baltune making Beastie sweat a little bit in those first two games, even it up 1-1, but was able to take him down 3-1 in the end. The question is whether the Swede can keep up the heat in that lower bracket and surprise a lot of people here. CSO versus Wham was another intriguing one. A lot of prospect from CSO going into this after he was able to 3-1 Vortex, but unfortunately, Wham had his number. You will be able to catch that on our YouTube side later. We did cast it here on the Twitch side as well. And Puppy Paul versus Louis. It seems this time around, Canadians versus China is coming all up for the red and white flag that supports the Bears. Canadians are just looking on fire here as they both 3-1 their opponents, and they go through for matchups of Beastie and Wham and Puppy Paul versus Lucifron that will be happening tomorrow. And of course, we looked at Lucifron versus Anathan from the side, glancing, giving a little bit of annotation on how that one played out. I think drafting definitely came into it towards the end to knock Anathan down, but you can't fault Lucifron's performance. He's looking like one of the front runners. When we have a look at the lower bracket, we can see who we've seen farewell to so far, because there is already a slaying of some familiar names here. Of course, there's only one that can go through, remember, to face off against Marine Lord later this year in El Reinado. And I'm wondering who it can be. I mean, he didn't want to allude to it, but he did mention to me before Beastie and Lucifron as front runners, and they are remaining in that upper bracket. The question mark is whether Canadians go all the way. I've got to say, looking at the performances, the first S-tier tournament this year of EGC, a lot of people would have Wham and Puppy Paw, I'd say top 4, top 5. But question marks were flagged with, I think, the Master of Realms performances. Looks like they're quick to answer back. So we're just prioritizing what's going to be happening next and what we're going to have a look at. If we hop to the lower bracket in the meantime, I can run you through what has been happening there over the last few days. Because, of course, we did say farewell to the Sweet Prince of Wololo's, Corvinus getting knocked out 3-0 to Dumu. Dumu, who just took down Anathan, I think one of the favorites of people to make top 8 here. Oh, knocked a little bit short, but Ben keeping the dream alive going later into the evening. And this is going to be an interesting one. Vortex had a long series, but it was only long in count, not in time. A much quicker series between him and Louis MT to get a 3-2 victory. On the other side of things, it's actually boiling into an interesting rematch from a different LAN environment here. Killjardi able to take down CSO 3-2, and Baltune able to take down Zerton 3-1, means we are going to be getting a rematch from King of the North here between Killjardi and Baltune, where formerly Killjardi was able to get the better of Baltune to get into a grand finals. The question mark is whether you can get that sweet vengeance and then maybe shuffle on through to a gradual showdown, potentially up against Ben himself, who of course did win King of the North. But bring it back to me, because we need to talk a little bit. You see, I've realized something. I like all these different ages. I'm a big fan of... no one cares about Dark Age. Feudal Age, pretty cool. Castle Age, Imperial, not too bad. But I feel like they end a little bit too soon. See, because I'm a big train fan. And, you know, trains, they just don't really come around often in Age of Empires. Except for one kind. Is it time to get a sub-train going, guys? I think it's about time. Like, we've got another series ahead of us. You guys don't want to have to worry about ads. We're halfway through Red Bull Wololo, so there's plenty more time to catch action, not have to worry about ads being spammed in your face. And it all goes to a good place. I don't know if you guys realize this, but these broadcasts are expensive to run. We spend, I'd say, easily over $1,000 per day just to bring you this high-octane, perfect production. And I think we can actually give a big shout out to everyone behind the scenes for making this look so phenomenal this time around. Oh, actually, I want to say, if I just shuffle up, I kind of look like I'm wearing a very tall, popish type crown. I might kind of hold that position. But outside that, we do, of course, have to give a big shout out to the people involved in this. Big shout out to Red Bull, man, who I have been powered through and by this entire time. People were questioning what is keeping me sustained alive. It's these. I think Dumu might need to catch some of them as well. Outside that, of course, really big shout out to Surfshark, returning for the 3rd event in a row. Phenomenal to see that happening, and they might actually be joining us later this year. But to keep convincing them to come back, you need to show that you like the product and you like what they're cooking. So be sure to take advantage of the code right now. This time around, it's going to be Wololo for this event. Use that before the end of the online portion of Wololo to let them know that you support EGC, and EGC sent you, so they know to renew the contracts and join us for another event later this year. And honestly, I was thinking about this, dude. As a dad once and soon to be twice, there's some value here I didn't even mention before. I was just realizing, like, when I was talking to a friend behind the scenes, I noticed this. My daughter, she likes to watch a lot of different cartoons on YouTube, and some of the ads that come up are almost predatory in nature, right? That's where actually Surfshark can help as well. I mention all the time about how it can actually protect you and make sure that they don't keep profiles on you and know what to show you as ads. But just think about the kid environment as well. Like, I've actually started to install that on a tablet just to keep us safe against those type of things, because the reality is a lot of these big companies have giant profiles on you to know exactly what to push your way. And of course, as we know, as I'm sure a few parents will be aware from the Fortnite currency conversions, even though they don't play Fortnite, kids tend to be a little bit more susceptible to that. I am seeing more of these subs coming through. This is incredible. We've got the sub train started. Let's keep it going. Sunahime, I see you coming through. I see a few other people. There's a Wesp. I have to give a big shout out to Marv, by the way. This is absolutely insane. I don't know if anyone can nab his high score, but he's 110 gifted subs for this month alone. If you do not want to contest with that absolute beast, that is fine, although I encourage it. Alternatively, consider using your Prime sub, which you get for free. A perfect time to do so as well, considering right now, I believe there's some sort of deal going on with Apple TV, where you get 3 months for free for doing so. Double check the details and know which type of sub it was. It was either a gifted or a direct sub, but a pretty interesting deal going on there. And with Severance Season 2 coming, plenty of reasons to tune in there. But let's talk about the many reasons to tune in here. We still have so many crazy series ahead of us, right? Tomorrow, we will see Beastie versus Wham in the best of 5, Puppy Paw versus Lucifron. And then still in that lower bracket run, we now have Dumu, Vortex, Killjardi, and Baltune. All these people need to be culled across the next 3 and a little bit days, because we've still got one more series to come, to decide who will have to settle for a 5K drop getting 2nd place, and who will get that 1st place date that guarantees them a showdown in a castle in October up against the reigning champion of Age of Empires 4, Marine Lord himself, a man who has been killing it on the microphone, but has also been killing it in the tournaments. Remember, this guy, as it currently stands, has not dropped a single ST tournament this year. I think it's fair to say gentlemates have got to be happy with the investment. The question mark is who can upset him. The question mark is, does he have enough spare time to maybe go at the Age of Mythology qualifiers as well? I mean, those are all questions we need answered. I wouldn't put it beyond the lad. But what we're trying to do now, we're anticipating which set we want to have a look at. We are considering either going for Killjardi versus Baltune or Dumu versus Vortex. I think we are leaning towards Killjardi versus Baltune, which is a really cool one. As I mentioned, these two did match up on LAN. There was definitely a little bit of a controversy, a shake-up in that particular set that maybe could have pivoted the series in a different way entirely. I'm definitely excited for it, considering Baltune, when he previously was seen in a competitive series up against Dumu, he was able to get the better of him. And if you remember before that, he actually completely got spanked by Ben. So it seems like Baltune might be a different beast this time around. The question mark is whether he's actually going to be able to follow through with that. So with that in mind, one more reminder about the timings, right? Like, we're going to have these series now kicking off at, for me in the UK, it's going to be 4 p.m. Convert that to your local times. Just reminding people of this because some people might have been shocked this weekend. We talked with Red Bull and we switched the times around because they were starting earlier last weekend. But we figured to make sure everyone felt included, and because a lot of you in the Age of Empires 4 scene are used to having it at this particular time, it just made a lot more sense to do it this way. So that way, you don't have to miss out on any action in the remaining 3 days. But as we get a little bit deeper in, I think it is time to welcome back my casters, because we have got one more set to cover and to break down, and an interesting one at that. Killjardi versus Baltune. A matchup that, honestly, in their current state, I feel could go either way.
Well, back we are. I love how you just called us your casters. Like, yeah, I'm gonna bring my casters back.
Yeah, you're my boys, right? Marine Lord knows what I'm on about. He's got his banner. He's ready to go to war. We're all pumped and ready. Mum spaghetti, baby. Oh, but you know what? Talk to me about this next set a little bit, Marine Lord. Like, Baltune versus Killjardi. You've got to be quite familiar with the two of them. I know you like to scrim a lot. I don't think you've been scrimming them in particular, but you've caught some of their games. Is there any interesting takeaways playstyle-wise between these two that you have? And you're muted, mate.
Classic.
My bad.
There we go. The
I was
double
saying,
coverage.
I played a lot actually with Killjardi.
Oh,
He's
there
a
you go.
very aggressive baboon. Very, very aggressive. Kind of like cat, I guess, but a bit better. And he's very bad on water, I think. I mean, factually, I think he's not doing too bad when we play. But he tells me that he never wins on water. And then I see him in tournament and he actually doesn't win on water. So I guess that's a weakness. And I saw, yeah, he just lost against CSO on Holy Island, so I guess he wasn't playing. Other than that, yeah, he's just very aggressive and pretty good, I think.
This is particularly comedial because just the other day, yeah, you in the eyes. You were literally in my stream mocking both him and Louis on water for how terribly they both played. And at first I was like, oh man, yeah, but Killjardi has the excuse he's playing the Indian server. And then you're like, actually, no, Louis forces European, so Killjardi has no ping. So, could be an interesting set. Pretty interesting story, though, with Baltune, though, Lidicor, right? This is a guy that has an interesting pedigree behind him. A former AoE 1 competitor turned team game grinder in AoE 4. And it has only really been this year that we've seen him flourishing into a whole new level of 1v1 player.
In many ways, team games, especially if you're new to a game, team games can help you get accommodated, because we often talk about this. You have teammates to bail you out if you have any trouble, right? Not all the attention is focusing on you. But we've actually seen a lot of these team game players starting to flirt with these 1v1 events. Louis Empty was kind of the first to do that, but CSO kind of the same trajectory, and now Baltune as well. And they're finding more and more success. Just looking at this series, KP, in the previous series, I always highlighted that some of the big names we will be saying goodbye to. I think here, the bigger thing to highlight is that one of these two players will be in the top 4. And if you asked players, if you asked the community out there, do you think either of these players will make it into the top 4 in the online stage? I think most people would have said no.
That's a fair point, right? I think both of them have seen a prominent rise in the competitive scene, especially Marine Lord, right? Like, yeah, Killjardi, he began his career in AoE4, I still remember, as a little Dark Age Men-at-Arms English boy. Flourished into quite the player. Baltune, on the other hand of things, like we said, he's had that long pedigree, but I feel like he's always been very secretive. Like, he doesn't want to be known. You know, he does. I've talked to him. He doesn't want people to know which ones are his Smurfs, what he's doing. He hasn't really been playing that deep into 1v1 tournaments until recently. And what the hell is going on?
Okay.
All right. So the context there, clearly Killjardi ready for a fight, and Baltune just thinks he's his little pet. I gotta be like, looking at this draft. Does it kind of feel like it's playing out that way at all, Emerald? Like, you know, we're seeing some interesting picks coming out here. Killjardi, one of very few players that seems to prioritize the Jeune Dark pick. Something I know he especially likes up against the Byzantines that Baltune first picked.
I guess they're gonna go like Japanese and China or Rus on water, and then everything else is gonna be land. So I'm not sure what I prefer actually. I feel like Ayubit's first pick is a bit overrated if you really only have land, but it's not that bad. One side will have Rus, the other side will have English, because they banned HRE English and HRE Rus. So English, obviously, we know it's very good, even against Byzantine, which is the first pick of Baltune. Abbasid is very good, I think. It's pretty much good against everything except English. And against Delhi, it can be pretty hard if it's a bad map zone. If it's a good map zone, then it can be fine. Mongols, I'm not sure. I guess maybe like on Rocky River, right? It's a pretty good train map, so feels like he picked Mongol pretty high, like third pick. That's pretty valuable. And Malians, I guess. So I don't know. I feel like Baltune have some good sieves. He just needs to play very well to make them work.
Do you think maybe the Mongol pick is to partially protect the Malian pick afterwards? Because like you're right, it does feel like kind of a funky map pool for Mongols in particular.
I mean, to me, it's totally crazy to have China last pick from both sides. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe
Well,
it was to do that, but having China last pick is insane.
Of course, especially insane considering, as Killjardi pointed out to us in one of his interviews, he's a very big Chinese main, very big fan of that Civ. Kind of interesting, actually, is when you look at the picks, Lidical, it's fair to say pretty much everything in Killjardi's draft can play very fast in Feudal, kind of fitting for a player with his notoriety as an attacker.
Does that make you surprised? Like, seriously, what did you expect? Did you expect Killjardi to boom 7 town centers and play a 5-hour-long game, or what?
Only if he's handcuffed to it.
No, this could easily be one of those games where Killjardi is going to be like, punch, 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 and we're done in like, I don't know, 25 minutes total.
So the question mark, the classic one that we always say Marine Lord, right? Is like, especially in the beginning days RTSs, but even as it develops sometimes, attacker has an advantage, right? You have to react to their play, you have to counter their play. Does that mean Baltune has to keep this in mind and make sure he's always got good civs for, I'd say, the early game here, to make sure he doesn't end up just kind of getting plowed through in, say, 20 minutes time and time again?
I mean, it depends. I think attacker have an advantage only if you play bad. I think if you are the best at RTS, you want it to play fully defensive. So I think the best playstyle on pretty much every RTS is to be the best defender. And then if you know how to beat every attack, then you're good to go. But it takes a while. So the first few years of a RTS, when it comes out, usually attacks is better. And the more you play, the more defending gets better. So I guess on the same level, considering like they are not the top players, I guess attacking is better than defending. But if you play very well and you defend very well, you're winning the game. So it really depends on how like the quality of the game goes. And in this matchup, I think it's easier to attack with Byzantine than with Ayubit. And overall, I would say it's a slightly favorable matchup for Biz. So I think Baltune have some good way to win this game.
Yeah, it's especially interesting. I remember I talked to both players. Killjardi, full poker face. He tries to act like he's not going to give anything away until you get a few drinks into him. Baltune, on the other hand of things, I keep saying to him, he has these very weird games. But the funny thing is what he said to me, Lidicor, is like, I just want normal games. Like he tries to make out that he's more akin to the kind of structured approach you might see someone like Dumu or Beastie have. And in fairness, historically we have been seeing that, but I feel like in the last few times we've witnessed Baltune playing, there's been a more non-meta approach to some of his games.
You kind of need that to a certain extent, I feel. Like, the thing is that if you play meta every single game, unless you really are truly the best skill-wise, you are, to a certain extent, predictable. And especially in tournaments, players will be prepared for you. They know that if you play full meta, this is the build that they do. Most pro players know that meta build. Players will be theory crafting against you. Like, how do I beat this specific build? So even if you are a classic meta player, you need to have some sort of a versatility, either with the picks that you, or the Civ picks that you make for certain maps, or just slight alterations of different builds. You cannot be fully predictable because, especially this late in a tournament, that will be used against you.
Do you find yourself to be more of kind of a meta setter or meta perfecter, Marine Lord? Because I feel like we've got two classes of players. Beastie's mentioned this before, where he doesn't think he's very innovative. He thinks he's very good at evolving new things found. Would you say you're more of an evolver or a creator?
I feel like the metas are just going so fast. Like every time you have a new big patch, that you don't really have time to perfect everything. So I would say you just try to make sure you understand which Civ is the best on which map, which Civ is the most solid. Like you want the less RNG in your play, obviously. So you don't want to have any randomness. Yeah, so you just want to find the best Civ that is the most solid, and then you just work from there. And you try to do that for every map to have a few different picks that can work. And then you work from there, right? You just try to have a solid pool.
And by the way, guys, we are getting the lobby created right now. We're just setting it all up. They want to double check their keybinds, make sure there's no problems there whatsoever, because I think we could have a very long set. You know, this is.
I mean, at this point, they might have been quadruple checking with how long that
Right?
awaiting lobby creation label was up.
I mean, it's going to be an interesting set because, as you said, Marine Lord, they seem to have fairly balanced drafts overall. I do find the Joan and Ottoman priorities halfway through the draft kind of wild here, but is that just more of a Killjardi thing?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, to me, the one that is shocking is just China, but maybe they just don't like China, so... Japanese was pretty late too, right? Japanese is like the 5th pick on the right side, so that's pretty wild. I think Japanese is always pretty good on all the islands, and same for sushi, right? There is no sushi, so...
That's especially weird because we've already seen it works reasonably well on Rocky River. We saw that's good, like, counter to, say, a Delhi opening. I know a lot of players have been ranking Juji pretty lowly on land. Do you agree with, like, the idea? I think there's been quite a few players kind of saying C tier at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's pretty bad on pure land, but it's not terrible, right? It's just slightly worse than, like, stuff like Ayubids, Byzantine, probably Delhi too, I guess, even though, like, we saw a good result for Anathan earlier. I think maybe on a map like Arabia, Delhi would be better at attacking. So, I don't know. I feel like they don't have a lot of good matchups for sure.
What do you think about the state of Juji right now, Lida? I think it's always a polarizing discussion because you have to bring things like Nesta Bees and Chuganu into the talk. And I'm sure there's a Crackety somewhere right now screaming in a dark room.
I feel like the thing I love about Jushi is the versatility that it provides you. We've seen it picked on a variety of maps exactly as a consequence. It's kind of your Swiss Army knife civilization in a variety of ways. But at the same time, you see that different players have different perceptions of the civilization. We have a matchup where neither of the players opted to either ban or pick this civ.
Yeah. And once again, somehow China got left until the bitter very end. I still can't believe that. Nice to see some more Regions coming out. I don't know how you feel about this, Marine Lord. Like, Regions was missing for quite a while from comp, right? I want to say, like, 3 or 4 S-tier tournaments. Do you rate it highly as a map overall, or was there maybe something you would have rather seen?
I mean, it's just another normal aggressive map, right? And we already have a lot of those kinds, so... I think it's a fine map. I don't know. I don't think it's a good or crazy good map, but it's just an okay map, I think. I didn't miss it, and I was like, okay, it's fine that it is back. I think.
Is there any map you would have liked to have seen for Wololo?
I think I like Canal. I always win on Canal, but it's always bad when I play it.
Yeah, we've got production saying maps that will never get to be seen. How about you, Lidicor? Is there any map you would have liked to have seen included here?
No. I'm just
What,
gonna give
you
you
don't
the
want
short answer. Like,
Archipelago
no.
back again? I thought you loved Archipelago so much.
Well, I mean, I guess that was a diplomatic no, because if I start listing my map desires, I probably get kicked out of this stream.
Oh, there you go. It goes on.
I-
I'll raise my
okay.
flag on one. Oh, okay. You go.
Let me just give you one.
Okay.
I love Arena. We never see it in tournaments because it's not possible to script it with a random map manner, but as a pre-designed scenario map, Arena, I think it has high potential, but I know I'm a clown, so it is what it is.
Mate, you want to play a crafted map called Mexico. It kind of has that effect. It's a giant wall on the top. Takes ages to get through. It's horrible. No, for me, I feel like Cliffside. I keep saying Cliffside is just one slight bug fix away from being an absolute god tier map. And that's like sometimes it spawns with 3 sacred sites right next to each other. And Marine Lord knows what I'm talking about. Like, you see it happen in the game, you're like, okay, this is dumb. If he's picked Delhi, it's kind of GG. But I feel like that's the map with one small tweak. It's kind of everything you want right now. And really big shout out actually to Socotra. I think Socotra surprised a lot of people, right? Marine Lord, it kind of feels like, as a man who was the only person who tried to pick mountain clearing in the last Rebel Wololo, it kind of feels like a better mountain clearing.
Yeah, for sure. It has more sense. You can have so many good sieves on it. Maybe you can play like 10 sieves. Out of 16, that's pretty good. Mountain clearing, it was literally only HRE or English. And that's it. And maybe like if you ban both, China, I guess, but it was always the same matchup. So, not the best map. Yeah, Socotra, pretty good, I think. Pretty good.
Okay, so looks like we are almost ready to start this set. You know, Marine Lord, you're the god of predictions. Let's predict this. The most unorthodox but potentially likely thing that Killjardi is going to do with his wings.
I don't know. He's just gonna go eco, I think. Eco, and he's gonna try to attack. So that's I mean, that's not normal in this matchup, I guess. But
not. But this is
he's gonna do
Killjardi.
that. Yeah.
It's literally the definition of this man. For those that are unfamiliar with this guy, this man out aggro's Vortex. I've witnessed it. I've watched it on the ladder. In fact, when this pops up, no, see, that's wrong. I think you give him at least one more pip on the attack. This man does not hold back. Of course, on the other side, Baltune, a little bit more of a balanced player, right? More calculated. He has some crafty and unorthodox strategies that he tends to whip out when you least expect it here. But the question mark is who's going to actually set the tempo? Because the Marino just said it's meant to be Byzantines. But when Killjardi's on the other side, you're never quite sure. And, well, both of these players were not present at the last Wololo. Could we get a virgin candidate? Could we get someone entirely new on an S-tier land to challenge Marine Lord? He's got his notepad out. He's ready to see what they've got to entertain him. It's time for game 1 of this lower bracket series between Killjardi and Baltune.
And in we go, folks. Killjardi with the color yellow as the Ayyubids, and on the other side, Baltune with the color red as Byzantines. And, you know, Marine Lord, I think one of the big takeaways here, we could see that on the player cards just before the game launched. Both of these players, their best ever performance in a major tournament is top 12. Either of them winning over here would be basically their best ever performance, as they would make it into the top 8, or, well, I guess top 9 if we include you as well.
I mean, yeah, that's good, for sure. They and they're fighting for it, so one of them is gonna make it for sure. That's gonna be fun. I think it's a very competitive match too, so that's gonna be really cool, I think.
Well, it is going to start on Gorge, though. Two players that, you know, haven't really played a lot against each other in major tournaments before. Both of them are still in that upward swing of their careers, and, you know, sky's the limit for them, because, again, one of these two players will make it all the way to tomorrow, and who knows, maybe even beyond.
Possibly, yeah, possibly. Okay, let's see how this is starting. First cistern is only on food. Okay, food, gold, and stone, which is pretty normal. So I guess he's gonna make a second one on the wood line to make sure he has a good economy. Very good gold for Killjardi, very good berries. Everything is a little bit more forward for Baltune, so not gonna be easy to defend. And we have to say he went for fast berries with Byzantine, which is really not normal.
Indeed, that's actually an interesting thing that you indeed highlight. We've seen two variations of Byzantine build, but usually players don't go for the berries at the beginning. They just wait for the landmark to be placed on the berries. But this time around, Baltune is going for the berries immediately. Do you think that this could be a setup for potentially a Hippodrome play?
I mean, there is no way you don't go Hippodrome if you do that, yeah? So, Hippodrome, I guess, and I guess it's kind of smart if you play against Killjardi, because you know he's gonna attack into you. So if you have some good cavalry, it's gonna be harder for him to attack. So maybe in this way, if you think about it, it's not too bad. I will still go for the Grand Cistern any day, but I see the idea at least.
Well, growth is going to be the option chosen over here by Killjardi. Baltune on the other side, coming up with that Hippodrome. We've seen quite some Hippodrome plays just when the new Civilization Byzantines were released back then, but ever since then they've kind of fallen off, and we've mostly just seen the berry landmark instead.
Yeah, it's pretty much always the berry landmark. This one is really not bad, it's actually decent, but the other one is just way too good for this one to be picked. That being said, this game is gonna pick this one, so we're gonna see how it works, right? You make some cavalry, use Triumph, and hopefully it's trading better into your opponent's army. That's a lot of sheep, actually. You got a lot.
Yeah, that's a decent haul, especially when you just play one scout out there. Hippodrome was scouted immediately by Killjardi, and I mean, I think this is where we have to start discussing the fact that Killjardi is known to be one of the most aggressive players out there, but when you open Hippodrome as Baltune, you're trying to set the tempo of the game. So how much does that take away from the gameplay of Killjardi?
I mean, maybe he's gonna have to defend first, and then he's gonna attack, I guess. So, for sure, like right now, he's gonna have enough to make horsemen, and on top of that, he's gonna make instantly some mercenary. So I guess longbow will make most sense with in a combination. But if you just want to make pure cavalry, you could go Kejix. So I guess we will see his choice right now. But I feel like if you go Kejix plus horseman into someone who can go camel, that's kind of weird. So I would expect him to go longbow.
Well. I mean, we're going to find out in just a second. It's going to be a stable opening here for Killjardi so far. A very peaceful Dark Age, way too peaceful for the playstyle of Killjardi. By the 5th minute mark, he usually has like 20 army on the field in his normal games.
20, sure. No, but yeah, he likes to attack a lot. He went echoing though, but he's going echoing to have more army in the end. So it's not like he's going echoing to have a better second TC or whatever. He just wants to make more units. So that's very typical Killjardi.
Need Spearman upgrade coming in here. It's going to be Spearman Horseman on the other side. Baltune with Horseman as well. He's yet to spend his olive oil here, but I guess one of the cool things that you get from going for the berries right at the beginning of the game is that he already has 700 olive oil to work with.
Yeah, that's a very good amount. I really wonder what he's gonna go for. I really think longbow will make a lot of sense. That's not longbow, I'm quite sure.
Nope. That is definitely not longbows out there. I don't think it's the Eastern contract either. That has a different icon.
That's longbow.
Actually, that is the longbow. Okay.
Good to know. I'm stupid.
I was certain that it's not the Keshik one, okay?
Ready? Okay. Kick W.
That's fine, okay? I still remember the days. I think Beastie was here costing like a year and a half ago, and that's where he said, like, listen, I don't know the cost of these units. I was like, I just know how many villagers I need to distribute so I can continuously produce them. So, you know, sometimes it happens. Because like, I don't know what icon is. I just know what button or what hotkey I have to click to actually get the thing I want.
Yeah, makes sense, Okay, so let's see what's happening. He's making a lot of units. He made a tower, which is surprising, considering it's Killjardi, and he always attacks. To be fair, he has a big army, so he could actually put pressure on the map. But so far it seems like a pretty defensive playstyle. That being said, that's a blacksmith, and that's more and more units. So maybe it was just a tower to have a safe gold for the whole game.
It kind of feels like, indeed, Killjardi is just piling up his troops before venturing out onto the map. At the same time, Blacksmith is in as well for Baltune. He's getting the ranged attack upgrade as we speak. He's also been investing into the food upgrade. Same goes for Killjardi. Only difference really is double broad axe. That's already there for Killjardi. Baltune has not invested into that.
Yeah, he's going for the +1 on food instead, and +1 attack on the longbow. I mean, to be fair, right now his army doesn't look too good. Like, he doesn't have that much, and it's already 10 spears. So if they actually fight, Baltune is gonna have a problem. But if he keeps making an army, eventually he's gonna have a lot because of mercenary.
Well, looks like this is the push that Killjardi has been waiting for. Baltune might have been a little unprepared for this. 2 villagers getting caught in the front line. Longbow is also being banked up by all these horsemen. And this is just bad for Baltune. It looks like he got distracted with his cavalry to the north. He was being chased by Killjardi. But now Killjardi just jumps the berries, and that is such a good fight for the yellow player.
Yeah, very good fight. I feel like it was mostly coming down from the miss macro from Baltune. He started going for mercenary very, very late, when he already had like 700 olive oil. So if he was perfect on the macro, maybe he would have 10 longbow. And if he has 10 longbow, it's a very different story. I mean, yeah, of course, if you look, like, he already has 8 longbow now, so if he for sure didn't miss macro, he would have them for the fight.
House also being set on fire, not destroyed though. Interesting, interesting choice there.
Okay, wow. I didn't expect a tower here. I feel like it's overkill. You could just go on those berries and then you go on the next one and you make a tower there for sure. But this one feels like a little bit of an overkill.
Some walls coming up all the way in this corner. That's not necessarily something I expected. It would secure that large gold deposit plus the berries as well, but I don't know about you. It feels maybe a little premature.
Yeah, a little bit premature, I think, but he's for sure like going there later on, so it's not too bad. What is premature though is +1 armor on his units right now, Baltune. He's going +1 armor, like he's facing archer, but he's only facing like maybe a few towers, but it's not even house hits. I feel like that's a bit overkill. I would rather go double broad axe, for example, to have better economy. Especially since he lost 2 villagers. I feel like the +1 armor is not doing anything for himself. Ooh la la.
Oh boy, that's exactly what Killjardi needed.
Yeah.
A couple of villagers moving out as well, and this is getting very precarious for Baltune. There was already growth on the side of Killjardi for some villager lead, but that is 6 villagers killed before the 11-minute mark hits. Baltune is yet to find a single villager kill here, does push the gold mine, but there is defensive tower here. I don't know if his Limitani are accompanying this force though. This could be dangerous if all the horsemen from Killjardi come back.
Yeah, it could be dangerous for sure. I don't think he has any limit over there. But I think he's gonna have to go for a fight right now, Killjardi, so he doesn't lose any villagers. If he doesn't want to lose any, yeah, he's gonna have to fight now. Okay, he's gonna lose 1 or 2.
Oh, he's making a run for it, and he does get away. Horsemen are also coming back here for Killjardi. You can see it on the minimap. First Limitani making their way through. But so far, this has been really good for Killjardi. Ends up losing 1 villager, but he managed to pick off 6 on the other side. Now has an eco lead of 8.
Yeah, he needs way more on wood, so he can go archer. For now, it's 9 limit eye, so if he takes this fight right now, he's gonna get destroyed. Just because he doesn't have any archer to support his army. So he has to be careful. He really cannot take the fight right now. Oh, we didn't see. He was castle already. Did you see? I didn't see.
Oh, I didn't either. Oh my lord,
Okay.
yeah. Like, it's missing from the UI normally,
Yeah.
and we technically have that fancy production stuff where producers show that to us. But, you know, sometimes even the producers don't notice because really your only clue could be that the player just lost a bunch of resources. But now this is a very, very different setup indeed because Killjardi is up to Castle Age. Suddenly he's going to start mixing in the Gulam.
Yeah, Gulam, I guess you go upgrades on both horsemen and pikes. You're gonna need some more food. Thing that the army comp is still not too good for Killjardi, I think. Having Gulams just helps a bit against Archer, obviously, and Spears, but it's still not perfect. So I guess you really want to avoid any fight. Just want to make more and more units, and when you are ready and you have enough Gulams, you can fight. But
Yeah,
for now,
slowly
he's not
mixing
ready.
in. Slowly mixing in the Gulam. Spearmen do take out this one horseman, and now that these walls are complete, this berry patch is going to be very, very secure. So Killjardi is going to be nice and safe back at home. I don't know about you, but I love this tiny wall here, the little one with the gate even. Technically, it would be a fairly secure position already with the walls up, but he just doesn't want any cavalry running past his walls and then getting into that little pocket.
Yeah, it's very smart. Very good wall. You can go there with his gold economy now. So yeah, he went culture wing for sure to advance. Which is obviously very worse. You get to age up very fast, and then you can start taking off relics, make gulams, make very good units. So let's see if he can actually harass or like try to find reinforcements maybe. But he's gonna need to do something with his castle age if he actually wants to kill Baltune.
Baltune does have a substantially larger army right here, and he went very heavy into the Limitani. At the same time, Gulam count isn't impressive right now. It's just 6 out there, no relics whatsoever for Killjardi. And Baltune is up to 1,000 food per minute. So if he wants to get up to Castle Age, he could click up in a minute or so. It's going to be a long goal though, but this is a nice fight. And looks like Baltune has no desire to go up to Castle Age. He just wants to take this fight to his opponent here in Feudal.
Yeah, you can take fights with Triumph and if you focus well, Spears with Longbow. So far he's not doing too good, I think. Not the best fight.
Yeah. He is surrounding these troops though, so all these Gulam will go down. Spearmen were repulsed as well. Camel Lancers are slowly making an appearance though, and that's going to make life a lot more difficult for these horsemen.
Yeah, but terrible fight. And now he's reset back to 0. I mean, not to 0, but to almost 0, which is really not what he wants. He really wants to reach maybe like 10-15 Gulams to take a good fight. Maybe have +1 armor on them, have some upgrades. Maybe you do a mix with Archer to help them, but he's going Manjanic, that's weird.
Yeah, but I mean, the window might be closing here for Killjardi, because guess what? Baltune is about to click up to Castle Age as well, and he's got a substantially larger army than his opponent, and also, Killjardi needs to protect all these villagers to the north. That breach on the walls is fairly risky. This one horseman should just get taken out, but this breach up north, now that's a lot more terrifying.
Okay, he's gonna have to run away for sure. And it's gonna be castle against castle, except Baltune is gonna have so much more army. I mean, to be fair, like, when it will be castle, with the cost of upgrade and everything, it will be pretty close of an army supply. But it was still looking very, very good for Killjardi. And now, I mean, it still looks good for him, I think. But it's getting more close, more competitive. Oh my
villagers going back, and that's where the Hippodrome comes into play. Oh my word. There it goes. There goes all the eco lead that Killjardi had. In the blink of an eye, all the villagers lost, and suddenly, Killjardi's position is looking worse and worse.
That was terrible. Yeah, he just clicked the wood, and since the wood line is not big, some villagers went around. He has a Manjanic to help himself defend, but it's not very useful. Like, you cannot really push with that. It's just very hard to defend. And the value it gives is only defensive. The problem is that you're playing fast castle on both sides, so you're gonna want to play outside of your map to take relics. And that's really not a good unit to help you move out and take good fights outside your base.
Not a lot of walls here for Baltune, so Killjardi might be looking to just slow this game down, send in a couple of Camel Lancers for raiding. That's exactly what he's been doing recently. But if Varangians are now making an appearance for Baltune, he's also up to 23 Limitani. His food income kind of shrunk, though. It looks like he just ran out of berries, and then suddenly he's struggling to mass-produce these units because of food shortages.
Yeah, he still has 1 berry on the right, but he needs to go there. For now he's on deer pack apparently. He's not gonna get any more longbow since his economy is like 5 or 6 farm. And it's not around the ground vinary, so you don't really have an income from that. It's really small. He's gonna get Horseman upgrade, Limitane upgrade. Maybe you get Longbow upgrade, obviously. and then maybe you can fight, but that's a pretty scary army.
And looks like Killjardi is going to make the push to Manganiques to support this. No anti-siege whatsoever from Baltune. He's actually getting the veterancy for the Horsemen just now, but the Horsemen won't be around for this fight. They actually are looping all the way around down south, looking to hit that gold mine from Killjardi. It's not like they would help much, though, because they are facing a lot of camels here anyways. Instead, Baltune might be looking to just hold this with the Limitani.
Yeah, I feel like you can micro this. You just need to micro very well.
Oh my, though. A lot of infrastructure being taken out by the Manganiques. Baltune looking to dive this. He has to dive this, otherwise his base is just going to get wrecked. Nice body blocks by Killjardi, though. Just not letting those troops hit the Manganiques. And now Manganiques firing beautiful volley on those longbows.
Yeah, not the best micro from Baltune. He can do a bit better, but it's still a decent fight so far. It really depends on what the melee units are going to do at the top, if they can break in or not. And it decides to go back. I think he's right. He's not doing good enough so far. Good round by though, at the same time. So maybe he can actually kill economy.
Yeah, it looks like, oh, there it
Oh, he
is.
decides not.
There it is. I mean, the run by was great, but at the same time, his own base was about to get ragged. Manganiques would just take out so much infrastructure in an instant. Really, it looked dicey at times here for Killjardi, but when the dust settles, it was all about that one massive decisive push that he made at the very end, and that was the one securing the game for him. What do you make out of this game, though? How do you feel the power balances between the two players? Is this a series that you can see going all the way to the 5th game?
I mean, I didn't like the strategy from Baltune. The Killjardi strategy was pretty normal, I think, especially from him. Only like he made one massive mistake, right? Like the moment he lost all of his villagers. So I feel like he made such a big mistake that it made it close. But overall, I feel like Baltune made a bit more mistakes than Killjardi.
Well, that puts Killjardi up 1-0, and it looks like we're going back to a standard classic land map. Dry Arabia is going to be the map of choice here for Baltune. That's the first out of his 2 home maps. And it's a Delhi pick facing off against Malians. I still remember the time earlier today when you said, if you play Delhi in a best of 5, you've done something wrong.
Yeah, but here he's done something right. He got against Malians. So yeah, this matchup is one of the hardest matchup in the game, I think. Malian is just really hard to play against it. If I had to play this matchup, I would go... I mean, early H2, you go for a second pit mine, you get your economy going, but you don't go for any co boom. You just make like a some co under your TC to make sure you have good harvesting, but then you just make mass units, and you just try to fight H2 and never go co, I guess. Just pure food and wood, and you just make units non-stop.
I mean, make units non-stop. Easy win, right?
That's
but
doable
of
at
course,
least, but that's hard.
it's easier said than done indeed. But as a reminder, folks, you know, one player at the very end of this online stage next Sunday is going to qualify for the LAN in Spain. But of course, the others will not go home empty-handed either, because there is a pretty substantial prize pool for this event overall. Of course, sponsored by Red Bull, $50,000 in total for the whole event. And out of that, $20,000 is essentially the combined payout for the players eliminated in the online stage.
Big boy money.
So, we just have 1.5 minutes left to go. I think this is a good time to also touch on the remaining maps over here. Holy Island, I actually wanted to ask you about that because this is a good time to talk to a pro player about this. I always had this feeling that Holy Island might be one of the hardest maps for pro players to play, because oftentimes you might just have to focus on so many things. Building up your eco, maybe fighting on land, microing water. How do you feel about this? Is this really one of the most challenging maps as a pro player to play?
Yeah, anything that is long water fight is probably the hardest kind of map. What other maps are very hard? I feel like Archipelago is easier since it's only water. And yeah, having the pressure of land plus the pressure of, like, if you reach castle, you can have knights in your base. It's really hard, you have to be very sharp. So yeah, it's probably the hardest map. 4 legs
Yeah.
is different. Because like you don't really fight on water usually. So it's just like you have a water economy, but I think it's pretty easy to play. It's literally like you just play for your own water, you defend your pawn if it gets attacked, and then you just have 2 pawns against 2 pawns, and it's just a normal macro game with hybrid economy. So I don't think 4 legs is not... I don't think it's up there on the hardest map.
But well, we won't have any water on this map, folks, over here. It's called Dry Arabia for a reason. We're jumping into game number 2 with Killjardi having the 1-0 lead over Baltune. Killjardi with the color yellow as the Delhi Sultanate, and down south, Baltune with the color red as the Malians.
Okay, that's a very good map spawn.
Oh, that's such a lovely spot for Baltune for a pit mine, and you know, you look at his additional gold mines that he spawned with. All of those can be secured so easily. This is as good as it gets for the Malian player, right?
Yeah, that's a dream spawn against Delhi. I think if you have this spawn, actually, you can go Koboom and you can kind of win the game if you play it very well. Just needs to be... You need to be greedy, but smart about it. Don't be too greedy, don't die to some just guys riders. But at least here you can just wall. You can force your opponent to actually go fully around your base to do any attacks, which is super hard. And you can actually have a good shot of winning.
On the other side, of course, we do have the Delhi out here. It's kind of predictable what they're gonna go for, at least for early game. As a side note, I don't know about you, but I don't really like the map for Killjardi here. His golds are on the front, which is, I mean, early game it's gonna be fine. He's going to get his gold from the sacred sites, but I feel like his base is definitely a lot more vulnerable compared to what Baltune has.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's gonna be a very weird one. I guess maybe ship count is gonna matter because he's gonna want to be as greedy as possible. So if he has a lot of ship, he can actually be greedy. If he doesn't, he's gonna have to make some co under his TC, which is a big expense. So that's something we can look at. But other than that, he can just play super safe and super defensive with his map, and it's gonna be all good.
Spit mine coming up here for Baltune. Again, I think this is a good time to highlight that neither of these players have ever reached as far as the top 8 in a major tournament before. And one of these two will, because while we say goodbye to one of these two players, the other one is going to be in the top 8 tomorrow.
Yeah, who is he gonna play? He's gonna play against the loser of... Let me think.
It's going to be against the player losing the Puppy
Wham.
Paw versus Lucifron
Really?
matchup,
Okay.
indeed.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. I mean, that's gonna be a hard opponent no matter what, right? Like, I mean, to be fair, like right now he's getting just to the best player in the world, so there is only great player remaining. So obviously it's gonna be some very hard match for them. But maybe, you know, like Killjardi and Baltune are doing pretty good right now, so maybe they stand a chance. Who knows?
Yeah, to be fair, you never know this light. Obviously, one thing to highlight here is that this is the elimination bracket, so there is always that fear of elimination looming over you. And, you know, every pro player handles that differently. One thing that's sure, Puppy Paw and Lucifron, they are savvy veterans. They've been in positions like this before. Killjardi and Baltune, maybe not so much, so it remains to be seen how much that pressure from potential elimination gets to them. At the same time, maybe Killjardi or Baltune, going into the top 8, they will say, okay, I didn't even expect to get this far, so they might just be relaxed, saying, listen, there is no pressure.
Yeah, might be the case. We will have to ask them, but I think, yeah, they will go with no pressure and just try to play their best. Already walled up. That's a little bit early. If he goes for a full wall, I would think it's a good idea. If he just doesn't wall the main base, I think that would be not so good. That's fine, you can just wall around it, it's fine.
Killjardi just trying to be a little disruptive over here. Villager stalls out for a moment. I think in this case, the Villager just stops though, so you have to manually click it through, right?
Yeah, you do.
So.
But your Scout is... I mean, his Scout have more HP, so it's totally fine. If your Scout is lower HP, then it's annoying. But in this case, it's fine. And he even went for the wall here, around this TC. So now he's ready full wall, and he can just go second pit mine, and he can just go Kaboom as much as he wants.
Well, it's going to be full walls here for Baltune. Early scouting gives that intel as well to Killjardi. Killjardi opts to go with the stable, no surprise over there, but right after that comes a blacksmith, so we're going to see some of those early blacksmith upgrades come in as well. I actually wonder if Killjardi can leave this base, because he might not be able to run past the TC without being killed, especially because it looks like Baltune opted to just wall to the TC, basically.
No, yeah, it's just gonna die eventually. But he's on the stable already, so it's not too big of a deal. Okay, that's a big wall.
Is that Baltune just saying, listen, I don't want that scout to get out? Or is he afraid of Gauzy Raiders just running past his walls? What's happening there?
I think Gauzy Raiders for sure. I don't think it's likely he would run past the wall like that, but maybe. And it's only like 30 more wood, so why not? He's making a second pit mine, eco upgrade, even some javelins. So it means like, you really don't want to come to my base, because if you try to kill my wall, I'm just gonna throw you javelin at you. So like, it's gonna be a weird one, but he's gonna need a lot of units if he wants to actually go in.
Well, first Gauzy Raiders are out there. Baltune pretty much forfeiting map control here. Should give basically all the sacred sites to Killjardi. Sanctity almost finished. Look at the javelin throw. It's like, nah, I want to be done with this guy, and indeed he is.
Yeah, now you just defend your wall, and you make... I mean, you have to make some spears at some point, but you can be pretty chill about it, not make too many. Just try to be as greedy as possible, and go for the 18 Kaboom. You have a second pit mine already. So yeah, he's doing good for now. Just needs to make sure he doesn't go too much on food, and he goes a lot on wood and on gold pretty evenly, so he makes sure to have the right way to boom.
Javelin thrower sent out here to just repulse all these Gauzy Raiders. Villager has been pulled for the repairs as well. It's a long walk, so this villager is definitely idled out a little here, but really, if you're Killjardi, are you happy with this? Getting all the map control for basically no significant investment?
No, since you are in a free win matchup, you would love to get the free win, and so far it doesn't look like a free win, so I think he's not very happy about the situation.
Second pit mine has been dropped just now by Baltune, so houses will come up shortly as well. Upgrades are just now finishing, and well, Killjardi is going to have at least 2 sacred sites here. I guess this is, again, a good time to have a conversation about sacred sites and your mindset on them. One of the things that always puzzled me a little is when players leave sacred sites open. How do you feel about walling in the sacred sites? Is that investment really worth it? Especially in high-level games where your opponent will look to just sneakily decapture these sacred sites.
I think since you're gonna push left this game, you just try to secure the site on the right with a wall, and the 2 other in the middle and on the left, you don't care about it. You just play around it with your army, and you just try to wall the one on the right, I think.
You can't imagine how happy I am that you said that, because I was thinking the same. Like, wall in that right side, and then you can just focus on these 2 sacred sites close to one another. But, you know, every time I watch a game where you have a player with 3 sacred sites, one very far away from the other 2, I'm just like, why is that far sacred site not walled in? You can just limit the playing field so much more.
Yeah, I just need to send 1 archer, and he's gonna slowly do it. I don't think you can send way more, because if you send more archer, you're just gonna lose tempo, and you really want to attack very fast, so that's why I guess we are just lazy sometimes, but normally you really want to make sure your sacred site is tickling down. It's a real potential win condition, so it will make sense to actually try to win this way.
It's going to be a sofa build here from Baltune. He has yet to show them, I think, so this might be a somewhat nasty surprise for Killjardi, but again, that's where those Gauzy Raiders come into play. Even that tiny bit of bonus damage you get against heavy units, it's something that makes them so much better against sofas than normal horsemen are.
I'm very surprised he's going so fast like that. So fast, Javelin Towers, only 3 co for now. So he's going very greedy, but not very greedy at the same time. I don't really get the point. It's already on 3 sacred site now, so he's just gonna be behind in economy and in army count. It feels like if he was booming, he would stand a small chance, but since he's not booming, he's just gonna die miserably. Maybe he's gonna try to go for a run by, I don't know, with a lot of sofas. But I don't see in World War it's gonna be good to go so fast against mass Gazi Riders. To be fair, like he's going mass Archer so far. So maybe it's fine.
Yeah, it's an interesting call on both sides if you think about it. Sofa's into Ghazi Raiders, whereas you make Archers, even if you don't know that the Sofas are coming, you're making heavy Archers against potentially mass Javelins. So none of these compositions were actually meant to beat what the opponent has.
Yeah, it's a weird one where they didn't scout too much, especially Killjardi, right? Because he cannot really scout well against all of those walls. But yeah, he's going for a weird counter army. It's gonna work at first, but so far they're really not too good. So having +1 attack on an archer already, he can just make a transition into spears. He already has a few guys riders. Let's see, maybe it's gonna work.
And this one is big. Sofa's revealed on the left side. Ghazi Raiders can respond to that, but more importantly, it means that Baltune isn't going to get surprised about all these Sofas with his archers. He's going to have to flee from the corner as well, but at least he does have a little wiggle room now. Now he knows Sofas are out, so he can respond in kind.
Yeah, lost one villager so far. Few archers. He's gonna lose Sacred Sight on the right, I guess. There is nothing to defend there. At least not enough.
And walls were never completed on either of these sacred sites, although this one should be close to completion. But at the same time, the one on the right side is going to get decapped. More Sofas are swinging in from the right side towards the base of Killjardi, though. So Baltune is definitely doing all that he can to raid his opponent. But, you know, Sofas, they're not so fast. Because, guess what? Ghazi Raiders do outrun them.
Yeah. No, it's some small knights pretty much. So Ghazi Riders, they go faster, and on top of that, they counter them, so that's why they're so good. I will not comment on the joke.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that you completely disregarded the pun that I've been working on for the last 5 minutes.
Sorry, I will let Twitch chat decide. I am not getting involved.
Okay, I'm seeing laws on the chat, so I must be funny.
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad.
Anyway, all 3 sacred sites are still under the control of Killjardi, though. 2 minutes passed by from the sacred site countdown, so if he keeps control over 3 sacred sites, that's a big win. At the same time, he ended up losing 7 villagers to all these Sofa raids. It's starting to sting.
Oh, that's gonna be close. He has to click it. No, he doesn't click it. Because maybe the Sofa are blocking it? I'm not sure.
The walls go down, and it's annoying because you actually have multiple segments going down. Sofas will stand their ground. At least for the time being, they stall out the sacred side, but they might be able to decap even, although the Ghazi Raiders are closing in.
Yeah, very close.
Still, villagers are falling left and right,
9
though.
villagers. 9
That's
villagers.
so many.
Yeah. And Sacred Sight is gonna get uncapped. That's very worrying.
Oh, it's just a little too late from Killjardi to make it there. So, countdown is gone. He still has a good passive gold income from these, but losing 9 villagers, that hurts a lot.
And Killjardi is pretty rich too. He has a lot of food. I know that's a weird one because maybe you killed a lot of villagers and that's amazing in any normal games, but you're against Delhi and he might be pissed off. So now maybe he's gonna attack you and he's gonna kill you. That could actually happen right now. If he dives right now, he wins the game. So yeah, that could be dangerous.
It's very tricky because let's not forget, Delhi have all the eco upgrades. They had them for quite some time for free, so that definitely helps a lot. And then that sacred site is going to be recapped. And looking at Baltune, he lost most of his army. He still has 8 Sofas or so, but some of them are circling the enemy base. And now Killjardi is walling his right. Like, that right side being open, that was part of the reason why these Sofas were able to find so much value.
Yeah. On top of that, Baltune macro is not the best. He has a lot of gold right now. So instead of having Ko in range, he just has still a lot of lost gold pretty much. So that's pretty sad. So he has to be very careful. He's already on 14 Ko, which is amazing. But he's gonna have to spend the gold. And I'm not really sure how he wants to do that. Maybe he just wants to make some TC Ko for his villagers, so he can harvest very well. But that's way too much gold, and it should be way more on food and wood.
Sacred Site countdown begins once again, and this time around all of these sacred sites will be walled up. But what's more concerning for Baltune is that battering ram that's out there already. 19 Ghazi Raiders, 25 archers. You look at Baltune's army. it's archers. It's not even javelin throwers, it's sofas and archers. That feels rather disappointing against that many archers and Ghazi Raiders.
Kind of, yeah. I guess this army is very good if you get to age 3. But for now, Archer and Sofa, that's not gonna do it at all. He's gonna get destroyed by Geyser Raiders. 21 Geyser Raiders. He's just gonna die, I think. To the E move.
And he's got Killjardi does. Killjardi has the boost from the Tower of Victory as well. These archers are so much better than what Baltune has right now.
Yeah.
Baltune needs to age. He is aging. He's going up with the Grand Fulani Corral. 25 Veils building. It just goes to show how urgent it is for him to get to Castle Age.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be a real one. He's gonna try to dive the TC instantly. Surely. Maybe he can get the upgrade in time. Maybe like the Sofa upgrade, it's gonna get upgraded in like 20 seconds. But it's gonna be only 9 Sofas against so many Geyser Raiders. Archers are gonna be able to click archers one by one.
Oh, this is such a chaotic positioning here,
Yeah.
though. So many narrow choke points, but you can see Baltune is trying to fall back over here. He's trying to go for imported armor, but that upgrade takes so much time. He just clicked veterancy for the archers. Feels like it's too late here. Killjardi is already diving, and by the time that upgrade finishes, all the archers might be gone.
Yeah. Sofas are doing good now, but it's not many, sadly for him. So it's they're gonna die. And he can just dive the economy, right? He can probably go on the ranch with the few rams. And then he should be able to do good. To be fair, like right now it's getting to a roaring point, I think, for Killjardi, no? The army is getting way smaller. Sofas are coming out. Still 48 villagers to 41. I think if he holds, that's gonna be very scary for Killjardi. And that
Yeah.
looks like a somewhat of a hold.
I tend to agree. The villagers are heavily idled out, but guess what? Killjardi doesn't know about all these villagers just having left the base and being safe on the outside. And if this army gets cleaned up, it's getting dicey for Killjardi.
Yeah.
He's going to lose most of his army, and he's still stuck in Feudal Age. Battering Ram is also a big investment over here. Now, Battering Ram started knocking down those farms, those pastures, so I actually wonder how many still remains. But this is a full cleanup here by Baltune. And at the end of the day, his economy looks a lot better now.
Yeah, and Sofas are fully upgraded. So he has like the veterancy and the +2 armor. So it's gonna be very, very, very hard to kill this unit without any spears. And even with a lot of spears, it's still gonna be very valuable. So I guess now you retake Sacred Site and then you just go for the kill if you can.
Yeah, Baltune is now looking very, very sharp. And these raids, they've been so annoying for Killjardi. Just look at his base. He had to build walls all across the board, and then he's still getting raided, harassed. In this game, he lost 15 villagers. These Sofa raids are really what make the difference right now.
I mean, for sure, yeah. He killed 10 very early on. So it's not like even if he lost villagers right now, it would not be that big of a deal. But he lost them super early, so his army was very impacted from the loss. So that's gonna be hard.
The tower rush coming in here from Killjardi. You just know he wants to be aggressive, but it's not a position where he can be aggressive. Well, it looks like now he's piling up resources for Castle Age. His resource bank is rising very rapidly. And remember, he still has 3 Delhi Sacred Sites, so that's no pushover.
Yeah, but he's trying to take a fight, so I'm quite sure he's just gonna try to sell the gold, I guess. And then he's just gonna make more army. There is no way he goes age up with this army while attacking and losing it. So I don't really get the plan.
Well, he's still piling up resources. It really feels like he wants
Yeah.
to go to Castle, but he takes the premature fight here. Ghazi Raiders still get a bonus against Sofas, but as you highlighted, these Sofas, they're just so good. These are Castle Age units with imported armor, and I
Yeah.
think that shows on the playing field.
Yeah, that's a one-sided fight. He's gonna be able to kill the few villagers on the berries right after that. Take the Sacred Site, and yeah, that's pretty much GG. Yeah.
And there it is. Baltune striking back in another very, very quick game. Kind of what we expected from this series. Just bam, bam, bam. Less than 20-minute games. And we already have 2 games done. Baltune striking back over here. What do you think was, was this simply just, as the civilizations are apparently a little misleading at the very top, but was this just Killjardi losing those 10 villagers and basically GG, or were there multiple things that went wrong for him such that he lost this game in the end?
No, I think it was only the villagers. but it's actually, yeah, it's a massive mistake, right? You cannot lose 10 villagers for free at the start of the game and be fine. So he lost the villagers, and then after that, he's slightly behind. He sees that it's Castle Age, so he has to push in, but at the same time, it's very well walled off. So he was losing so much to the TC, and in the end, he barely is getting cleaned, and that's enough for a win with Mali. You have more villagers than your opponent, and then you have the Boom plus stupid mine. That's not very close in economy. That's very one-sided.
And with that, we are tied at 1. Let's hear what KP has to say about this, though, because again, he's been watching from the sidelines, and I'm sure he was very excited about these 2 games.
You know what? I'm just starting to think Baltune is a god of Malian comebacks. This gave me flashbacks to what happened in the good old Norwegian land, where actually Baltune was able to pull off just as messy but miraculous of a comeback up against Voldemar in a Delhi Malian match. Oh, yeah, there's Voldemar. He looks like he's doing well right now. Yep, it's okay, buddy. Deep breaths, deep breaths. It's okay. You go find a corner and hide in it. Kind of like Baltune did in that game to get back in. But it means we develop a deeper set here. And, you know, kind of looking at the playstyle so far, Marine Lord, you know, we said that we expected Killjardi to be the aggressor. We saw Baltune try to change that in game 1. Do you think that, and I remember you saying you think at the highest level defender is the better place to be. Do you think it plays out better for Baltune to just let Killjardi do these actions, take these moves, and then respond on a delay?
And to be fair, the second game was actually him attacking too, right? Like with a big
True.
run by. So I feel like he's not trying to defend at all. I feel like he's just trying to kill Killjardi when he doesn't expect it. So far run by in this case. And the first game, it was just a weird Hippodrome build. So yeah, and we have a weird draft again, right? Like it's Mongol against Jeanne d'Arc. You don't see that every day. It's famously like a matchup that is pretty hard for Mongol, but it's a very good trade map. So I feel like on such a good trade map, it's a pretty close matchup, and it's gonna be played out on skill. But I feel like, yeah, Jeanne d'Arc maybe is a bit easier to play in this case. So again, a real matchup that's gonna be very aggressive, and they're gonna have to attack each other, right? There is no choice.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned the whole idea of trade here. Usually trade feels really risky against Joan, right? Because she farms so much XP. But I
Yeah.
guess the thought process is Joan hates feudal cav civs, right? With heavy cav in particular. And Keshix is an option for the Mongols.
I just feel if you go 2DC against 2DC, you're gonna lose if you go as Mongol. So I guess you just are forced into trading. Maybe you don't go into heavy trade, just like a few traders to bait your opponent out, and then you try to take good fights. But yeah, eventually, obviously, you want Jeanne d'Arc like to not level up too fast. So you want to make sure to take very good fights. And with the moment you have to age up, you're gonna lose your trade, or at least lose the trade line. So you can maybe pull the trade back, kind of, and then just get all your upgrades, get the cool tie going, and then you can fight. But that's a very hard matchup, as I said. It's really technical, and it's gonna be very aggressive. So I would expect a lot of mistakes from both sides, because it's just gonna be a clash of a lot of units pretty much everywhere.
Well, someone else that could lead it to be messy, Lidicore. We're getting pretty deep rather into the evening. And, you know, I discovered something I didn't realize about Killjardi on LAN. He's an old man. Yeah, he gets exhausted pretty easy. He likes to get to bed early and rise early. Baltune, on the other hand, Marine Law knows where I'm going with this. He's a degen as well. This guy stays up at heinous
good.
hours in the evening.
That's good if you want to win.
I mean, you need to get used to it, right? Some of these sets are very, very long, and you never know when it's going to get long. One of these games could easily go 7 hours long. Well, maybe not 7 hours, but we've seen some games, even in AGC tournaments back then, which were like an hour and a half, or dare I say 2 hours long. Imagine that you play a best of 5, decider game comes up, and now you're up for a 2-hour-long game.
I mean, it could be a 7-hour game. I'm just saying, you have got Chamber of Commerce on one side, you got Silver Tree on the other. It could... Okay, I got to address this, because I've heard a few players mention it, and I feel like they're memeing. Marine Lord, is there any truth behind Joan trade builds? Do you think it can work?
I mean, it's good on a Friezen March, I think. But any other map, it's probably pretty bad, so no. I mean, maybe they were speaking about this map, because it's something that can happen. But on any normal maps, I think it's terrible.
Yeah, it's like I think Chamber of Commerce in general is in a really weird place, right? Like in theory, it sounds like it should be OP, but it just feels like you're sacrificing your tempo by not getting a School of Cavalry, and you're also kind of leaving yourself exposed with a very slow scaling eco.
Yeah, I mean, you're sacrificing your tempo with the two most aggressive in the game, so it's a very weird dynamic. But yeah, on paper, it can work. It's just like very niche and very useful only on a few cases, maybe in a few matchups. I don't feel like you would go into Chamber of Commerce into too many people. I feel like even against Mongols, it's maybe a bit too slow. So I guess it would be done like against China. I remember I did that against people in the final. It was pretty good. But yeah, against China, Abbasid maybe slow saves. They don't really try to trade. Just try to TC booms. Maybe you can do that.
I'm telling you guys, secretly, you've got to pull it out on Archipelago, okay? The transport ship trading play is the secret source that everyone needs to discover. But we won't get that type of water here, right? Lytical, Holy Island's still on the horizon. You know, Marine Lord already highlighted there's Japanese there. It sounds logical, but I've been noticing more and more pro players say that English is OP in water. In fact, I think M-Lord was one of the players to agree with that.
It's OP pretty much everywhere, so...
Yeah.
English and HRE, you can play them anywhere. It's gonna be a bit too strong, so... But I would still pick Japanese there. I feel like you just pick English on Region. It's a very good map for them. And then you are most likely gonna face... I'm not sure, like, what's the plan for Baltune? Abbasid maybe on Region? If you play Abbasid against English, it's terrible. So maybe he's gonna have to play China or like Rus. So... I don't know. I guess you keep English for the land map, and you play Japanese for the water map.
It's kind of weird, but like, yeah, maybe China for Holy Island, and then you just have the Rusa regions, because I feel like... But then, you're right, like, Avastas feels like it should be useful. So you probably go for, like, what, a second TC on the berries, right? Maybe try to play wide?
No, I guess I would just go with China if I was Baltune.
Yeah.
But maybe don't feel comfortable with China. And I will go China on land, most likely, I guess. Feel like Rus is just too strong on water. I mean, actually both would be fair, but I feel like Regio is not the best bounty map. And China is just very good on these kind of defensive maps. So maybe China on land would be fine here.
Lytical, we got to talk about the elephant in the room. Well, actually, it's not an elephant. It's more of a horse. Rus are kind of ridiculous still. I don't understand this. We've now had Rus in the broken state for, I want to say, over 2 years, right? They force a very oppressive style of opening. They get all the vision off of playing that opening. They get one of the fastest average feudal timings. They have walls that for some reason build 33% faster while being 100% better. Like, at what point do we eventually somehow get this Civ finally nerfed?
I think it's difficult because it's over the course of the last 2 years, there were numerous nerfs coming up to the Rus. And several strategies were made a lot less viable than they used to be upon release. The trick with the Rus is that they have an answer to almost everything, and it's a combination of a lot of factors. Unless you take away one of those factors, it's almost impossible to make them like underwhelming. Again, just think about the fact that the whole bounty system guarantees that you have that passive gold income at the beginning of the game. Means that you don't have to mine gold to get the feudal. Maybe even get a freebie wheelbarrow. The wooden fortresses, it's going to buff your lumberjacking income, something that's immensely valuable. It's a pretty substantial eco boost for any civilization. It also allows you to play around boards a lot better, let's say, than other civilizations. And in general, like, it's just a lot more difficult to raid you early game when you have these tanky towers out there. And that is not to mention stuff like, hey, how many civilizations have feudal age knights? Rus is one of them. How many civilizations have a fast-moving monk unit in early Castle Age that you can quickly pick up relics with? And the list goes on and on and on. And I think part of the reason why Rus is just such a good civilization, and I haven't even touched on the fishing, which could be a big factor on a map like Holy
the list
Island.
is getting too, dude. Like,
Yeah,
the list
exactly.
It's hit the ground. It's rolling across the room right now. At some point.
Yeah.
Sure.
I wanted to make a couple of examples, right? And then I realized, oh shoot, there is this, there is that, and you know, the list just goes on and on and on. And I think that's a great summary as to why Rus is one of the most beloved tournament civilizations.
Yeah, beloved or hated? Like, are you kind of tired of how they play at this point, Marine Lord? Are you excited for the previewed Rus bounty rework?
I don't really care. I just play the game, to be fair. So
Okay, so I'm curious then. You just play the game, but if you had to guess, what's the bounty rework going to be? Because they've hyped it up to be this big change.
I have no idea. I guess you don't force people to do the hunt stuff.
Yeah.
So maybe it's gonna be something that goes up with time. I'm not sure how it's possible. Maybe you will give it back to some. I mean, I don't know. Like the ship bounty was not that good, I think. So maybe that comes back, but I'm not sure. That's gonna be something that's gonna be a very big change, but I have no idea how they will actually do it.
So the idea that I've been floating around for a long time and begging for is like, make it a bit more approachable without being oppressive. And one of the big things I kind of highlight is the idea that maybe when you gather from hunt, you get a trickle of gold, right? Kind of like how Japan gets stone when they gather from gold. That way, like, you could accrue more bounty, but you have to play under the map, and it's not like the game is done in 3 minutes, right? Because, like, you've seen it in pro games. When someone gets, like, 400 bounty, like, it shouldn't be happening, but if it does happen, because you have to react to it, or it will happen, it's very oppressive. And that also just sets someone up really nicely because they now have 3 scouts on the map. So in a game where it's all about transitions and counters, you just can't do anything. They see literally everything you're doing.
Yeah, I don't know what to say to that, man.
I mean, like, we'll see. I'm kind of excited for
Yeah.
it. I don't know. Ring me, devs. Let's try to figure this one out because I think it is I think that will go a long way to fixing a lot of the problems with Roost right now. One thing to dial it back to the draft that's quite intriguing here, though, Lidicore, is you can see the players kind of shining through their style. Yes, Baltune tried to play attacker, but when you look at his civs, he's very nicely padded for a late game exchange. Whereas Killjardi, yes, he has the Ottomans, but I feel like, especially with the Japanese being in there, he's maybe leaning a bit more feudal castle-esque compared to Baltune's draft.
I agree, and that's kind of what you expect from Killjardi.
Yeah.
The thing I wanted to highlight, though, instead, is that Killjardi so far was very straightforward with his civ picks. Top 3 picks, it has been picked, but now we're heading into Rocky River. The third best civ pick he had, or the third civ pick he had, he's going to be using it for this game. Killjardi with the color yellow as Jeanne d'Arc in down south, or, well, I guess I should say more like southeast. It's Baltune with the Mongols in red. And Marine Lord has nothing to add.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to say. Like, it really gonna. Okay, let's see first. Is he gonna go for a tower rush or not? Most likely yes, because that's Mongol. Then what do you do? Like, it's always a weird dynamic because if you actually tower rush Jeanne, you're gonna give her something to attack and to fight for. So it's potentially 4 less spears, so more XP for Jeanne d'Arc. So the dynamic is always so weird into Jeanne d'Arc. And if he has a very good gold, he's gonna be able to age up before you can do anything with your tower. So what really to attack when you are playing against such a weird sieve? And on top of that, the map is pretty big, obviously. Rocky River is a pretty bad map to tower rush just because it's a very long map. So you have a lot of idle time, and sometimes you don't even get your tower off, so that can be hard.
Yeah, how do you feel about that gold mine, though, for Killjardi? Like, you kind of highlighted, a lot comes down to gold when it comes to this Mongols aggression. That gold mine is very much tucked away at the back. It feels like it's pretty difficult to actually aggress this, even as the Mongols.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to actually tower rush this one. I mean, you will probably get a tower on it, but then you still have a front gold that is very easily defendable for Killjardi. Some people used to go 2DC against Mongols, so you go 2DC, you go Mass Knights Archer, and then you force fight. That's a good way to play it too. So I'm really curious, like, is Killjardi just gonna play 1TC all in and try to fight forever? Is he gonna go like 2DC to try to bait some fights? I really wonder. And even Baltune, maybe he's not gonna go trade, Like, maybe he's gonna go the other landmark and he's just not gonna trade at all. So I'm really curious what they want to do.
Well, landmark is coming up here. Jean, as usual, getting committed to the construction now. I don't remember how many sheep Killjardi was able to bring back, but I didn't see very many. Whereas for Baltune, I've seen quite a lot of sheep being brought back, so we might want to take a look at the sheep tally, because indeed, this doesn't look very promising over here for Killjardi.
Yeah, it's not too much, but it's still a lot to scout on the map, so I'm not too worried for now, but yeah, indeed that's a lot for Baltune. That's a very good amount. Oh, that's terrible. He's going north side because he thinks gold is there, but it's berries, not gold. So yes, he got a lot of sheep, but he didn't scout very well. So now he's not... Wait, what? Okay, no. I'm just
maybe-
wrong.
Maybe he thought that somehow his way is going to be blocked, doesn't want to... What?
He wants to
He's
deny...
trying to tower rush the wood line. No,
Yeah, the
it
wood
feels
line,
like the target wasn't even the gold mine.
Yeah, it's not, apparently. He doesn't really care about it. It's very interesting. Because you don't, like, you kind of put a problem onto the wood line, but for now it's not gonna be a problem because it's just gonna go around it. On top of that, there is a big wood line on the left too, so it's not the best map to do that. But okay, why not? That's a try, that's something.
Oh, well. Spearman now doing some harassment here on the gold mine, but really this is just one Spearman already pre-banked up, so villagers should be able to resist no problem. Landmark is, of course, close to completion. Baltune ended up going all the way up to 5 Spearmen, but I don't know about you. I feel like these Spearmen haven't really gotten much value so far.
I mean, it's 2 to protect the tower, and then he wants to attack the gold, so... I mean, it doesn't shock me so far. I think it's okay.
Yeah, mining camp gets cancelled over here. That's definitely a bit of a win here, and Jean doesn't have the XP she needs just yet for that tier 2 upgrade. Tower is already complete for Baltune now. I don't think he has line of sight on those villagers. He might even be out of range, but he definitely cannot shoot at those villagers just yet.
Yeah. Yeah, you know.
And look at Baltune. That's a silver tree he's aging up with. Are you surprised about it, or was this something you expected?
I think it's the most likely approach to go for trade. It just feels risky to Jan, but I think you have no choice. Like, you have to trade no matter what. You are Mongol. So yes, Jan, you would really want to be defensive and not let her XP at all, but at the same time, you really have to get your economy going.
Double Broadaxe now completing for Killjardi. He's opening up with Knights, supported by some Archers here. And that's where trade could get a little dicey. If you try to trade here with Knights roaming the map, that could fall flat very, very quickly.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what Baltune does. Is he gonna go mass Keshix? Is he gonna go more spears? So that's woman at arm for sure. It's always this in this matchup. Because if you go archer, you don't put any pressure onto your opponent. Like if you get archer level 2 or level 3, it doesn't change much for your opponent. If you get woman at arm level 3, that's a massive deal. It totally, it's a game breaker, you know. So everyone goes woman at arm in this matchup.
Yeah, I've definitely noticed that. I've seen 1 or 2 players playing some Archer Jean shenanigans, but generally speaking, it's extremely rare, as Killjardi opted to go for a Horseman over here. I guess he didn't have the gold for another Knight, and he just wanted to make sure he continues producing Cavalry.
Yeah, I think that's what's happened. Oh, nice small villager kill.
Ooh,
I think
nice
usually
find.
you go woman at arm against thieves. You want to really commit to feudal, and against thieves that are always going fast castle like HRE, OTD, like China, you just go for the archer pick. It's a bit better.
Well, it's going to be a Keshik play here by Baltune, but he was idled out already quite a bit from that one Knight, and this is one of the advantages of having a Horseman out here. Unlike the Knight, the Horseman can chase down the Khan, and it's very possible that this Khan is going to get picked off here from Baltune.
Yeah, it's a small victory. Nothing too big, it's fine, but yeah, Baltune is gonna be a bit in the dark, which is annoying when you start trading. So that could be something. He's going to go on the deer very fast because the tower is blocking the berries and he didn't have many sheep. Unlikely, unlucky.
And there's Silver Tree down in the corner, and at the same time, Killjardi is also walling off that far left corner. Now, what is that wall for? I'm actually interested in your opinion, because the only thing I see out there is just a couple of berries, and of course, That's a great way to loop around and hit the gold mine, but that's a big investment as well at the same time.
Yeah, it's a bit too much of an investment, I think. It's a bit too much for just a berry pack, but it is what it is, and it's a wood line too, so I need to protect stuff. I'm not too mad about it, it's just not the best wall ever, obviously.
Yeah, looks like no traders coming out just yet for Baltune. Here in the middle, looks like Killjardi is very aggressive, going out for the hunt over here, moving all the way out, dropping a tower. And it looks like, I think the Kashik will reach that wall before the wall is complete, so the villager might be caught.
Yeah, it looks like Baltune is doing the same as last two games. Like, he's baiting that he is doing something macro, with like the trade on the corner, so you must expect some trade, but in the end he's just massing units. So if he's trying to attack with Jean, he's gonna meet a wall, and if he actually doesn't pay attention to his base, he's gonna lose villagers to Keshiks. So, Baltune, yeah, being very aggressive once again.
Baltune looping around with the Keshik. The tower is still up, by the way. So I think that's something that Killjardi is going to have to think about in the long run. There is a tower still to the north of his base. And that's actually a tower that denies the berries right now. Keshik do find Jean. Jean retreating, though. Getting that AoE damage out. Knight closes in as well. And looks like Jean is not going to get picked off.
Yeah, oh. Keshiks are finally going in. Okay, he lost Trader. He's on the bad wood line as we said, so he can actually get attacked, which is good. One less villagers on each side pretty much, but it was a trader, so not the same value exactly, but one down each.
Yeah, villagers have been picked on both sides here, actually.
Yeah.
Killjardi having some idle time on himself as well, trying to clean up this this Keshik raid. Just looking back at the previous game, that definitely was a key thing to look at. Baltune being very, very successful with the harassment. That time using the sofas. This time around, he's looking to accomplish essentially the same thing with the Keshik.
Yeah, Lumber Clump is going down on the right. It's 50 more resources for Baltune. That's always good to have. He's gonna try to find some more damage on the left. Let's see. I guess he's gonna try to run by on the berries again, but he's gonna be walled off this time. So he's gonna have to find another target.
These walls will help a lot for Killjardi, as Killjardi himself is starting to pile up these archers. He doesn't really have anything that deals with the enemy Keshik, though. Does have a couple of horsemen out harassing these traders. This is actually the very first trader that came out from that silver tree from Baltune. Gets intercepted immediately.
Yeah, no traders for now. They're all dying one by one. He's gonna try another run by on the wood line, but it's already anticipated from Killjardi. Doesn't make any spears, he's just making knights and horsemen and archer, and he's happy about it. He seems to be defending very well, so why not? Maybe he's gonna kill a few Keshiks here. Plus 20 XP, that's very good.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Jean, left side of your screen, Jean is already at like 30 to 40% XP. It's slowly getting there, and we're just like midway through Feudal Age, only minor engagements happening, and you yourself highlighted once Jean gets to tier 3, it's a whole new level.
Yeah, it's a different game. Usually level 3 means it's pretty much GG if it takes a good fight. But level 2 is always pretty easy to hold off against. It's just a very strong unit. Army-wise, I would say it's pretty close. I mean, yeah, army value is literally exactly the same, so that's good. Economy-wise, it's the same. They have no wheelbarrow, no food upgrade, only wood upgrade. Only one trader, so very close economy.
Yeah, it really has been just that poking and prodding type early game. Not something that you commonly see from Killjardi. I love the addition of the horseman, by the way. Just that chip damage on these slower moving cavalry units is always nice. But this is not your classic Killjardi game, so to say. He's just like, yep, he's out there on the map, he's doing some harassment. Neither of the players are playing super aggressively right now.
Yeah, I think he's just happy about getting some XP here and there. He sees that the trade is not big, so he's very happy about the situation. He's getting some deer here. I guess he's gonna go for the tower now. He's gonna go for the berries on the top, and then he's gonna go deer top right. I mean, just top There is a board there too, so there will be some good food spots.
First trader actually gets through, does deliver 75 gold, so that's not too shabby. At the same time, Baltune has a massive lead when it comes to clicking up the Castle Age.
Yeah.
Spearman evacuated from the tower, and Baltune, he's going to beat his opponent to Castle Age. No major surprise over here, picking the Coral die. That definitely has been the landmark that received a lot of love, especially if you want to trade a lot in the long run.
Yeah, it's true, but he has only one trader. I think I would have gone for
Yeah.
the other one, because I just want my economy to have some sort of advantage at some point. But I understand, like, he's gonna get castle, it's gonna trigger an attack from Killjardi, so it makes a lot of sense to go Kurultai too. So I don't mind any of the choice. I think both are fine.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, because normally the doctrine is that you go Coral Die if you play Silver Tree, assuming that you have, let's say, 10, 15 traders. But that Silver Tree is basically next to nothing right now. It's only one trader working, so really, you could have opted for the alternative landmark, the Step Redoubt. But it's going to be Coral Die, and that's going to give you a nice little attack buff over here. Might be some much needed attack buff, that's what I wanted to say. Because right now, Killjardi's army is substantially larger.
Yeah, it could be very scary if he tries to dive. He's very heavy on archer though, and on spears. Only 9 knights. If he was like maybe on 15 knights, I would say yeah, you can just dive for sure. But with this army, I'm not really sure. It's gonna be a close call, I think, if you can dive or not. I mean, you're gonna see, right? He's gonna dive for sure, so... Archer upgrades are coming for Baltune. I would say you better go for the +2 attack instantly, so you can have that for your archer plus your TC. But archer upgrade is very good too.
Well, Killjardi's looking to dive over here. Archer upgrade coming in for Baltune. Knights looking to jump, but it's going to be difficult because of all these buildings placed around the DC. It's a narrow choke point, and Killjardi thinks twice about that. He's not going to dive this just yet. But he's also not looking to go up the Castle Age. So it looks like he, for the time being, is just going to posture in front of the enemy base. And this game starts to remind me a lot of the previous game. Eco lead for Baltune. He's up to Castle Age, Killjardi isn't, and Killjardi is looking to make a ramp push happen.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Makes a lot of sense. But Ram is not gonna be very helpful in this case, I think. So... I mean, it's gonna be hard, right? Because he has to defend his base against Kashix, and he's still, like, some raids going on. He's gonna have to find some damage left and right, but the TCs are gonna be very helpful. 2 towers on top of that, so it's a lot of protected economy. So you really want to push in, but you really don't have any way to really push in. And your opponent's already on +2 attack on upgraded archer. So if Jeanne d'Arc goes in, she's gonna die instantly pretty much. Even knights are gonna die very easily, so that's very scary.
Killjardi is just going to fall back for the time being. He's looking to pile up the resources for Castle Age as well, walling across the map. Baltune has yet to move out of his base, though, so maybe Killjardi is going to have a relatively untouched timing into Castle Age over here. Looks like Baltune is very cautious, and he should be. His army is still much smaller.
Yeah, his army is pretty bad. There is no way he can push. Oh, that's nice. Oh, wait, what? Okay, he wanted to... Okay, I was like, maybe he got walled on the right, but no, the wall is not at all walling off the trade. So
Nope.
I guess he just tried to do something and it didn't work. Lost his only trader, poor guy.
Yeah, there's absolutely no traders, but guess what? Baltune now getting pushed on the gold mine. 2 very valuable, making 3 very valuable villager picks out there. Killjardi, he was like, okay, I'm gonna pull back my forces. I'm going to get the Castle Age, but then
Careful,
he
Jean.
saw... Needs
Which
to
is
be
gonna die.
careful. Jean is getting focused down over here. Indeed, Killjardi didn't pull back in time. And these are Castle Age units. These are no pushover. They also have the extra attack on them. And now Baltune is looking for blood. He's pursuing this army over here. Handful of knights are mixed in as well, but these are feudal age knights, whereas they are fighting against a lot of very well upgraded Castle Age archers. Khan goes down, however, so no more buffs coming in here for Baltune. Still, knights are getting picked apart, spearmen getting picked apart. Really, you gotta say this was a good fight for Baltune, right?
Yeah, it was alright, but it's not the perfect fight, so... For now, it's just fine. We have to be careful because Jeanne d'Arc is almost level 3. I mean, she's dead so far, and he's not repaying her, so... Maybe he doesn't plan to repay. But Guild Hall is coming, and he's gonna get some archer upgrade, I guess. And it's gonna be a great game because, yes, he killed some economy, And trader count is pretty much only one, I guess. There is one just being made right now. But the economy is gonna be very weird for Mongol, and I'm not sure how it's gonna go.
That's a fair point that you're raising. Indeed, once Jean gets up to Castle Age, it gets more interesting. And Jean is very close to that level 3. Oh my lord, that is a beautiful surround on that one cash shake. I guess the problem is that the cash shake heals as he fights, so the villagers might not want to stay, and indeed, they have to flee.
I guess it got up to Castle Age, Keshix. Now it's becoming a problem. Cannot handle them with villagers. Ooh, there is a big push on the deer pack. Maybe he's gonna kill a few villagers, I think.
Well, he doesn't have anything that takes out this tower, but at the very least, these villagers are idled. There's already... Oh! Killjardi jumped out for a second and then thought twice about that. More reinforcements are coming in.
Scary.
Oh, the Kurotai could be blocked. He's trying to place this Kurotai right here. Archers are moving up. Castle Age upgrades about to finish here for Killjardi. And the Kurotai cannot deploy. No attack buff here. And Jean is getting that level 3 just now. She's so close. Indeed, there she goes. And this fight, this is looking so good for Killjardi, even without the Castle Age upgrades.
Yeah, it's looking very good. It's a very good timing to fight. And on top of that, it's walled behind Baltune. So really was blocked in the corner pretty much. And now he has an issue, right? His army is smaller. Jeanne d'Arc is level 3. It's not that bad, right? Because he's Castle Age. So level 3 in Castle Age is not too tragic. But it's gonna start working on level 4. And Jeanne d'Arc is always very scary at this level, so...
And there come the footmen from Jean. And of course now this is veteran archers versus veteran archers. So, you know, all that tech advantage that Baltune had, it's gone. And the Kurotai is also out here. If Killjardi pushes through that, or it looks like Kurotai is just going to fall back here. Not going to get harassed anymore by Baltune, but... Oh... Those were just spears, right?
Yeah, some spears.
Yeah, okay, good.
Trying to attack the position, but it didn't work at all.
Yeah, my brain stopped for a moment, and I had to think over what it was that I saw. But indeed, it's just a couple of spears. Equally, it is pretty sizable in the favor of Baltune, but at the same time, this army is looking scary for Killjardi. These Keshiks also might not really be able to find their way back home. These walls are all complete.
Yeah. Maybe you will be able to run around, but yeah. Crossbow are coming out too for Killjardi, which are obviously very good against Keshiks. Yeah, I guess he's gonna try to push the trade-off. That could be a good thing to do. He needs to be very careful about the Keshik run by. He needs to fully handle it. And we have to start taking care of relics and maybe Sacred Site with Jeanne d'Arc if you want to go XP a bit more.
Yeah, well, relics are being brought in by Baltune over here. He's going to be up by 2 very shortly. Keshiks indeed do get chased down slowly by the knights. One thing that I want to highlight, though, is that Killjardi has been very active when it comes to getting the villagers out on the map. He's been on the hunts, he's been even on the berries. There is some shorefish in the middle as well, and he's been very active taking all of those.
Yeah, he's making sure to take all the economy from the map, which is very important on this map. And he's gonna try to push apparently. I'm not sure if that can really work. The army is pretty much the same size, except you have Kurotai and you have Jeanne d'Arc from the other side. So I'm not sure if you really can push into your opponent right there. Okay. Well defended home from Killjardi. Only a few units left alive, which is good news for him. Baltune is going pure archer and crossbow, which is good, but at the same time against front line plus back line, usually you tend to get overwhelmed, especially when there is a Jeanne d'Arc that is very hard to kill with anything except like spears. That's gonna be a hard target.
Yeah, and of course you do have the arbalestry as well, which, I mean, that's one of the big things out there. Just being able to deploy the Pavisa on the back line makes it so much more difficult for Baltune to take out your arbalestry. At the same time, army count still looking a lot healthier here for Killjardi. He started mining stone here. Makes me wonder if he's thinking about the keep drop eventually.
Potentially, yeah, I will say. Maybe it's for some spring gold towers here and there, but that for sure looks like a keep normally. I wonder where he would like to drop it. Maybe just in the trade line to make sure there is no more trade. That will make some sense.
He's about to push this gold mine once again. Gold mine spawns aren't generous here for Baltune. And now this tower is going to get taken out. Spring Golden placement just about to finish, but it's going to come in way too late. Tower is already on fire. That Spring Gold just fired like a single shot, and that was it. Kurotai is being nearby, though, so Baltune at least does have that attack buff, which easily could be the difference maker between these two armies.
Yeah. Summon some more mana towers. Always very helpful. I don't know, like Jeanne is gonna be very scary, but in such a place she cannot really fight. She doesn't have enough space. So I still feel like he could dive actually. Like I think he has enough. Even against Kurotai, I think he could just go because of Jeanne d'Arc. You make her tank, maybe she's gonna die eventually, but you just make sure she deals a lot of damage and she tanks a lot, and then you're gonna win the fight, and then you just rebuy her. But he seems to take the slow approach. Just wants to delay the trade, and then he wants to castle rope, I guess.
Yeah, it seems that way. He's also very happy just pushing his opponent away from this gold mine. This gold mine has been problematic ever since the beginning for Baltune. Baltune now looking to break out. He doesn't have the Kurotai buff right here. It's going to be Archer plus Crossbow on both sides, but this is not the entire army that Killjardi has.
Yeah, he's splitting up to try to kill the trade. Makes sense. What about Holy Count? It's 2-2. Maybe we could try to take second sight with Jeanne d'Arc too, if he really wants to XP her. I mean, to be fair, she's very far off level 4, so that's maybe not a priority. Maybe he just wants to stay active and unpredictable. The problem with Jeanne d'Arc when you do that is that you are obviously seen, so your opponent knows you're taking a break and you are not attacking at all, so you can take position like that with towers, which he would not be able to if he didn't know where Jeanne d'Arc would be.
And there comes the villager pull. Yeah. Not enough stone just yet for Killjardi, and he actually has the guild hall set on food. I think. Yeah. Oh, he wants to imp. This might be. This is gonna be a red palace.
Yeah, it's gonna be a red palace in the face. That's very
that's nasty. It could be a big roll of a dice though. If it doesn't go up, it could be a disaster. But it's 28 villagers pulled.
It's okay, but Jeanne d'Arc is not here. That's crazy.
It's now or never for Baltune. He has to fight this. He has to stop this. He's got the aura as well from the core ulti, and this front line is melting way too quickly here for Killjardi. Jeanne d'Arc coming in from the flank, but she's so alone. Healing comes in. Jeanne still alive, but Jeanne goes down. Red Palace, however, will be finished. So at the very least, Killjardi is able to maintain this position.
Yeah, that's gonna be a very complicated defense. I guess you have to go Trebuchet now, but that's gonna be very... I mean, it's Mongol's Trebuchet, right? So it's not the best. Plus... Okay, he just leaves. Okay, why not? I guess it's fine to leave.
Well, that gives game number 2 to Killjardi over here. You really felt like this was a bit of a risky move here with that red palace drop. For a moment, it seemed like things could get scary for him, but then he was able to finish the landmark, and then, of course, Baltune could back up his base, but then you could have another castle drop on him. How long can you run, right? That is the game that pushes Killjardi onto a match point, though, and again, if he wins the next game, he is going to be the one going into the top 8 here in the online stage of Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. This would be the biggest accomplishment he had in his career. And I think there is one more thing that's helping him out here as we head back to the lobby. Killjardi so far has not yet played either of his home maps. This has so far been just the neutral map Gorge and the 2 home maps of Baltune. So all the games that we play from here on out, it's going to be Killjardi home maps.
Yeah, and he picked English here. So I guess he wants Ottoman region. It's going to be like Ottoman against Rus or against Abbasid. They are drafting very weird. I don't know.
How do you feel about Japanese going completely unused, potentially?
I mean, I don't know, like, Japanese against Rus is slightly good for Rus. Japanese against China is pretty good for Japanese, I think. So, I feel like it's unjustified. I would for sure not use Delhi or Jeanne d'Arc or Ottoman, but he's doing it in a different way, his own way, and it seems to work, so why not?
And indeed, Rus did not end up getting picked on Holy Island here. We just have a Chinese pick. Chinese, it's a very formidable civilization for Holy Island as well. But Are you surprised that Rus is still out there for Baltune, especially in light of the conversation we had with KP just before this game launched? You know, Rus just having so many things going for them. Is this a surprise to you?
I think he was scared of English last map, so he wanted to save Rus, but he got English now, so if he knew that ahead of time, I think he picks Rus here, and then he gets Abbasid last game, and he's happy about it. But yeah, it was very weird draft from Killjardi to pick English here, in my opinion. It was pretty hard to predict, so maybe Killjardi is just very happy about the situation. I feel like English is better than China here too, but China have some room to play with for sure. Like, Holy Island is not the best map for like the +1 range with English. I feel like it's one of the maps where you can go arrow slits and deny the +1 range in mid game. And then the rest of the matchup on the land is pretty okay. Maybe it's kind of scary to face the king on land in the Holy Island.
So what do you think? We have 30 seconds left to go before this game. It's Chinese versus the English. Which of these two civilizations do you prefer going into this game?
I mean, king is really gonna be a big issue, I think. He's gonna have to go spears, I guess, to deal with it, which is really not what you want to do, especially against English. Starting spears is terrible, but that's what you do against the king, right? It forces you into a very weird position. Also, we have to say, this map, it can spawn in 2 different ways, and one way is so broken for English, it's when the wood is forward. So wood backward is always way better when you face English. That's a very big, important talking point. But this time it's gonna be the good way for China. He's gonna have a safe wood.
And off we go. Killjardi 1 game away from essentially having his best ever tournament performance, making it into the top 8 here in the online stage of Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. It is Killjardi with the color yellow playing as the English, facing off against Baltune, now down 2-1 in command of the Chinese in red. And this is the home map of Killjardi. So far, we've been playing the home maps of Baltune. Even in the previous game, Killjardi opted to play the opponent's home map. So from here on out, we're playing on Killjardi's home maps. He opted to go with the English, whereas on the other side, we had this pre-game conversation about Chinese versus Rus. Baltune had Rus available, but he opted to go with the Chinese.
Yeah. I mean, Rus against English is gonna be a weird one, but I guess Rus-English, you prefer Rus by a small margin, thanks to the Kremlin that defends your wood line and your gold. But if you have a bad gold spawn like that, like Killjardi has, maybe English can be fine against Rus too. I don't know. English is just very good right now, so I would not be surprised if it's considered even against everyone.
Well, of course, the English have a lot of things going for them in hybrid maps, which often goes unnoticed simply because for so long in tournaments, we've just seen the English being picked as the land-based civilization.
Yeah.
But the ship discounts, and of course, as you highlighted, the King, a Knight-style unit that can heal back up, that is immensely valuable just for the sake of harassment in early feudal age to throw off the enemy's naval build.
Yeah, it's a beautiful combination with the longbows. And let's not forget, what is it? Admiralty was the name of the upgrade. +1 range on your water combat ship. That's very strong, so... Okay, we can see already there is some move. We see Baltune, he didn't go for a lot of scouting. He just went for his opponent's dock instantly, which is something everyone's do. On this map, you just go for your opponent's dock as soon as possible because you want to poke the villager 1 damage at a time, and you try to either keep your opponent's card busy, or you just try to kill the villager and he's gonna have to walk back home, which is annoying because you want to get to a fast feudal timing, obviously, and having 1 idle villager is not what you want, so that's always nice to go there and try to kill your opponent's villagers with your scouts, even if it takes very long.
So far, so good. Dark Age, as usual here, as you kind of highlighted. One big thing here is that there was no woodline spawning in front of the players. And that's one of the ways that this map can generate. So far, most of the generations I've seen on this map here in Red Bull Wololo, they have been without that forward-facing woodline.
Yeah, it's very random, but when it happens, and that's good against English to have such a woodline. What can he do with his king actually? I guess the gold is pretty far forward, so that will be a good point to attack. Maybe if Baltune decides to not wall down the left and the right side of his wood line, it could get attacked too by the king. 7 villagers to age up. He's gonna go for a fast age 2. Makes a lot of sense with this sieve. In this matchup, you really want to just attack.
Indeed, Abbey of Kings, 6 villagers on. It just goes to show how significant that timing advantage could be. Baltune is yet to start building his own landmark here. Now, one silver lining is that if he is really concerned about that aggression on the gold mine per se, he could try to just go with the Barbican for some, I guess, extra defenses.
Yeah, but it's gonna be very costly if you do that. There is no way you go Barbican first, I think. Your economy will be too bad. So I'm quite sure you go for the other one, and then maybe at some point you go for like the Barbican. But going Barbican first will be like, okay, I have safe gold, but now even my wood is not safe, so you don't get that much from it, and it's very expensive, and you don't get the Imperial Academy, which is a good economical bonus. So, I mean, I wonder how he's gonna proceed. Tower on the gold, but then he's gonna need some walls on the wood line, I think.
Well, it's going to be Imperial Academy, indeed. Tower coming up. King is already being queued up, and this villager is actually very low HP.
He's gonna die normally.
Oh, that's
Is it 2 or 3
annoying for
HP?
Killjardi.
Hmm?
Especially because
it's
this is an
4, it's
English
fine.
vill. He's gonna be fine.
He's gonna be totally fine. He's gonna heal up too. We love it. Beautiful. One galley on
It
the
got
way.
a lot closer than it was supposed to be, though.
Yeah.
First galley is out already for Killjardi, by the way. He's actually sailing across.
Yeah.
Like he's
It's-
about to hit that fishing eco, and he's got that king queued up as well already.
Yeah, but it's Chinese production, so it's gonna get his own ship very fast, I think. Yeah, he's gonna get it in like 5 seconds. So maybe if he doesn't micro very well, he will lose a fishing ship. But normally you are totally fine.
And a lot of harassment done over here. Baltune so far so good. Nice micro. His galley is out as well. Still a lot of idle time on these fishing boats, but Killjardi is going to get pushed away for the time being. Big question though, how do you deal with that king if you're Baltune? Because as this is happening, as that Hawk has been queued up by Killjardi, the king is also arriving, and looks like Baltune just decided to go heavy on the investment and drop 2 towers.
Yeah, 2 towers, a wall on the right too. He didn't hold the left though of his wood line, so that can be scary. He can actually lose the villager on the dock if he has one, so that's another target. Yeah, he's at 100% a good target. He could go there right now with his king and get it for free. So you have so many potential targets with this king. That's why it's so good. And now he's gonna make
And it
a
looks like-
longbow.
It looks like walls will be coming up here though from Baltune on both sides of his wood line, so the king is going to be a little late. But as you said, longbows are already on the way, and the king he was looking to dive through this, but then it just changes his mind, falls back for the time being. Some big investment forced out of Baltune here though. Double towers, quite some walling. That's a pretty hefty investment.
Yeah, it's already a big investment, and if he made the correct play, he would have killed the villager on the dock. So you see, like, there is no real good way to play against the king. In the end, the king does what he wants, and he kills people. So it's terrible. You really have to play perfectly around it. So playing perfectly around it would mean to bring the villager back to your base, the one from the dock. But it's so much idle time, and you have so much. Yeah, it's enough. Like, having 2 towers is good, but you need arrow seats on both sides if you want to actually be safe. So you need so much investment. Good micro from Baltune.
Oh, that's very, very nice for Baltune. He closes distance, gets rid of the galley demo ship for now, repulsing him. But there is currently no archer ship for Killjardi, so demos here from Baltune could be great. He doesn't have a single demo out just yet, though. He's just now queuing them up.
Yeah, and he's gonna lack some gold soon. I mean, to be fair, like, he's China, so he'll probably have some tax. They both got 1 eco upgrade. Okay, he's trying to kill the archer ship, and he's gonna do it.
Ooh,
And
that's
now
nice
it's
find,
gonna be
though.
a problem.
Demos coming in. It's 2 demos as well. There's no way you
Yeah.
can snipe both. Killjardi is trying to body block as well. Demos moving in.
Oh my
and now the
God.
demos do connect. That is as good as it gets for
Yeah.
Killjardi. Counter demo coming in, though. Maybe some retaliation found. 1 Hawk goes down from Killjardi still. recent few moments, so good for Killjardi. And these are the moments he needs to secure his spot tomorrow to get into that top 8. The first time he would be getting into the top 8 in a major tournament.
Yeah, and now the wood line is an issue because he walled very tight instead of walling a little bit further up. So he's gonna have to make units. He really has no choice.
Longbows are creeping up as well. We haven't really been talking about those longbows, but I think they are actually positioned right next to the Baltune's walls. And there must have been villager kills to that, because overall Killjardi has 3 vill kills indeed. Wait, I think that's open. I think that's wide open.
Potentially, I'm not sure.
I think there is a gross over chop right there. I don't think it matters though, because Imperial
It isn't
officers are being
close.
picked off. Oh, that's a
Ooh, the-
low HP IO. Longbow doesn't focus. It just goes to show how much Killjardi is focusing on the water. A lot of villagers are low HP, but they haven't really been finished off. Killjardi now looking to push the water.
King is there now to kill some horsemen. He can even go into the wood line. That would not be surprising. Like, he could go there and kill a few villagers, like maybe 2 or 3, and then he will just probably survive. That's crazy. Okay. Some idle time, he's killing some fishing ship. That's amazing. He's gonna have 2 demo to be worried of, but if he micros well, he should be totally fine. He has enough.
Demos now moving in here.
Oh my
No
God.
archer ship once again from Baltune. There's a counter demo, actually multiple counter demos here, but that is a lovely connection here for Killjardi. Not as good as he hoped for, but now he is so close to taking out that galley. Galley gets away for the time being, but you really sense that things are just piling up against the Baltune over here. His demos getting picked off, at least the first one does. Killjardi is also harassing that wood line once again. Now he's mixing in spears to deal with the horsemen. The king is back on 2. And apparently this gold mine was vacated for some time because of, I guess, harassment from the king or longbows.
Yeah.
Longbows once again show up, and a lot of those villagers are very heavily damaged. So even just a couple of arrows from those longbows, it could result in multiple villager kills.
Yeah, everything is low life. His economy is not doing well. He's very heavy on wood. Doesn't have any food and any gold. His food economy was having issue on water. His gold economy was having issue on land. So now Killjardi had enough space to actually go for the +1 attack, the +1 range. And now it's gonna become a misery to fight on water. So it's gonna be a very, very hard fight for Baltune.
Only 2 horsemen out there for Baltune, and I mean, they actually ran into the tower, just being afraid of that one spearman chasing them. Killjardi, in the meantime, he's got a good fleet. Baltune is back on track with his fleet as well, but Killjardi is once again replenishing his longbow count, the spearman as well. This one scout apparently, just lost his tracks.
Oof.
Baltune
That's a
is
lot
up to
of
7
demo.
demos though.
Yeah, a lot
That
of
could be
demos.
scary.
But Killjardi has +1 range, so it's gonna be easier to work them around. 2 archer chips, a few demos himself if he wants to actually use them to kill demos. That could be a possibility. And I feel like he's just gonna try to kill dogs 1 by 1 to make it safe. He has +1 range, so we can just make it slowly but steadily. He can just pressure the dogs.
Yeah, he's about to take out the first stock out there, but needs to be cautious. He's facing 12 demos. And we've seen this from especially the Spanish brothers, Vortex and Luciferon. They always do this. They want one big fight with 1 million demos and just want to finish you off. And that's exactly what Baltune is looking for. He's got 13 demos. His gold mine is being pushed in the meantime. You can see bottom left of your screen. But the main things are happening here. Demos coming in from 2 sides. Archer ships doing so good of a job just taking out half of them, but they're still closing in. Nice blitz by Killjardi. Some of his Hawks do get connections to the demos though, and at the end of the day, that's exactly what Baltune wanted. So many Hawks going down from Killjardi.
Yeah, the problem with Killjardi here is that it didn't kite with the archer ship. So you want to stay in range of the demo with your archer ship as long as you can, and if you do it very well, you can pretty much kill almost all of them. So you would get some connections, but not as many if he actually kited with his archer ship while running away with the Hulk. So you can actually macro a bit better post your Hulk and your Archer, and then you have way less demo ship to deal with.
At the same time, Killjardi is back to 7 Hawks over here. New demos are a little slow to arrive here for Baltune. There's a race between 2 demos. I'm looking to make a connection. And now there's a demo flank coming in here from Killjardi. Maybe Baltune overstayed his welcome a little here. Demos repulsing him. Archer ships will take most of these out. But for the time being, it seems like Killjardi stabilized. Demos looking to trade over here. Galley out there from Killjardi as well. Some decent connections. Oh, bit of a miss micro potentially by Killjardi. Loses a couple more Hawks.
Not too bad, but not too good either, and it's still against English +1 range. So it's not like he really killed the army. It's still pretty close, and he's still losing on land, so it's not really improving.
Yeah, that's the problem here. Baltune is actually being beaten up by a single spearman on his wood line. And you might think it's not a lot of damage, but remember, a lot of those villagers are hurt. Eco is being lost here. Another demo push coming in from Baltune this time around. The galleys do a lot better job sniping most of them off before they reach the Hawks. And again, a galley gets sacrificed, but that's a small price to pay, while your opponent is losing every single villager on that wood line. Baltune is so focused on the water that he isn't even noticing this.
Yeah, that's pretty sad.
That could be it. That could be it. I mean, that spearman, he's just beating up villagers. Finally, villagers are rallied, but I really wonder how many villagers Baltune lost to this. He's down by 10 eco.
Yeah, he killed 11 villagers, including fishing ship, and he didn't kill many, so... I mean, he's been killing some for the whole game. We have to be careful about that on water, because that's a big army from both sides.
Demos, nice trades here for Killjardi though. Took out most of the demos with the demo itself, and then once again Baltune just keeps losing these demo ships, and these are expensive, especially for a player losing so many vills.
Yeah, hopefully he finally killed the spearman, but still, like, 10 less villagers, that's very, very big. You have no fishing ship upgrade, unlike Killjardi, he made it earlier. So it's just gonna be hard.
Killjardi needs to be careful not to get trapped in here. Demos are once again pursuing him. That's a lot of demos. Oh, nice little connection there. A second connection is going to be something that Baltune misses out on. And it's actually remarkable how okay Baltune is doing on the water, despite losing so many villagers on land.
Yeah, he's not doing too bad. That's why China is good on this map, obviously. Like, it's just the economy with IOs are it's just unparalleled. So you just make so many units, but on the long run, Killjardi is gonna age up, and the +1 range is obviously gonna be a big deal if he keeps fighting like that, because he can kite and he can get better trade, and eventually it's gonna be a big problem for Baltune.
Arisa, oh, demo getting way too close. One Hawk sinks, but still, most of those demos got sniped out by Killjardi. He's been doing a really good job sniping out the majority of the demos coming his way. And it looks like Baltune, he's just running out of war junks. He's going full demo ships now, but he's got nothing to protect those demos with.
Yeah, 7 demos, 1 galley, 1 Hulk. Against 3 archer ships, so he should be totally fine. He can push in. We can see the score, it's getting a bit bigger, wider. Like 500 score difference at this point of the game is a lot. And it's for good reasons. Killjardi have a big land army, Baltune does not. Economy-wise, he's ahead, and on water, he's kind of winning. So for sure, he is ahead pretty much everywhere.
And Killjardi is getting closer and closer to Castle Age here. Once again, Baltune is looking to make this happen, but even before the demos dive in, he just realizes that it might just be over. Baltune, we're going to have to say goodbye to him. This was his last game in the online stage and in general in Red Bull Wololo Al Reinado. Whereas for Killjardi, he is delivering one of his best ever tournament performances. He's not done just yet. He was knocked down to the lower bracket, I think at the very beginning, indeed. He basically lost to Louis MT 3-0 in the winner's bracket, round number 1. But so far, he's been going through the winner's bracket, or the loser's bracket like a champ. 3-0ing Lash, 3-2 versus CSO, and now knocking out Baltune as well. He's going to be awaiting his opponent tomorrow, who's going to be either Lucifron or Puppy Paw.
Oof, and what an incredible day of action it's been. Congrats to Killjardi for keeping those hopes alive. Commiserations as we do say farewell to Baltune. A set that kind of played out with the level of aggression we've come to expect from him, Marine Lord. Looking at that final game in particular, you know, I think for a long time the discussion with English has been around their dominance now on land for a few months and how ridiculous the 2TC fast castle builds have been looking. I think this is a reminder that even with the nerfs in mind, England is still what I'd say a top 3 pick for water.
I mean, you have Rus, and then you have a lot of different possibilities: HRE, English, Japanese, Zushi, China. So I guess it's like top 1, in my opinion, with Rus. And then everything else is a bit below, but yeah, English is for sure like top 2, top 3.
Do you think maybe the Admiralty tech is a little bit too strong for feudal? Because I've noticed a few players talking about the idea of maybe having it move to castle.
I mean, you could do that, but in the end of the day, like, it's broken everywhere for one reason, because of the king. Same for HRE, it's broken because of the chapel being so strong. So you could do that, but in the end, the king remains the king, and it's extremely strong pretty much on any kind of map. So I just feel like you need to nerf the HP regeneration of the king. I feel like maybe he shouldn't heal himself that much, and maybe not that fast, you know, like he just goes out of the fight, instantly heals up. That's too much pressure, that's too much. He can just do too much of it. That's not balanced, I think.
Yeah, and you know, I think there's a few other civs in mind that probably are due some nerfs. I mean, looking at the stats for this Political, I think so far this tournament's kind of spoken for itself. Most banned civs, HRE, Rus, English, and Byzantines. I think it's fair to say with how dominant a lot of those civs have been looking in tournament play, we've probably got a big nerf hammer coming in after the qualification phase of El Reinado.
Well, you never know, but you know, every civ that I lose to, it's OP. But I get what you're coming from. Some of these civilizations definitely show a lot of prowess, and I think the thing I want to highlight is that a lot of these civilizations are powerful and often banned because of how versatile they are. Like, I think one of the key things to highlight, like let's say with a civilization like Rus again, or even HRE, you can pick them on a full land map. You can play them on a more turtley map. You can even play them to a certain extent on an open map. I mean, you can play them on a hybrid map. So really, there is not much of a domain where some of these civilizations would be quote unquote weak at. And I think that's part of the reason why we see them being banned so frequently in tournaments. It's just like a Swiss Army knife civilization that's good for any maps. And I think if there are nerfs, hopefully they go in this direction. Like, okay, maybe you want to reduce the versatility of some of these civilizations.
Yeah, and you know, another thing to think about is how I'd say the players at the top have changed a little bit, Marine Lord. It feels like the meta has shifted much more into feudal. We've been seeing it for a while now. Feels like a player like Killjardi has really been milking that at the moment. You know, you did mention earlier, though, the idea that you still feel it's better at the absolute top to be the defending player. Do you think that's maybe something that could hold Killjardi back from making it all the way in this format?
Yeah, I don't want to be mean, but I think it's gonna be very hard later on against different opponents for Killjardi that are just either as aggressive as him, but a bit better, or just defensive and can totally stop him, which is the case of a few players in my opinion.
Let's have a look at those players, because we have got the final standings at the end of the day, so we can see where everyone has finished off here. Of course, there are a few things to address when we look at this. First of all, tomorrow we will be seeing Beastie versus Wham and Puppy Paw versus Lucifron in that upper bracket in the semi-finals there. The decider, I believe, is going to be reserved for next weekend, but you will at least get to see those two sets. When we look at the lower bracket, we've also got more to come tomorrow there, as it's going to be Vortex versus either Beastie or Wham. And then, as we just saw Killjardi now with a dub, that means he gets the honor of having to deal with either the nuisance that is Puppy Paw or the nuisance that is Lucifron. Lads, like kind of looking at expectations, and actually I should probably address it now. That Dumu set, you are seeing an FF. This was already addressed by Dumu. I'll just do it live on the recording for people now. Dumu, I think he mentioned he wasn't feeling well. He didn't want to continue. He didn't realize it was going to be another set. So he decided to forfeit it, which means Vortex goes through. It's unfortunate. It is what it is. It's not EGC's rulebook. There's no override. And honestly, if there was, handbooks are written for a reason. So these things are clearly laid out. Just unfortunate we did not get to see Dumu versus Vortex. And I'm sure that would have been an absolutely insane set, especially with the way that Dumu's been playing, Marine Lord.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, that's part of the job, right? That's the problem with Dumu's life. He has a normal life, he has a kid, he has a wife, he has normal life, man. We don't have normal life. Only games.
Yeah,
That's
don't get
not
laid,
normal.
live in a basement, play games
Yeah.
for 10 hours a day, right?
Yeah.
And then take a 2-hour nap. Then
Yeah.
it's a siesta and you play for another 6 hours, right?
Yeah, that's what we do. He has to do the same as us, man.
Ah, God, this is why we love Marine Lord. Looking at who's remaining, though, is there a favorite that's starting to come out in your minds here, Lidicor? You know, we've seen displays out of each of the players now. I think at least once they've kind of all featured at some point on the broadcast. Has there been anyone since the opening of this bracket that you've looked at and gone, I think they've got something bright shining there. I think they've got what it takes to go all the way.
It's an interesting question that you're throwing at me right now because, you know, I was about to say, like, hey, Louis MT and CSO had such a great start. Like, okay, let's go. Guess what? They both got eliminated today. And they both have been eliminated such that they started the day on the winner's bracket.
Yeah.
They just went 0-2
Which is
today,
wild.
and they are all out. Now, I think one of the things to highlight here indeed is that Killjardi is already having a pretty deep run. We had touched on this a little with Marine Lord. At this point, he can basically approach this saying, listen, I've already gotten potentially further than I expected. There is no stress. Let's just go, see where it takes us. Elsewhere, I think we are so far seeing fairly, I'm going to say predictable, but the players that we're seeing getting to where they are right now, those are names that we're all familiar with. There is nothing unexpected in having a Beastie versus Wham or Puppy Boy versus Lucifron set up out there. I think it's going to get a lot dicier tomorrow, because tomorrow is when you are really going to start knocking out some of these bigger names, and this conversation is going to be a lot more intriguing at the end of tomorrow's broadcast.
Yes, it's kind of intriguing just how quickly we're going to have to narrow this down to one person to go on a date with Marine Lord in Spain. Anyone who's cutest to you, Marine Lord? Anyone who you really want to match up against? Go on a...
No, I don't really care. I feel like if we do BC, it's gonna be a good final for the viewership. But I feel like, honestly, anyone from the upper bracket is gonna be a potential good opponent. I mean, even Vortex, right? So, Killjardi, I don't think so, but maybe. Who knows? Like, if he plays very well, he plays very well, and then he qualifies, right? So, I don't really have any preference. Maybe that's what we all said before the tournament. Having a Spanish in a Spanish castle would be great. So, Lucifron or Vortex will be nice, maybe. It will be, maybe at least, from what I know, it's maybe their last tournament. So, before switching to Stormgate, so that will be lovely to have them in the final. Even Canadians, right? Having them in the final. People only had one final in his life, and Wham didn't have any. So having them in the first final for Wham in the castle would be nice. And people having them maybe like the rematch from the first tournament of the year. He played very well in the grand final against me. So maybe he could do it, you know.
I think it's nice that I feel like we've got a really good balance coming into this final six situation, right? Like, you know, you've got Beastie, Lucifron, Vortex always there from the very early days. Wham and Puppy Paw have really seen their rise to power in the last year and a half, right? They've done well before that, but, you know, I think at the start of the year, we started talking about them as potential grand finalists, right, Lidicor? And then the interesting one is Killjardi, right? Like, I think there was a slot that you kind of had for players like Killjardi and Anathan where you're like, these guys could turn up and they could upset. They've got some crafty strategies. We've been looking at them for a while. I think it's kind of cool that we've somehow come to this really cool balance of the old guard and the new gen here in AoE4.
That's a great point that you are you're bringing up here, because for a long time it felt like there was just no newcomers to AoE4 in a way. Like, you had a very well-defined top 8 or top 10 or top 12 or so, and then it wasn't like, okay, hey, there is one new player that shows up and it's suddenly doing well. But now, suddenly, we have not just one of these players, but like 4 or 5 that have been challenging these big names, and they have found at least partial success against some of them. Just talk about Louis MT. He narrowly lost to Vortex 3-2. CSO taking out Vortex, for instance, in the previous round. That's just a handful of the things that we've seen recently. I could also mention Anathan making a super tight set against Dumu and Lucifron. I think one of the key things to look at here is that these guys are not just, you know, around and maybe they take one game away from these big names, or the old guard, so to say. We're really looking at these players as actual challengers to some of these more established players.
Yeah, And I think most importantly, they kind of fit Marine Lord's quota of living in a basement and not having much spare
Yeah,
time, right?
that's good.
You got Beastie, who streams like, was it 7 or 8 hours a day, usually. You got Wham and Poppy Paw, who have about 5 different Smurfs, so collectively they're probably doing 10 hours a day. You've got Lucifer and Vortex, who I'd say play less, but they play more games, so I guess we give them a pass there, right, M-Lord? And then
Yeah, they are doing good.
Killjardi's on your DGen schedule, right? So
I have no idea about Killjardi, but maybe.
maybe I think he actually he rises earlier, but you know it's a bit weird for us DGen late night gamers to say, but I think he does on average do 8 hours a day. Absolute wild grinders. But boys, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on the cast. It's about time we round out the first day of this week. And remember, guys, we are now past the halfway mark here for the online segment of Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. Just a reminder to people that things will kick off tomorrow at 15 GMT. So make sure they're bright and early to see who is going to trek deeper in this journey to see if they can make it to a castle in Spain. Who else we're going to have to see farewell to. That's going to be it for now, though. So 15 GMT tomorrow. Hopefully I'll see you all there. And make sure you subscribe to the channel. So many hours to come. So many ads to dodge. We'll see you soon.